Chapter 1906, Conditions. Chapter 1906, Conditions outside the city. There was a densely packed army. 3 great true D powerhouses were at the front. Ahead, Yi Yuan's sword detained Eugene Song, bringing Jiang Jadehal falling back. Brett, we've already let him go, and you're still not letting him go. Aren't you afraid of Heavenly Tao's backlash? That second firmament true D said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, You all followed all the way. Isn't it to wait to kill me after I let him go? Humph. Do you think that you can escape? The monk can run, but the temple can't run. Unless you disregard the life and death of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Eugene Song said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan already swore a Heavenly Tao oath, so he was not afraid that Yi Yuan would not let him go. Hence, he also became brazen and unbridled. Yi Yuan's bottom line. The City Lord Manor had long investigated it inside out. Eugene Song knew that using this to threaten Yi Yuan was definitely useful. Who knew that Yi Yuan replied coolly, You can send people to destroy Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. I'm powerless to stop it too. But, starting from today, you'll have to keep your nerves constantly tensed. Otherwise, maybe someday, you'll become a deceased soul under my sword. Eugene Song's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, You're threatening me? Do you know how many true D powerhouses my City Lord Manor has? Yi Yuan was still calm as he said, I'm just expounding a fact. There were many true D powerhouses present today too, but they failed to protect you. The moment these words came out, not just Eugene Song, those few true D powerhouses also had awkward faces. Eugene Song's expression flickered incessantly. He was really scared. Yi Yuan came and went like a shadow. Furthermore, he was extremely adept in spatial law. It was truly impossible to guard against. What was more terrifying was that blue SPAC. After he was taken into the divine vestige SPAC by Yi Yuan, his entire person did not have any strength to resist at all. The various kinds of powers of law that he grasped actually all lost effect. That feeling of powerlessness still made him have lingering fear in his heart until now. He did not wish to experience that sort of feeling again. At the thought of being stalked every day by such a bizarre person, Eugene Song unwittingly felt chills up his spine. Eugene Song gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, You consider yourself ruthless. Bureaucratic play and trickery, resorting to schemes and intrigues. It had always been his Eugene Song's forte. He had never failed before, did not expect that today all of his methods were cracked by this mysterious Yi Yuan. This made him extremely vexed in his heart. Suddenly, the tip of Yi Yuan's eyebrows moved, and he said coolly, Since you came, why do you not dare to show up openly? No one answered him. Those city guards looked around, but could not see any figure, and even thought that Yi Yuan ate the wrong medicine. Even those few true D powerhouses were also at a loss. Yi Yuan pinned Eugene Song, his figure moving slightly, appearing somewhere else. Still not appearing. Yi Yuan said again. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged, a black-robed, middle-aged man and a gray-robed old man. Sea City Lord Your Excellency, Lord Academy Head. City Lord Manor's second firmament true D, and Fei Mingtian cried out in surprise at the same time. Arriving here, Fei Mingtian naturally followed too. These two were none other than precisely the 9-pledge Imperial Capital City Lord, Yuan Feng, as well as Kongming Academy's Academy Head, Li Kongming. Li Kongming looked at Yi Yuan, a hint of surprise flash. Plussing across his eyes as he said, A fine young man. Looks like your attainment in spatial law is much stronger than this academy had imagined. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. They were very puzzled how Yi Yuan discovered these 2 apex figures. One had to know even those true Oh, D powerhouses did not have the slightest clue about these two people's arrival, especially those few true G. Oh, D powerhouses, they even looked towards Yi Yuan in great shock. Yi Yuan was able to discover Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming, but they could not. This showed that Yi Yuan's attainments in spatial law were far above theirs. But Yi Yuan was just fifth firmament, celestial deity. Yi Yuan ignored Li Kongming. He said to another area of the void, "If I didn't guess wrongly, the one hiding there is Pavilion Lord Linghua, right?" Everyone was alarmed again. No one could have thought that Pavilion Lord Linghua also came personally. Yu Wenfeng's and Li Kongming's faces changed slightly. They actually did not notice that there was still a person hiding in the void, concealing within the void. This was an extremely high-level concealment method. Its degree of concealment was naturally greatly related to the martial artist's application of spatial law. Cultivation reaching the true G, D realm, one small world, was already very complete. The spatial law perceived through the small world would naturally be all the more powerful too. It was just that the application of spatial law also differed from person to person. Even for people in the same realm, there was a huge difference too. Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming had already discovered the other party long ago. It was just that they did not even discover Pavilion Lord Linghua. This showed that Pavilion Lord Linghua already said them in this aspect. Of course, this was just a minor trick to powerhouses of their level. They concealed in the void, unable to give away any aura. Once there was any activity, the other party would detect it. Even using it to sneak attack would not do as well. But even so, Pavilion Lord Linghua also became all the more mysterious because of this. To powerhouses of this level, any hint of subtle difference could have the possibility of turning into victory. This concealment method was the hardest to discover. But the three of them, not a single one was actually able to escape Yi Yuan's arcane sights. How could everyone not be shocked? The black-robed Pavilion Lord Linghua slowly revealed his figure. It was just that he was hidden in the black robe, unable for the others to see him clearly. "Young man, you're really great. Do you have an interest in joining my Linghua Pavilion?" Pavilion Lord Linghua slowly said. Yu Wenfeng's and Li Kongming's expressions changed. No one could have expected that Pavilion Lord Linghua solicited the moment he opened his mouth. "Yi Yuan, you mustn't. Kongming Academy is your home." Li Kongming hurriedly said. Yu Wenfeng also spoke up. "Yi Yuan, as long as you join the City Lord Manor, the matter today will be written off. I'll confer you the land of 100 cities." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Land of 100 cities. How much resources did it possess? How many martial artists did it also possess, and how powerful of a faction could be developed? To martial artists, this was absolutely an irresistible temptation. As long as Yi Yuan agreed, he would virtually be equivalent to the lord of a small imperial capital. Originally, they thought that the three great apex powerhouses came out in order to go to war with Yi Yuan, but they did not expect that it was actually this situation. "Father, shut up. It's none of your business here." Eugene Song was just about to speak when he was cut off by Yu Wenfeng heartlessly. Yi Yuan looked at Pavilion Lord Linghua and said coolly, "Want me to join Linghua Pavilion? It's also not impossible. But I have a condition." "What condition?" Everyone's hearts leaped up, especially Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming's. "Hand Rong Xia over to me." Yi Yuan said coolly. Pavilion Lord Linghua fell silent for a moment and spoke up. "You can change to another condition." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "I'm only stating the condition. Whether to agree or not is up to you." Finished talking, he turned to Yu Wenfeng and said coolly, "I don't want the land of 100 cities. I only want Eugene Sung's life. If you agree, I'll join the City Lord Manor." Chapter 1907. A Very Formidable Alchemist. Chapter 1907. A Very Formidable Alchemist. "What did you say?" The moment Yu Jinsong heard this, he immediately exploded. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at him. He stared straight at Yu Wenfeng, being not the slightest bit afraid. But Yi Yuan's boldness also made everyone tongue-tied. He did not even want the land of 100 cities and just wanted Yu Jinsong's life. Truly broad-minded. Of course, there were also many people who felt that he was stupid. But Jiang Jade Hall by the side was touched, understanding that Yi Yuan was venting this frustration for them father and daughter here. The land of 100 cities, what kind of power and influence, how glorious was that? Yu Wenfeng really put forth the blood capital in order to rope in Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not even bat an eyelid and refused. Yu Wenfeng frowned and said, "Otherwise than this, everything else can be discussed." Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "It's me stating terms now, not you." Yu Wenfeng's face changed, and he said with a cold snort, "Brat, do you really want to suffer the wrath of my city, Lord Manor? Do you know what that means?" "Humph. Yu Wenfeng, do you really think that you're impressive? I, Li Kongming, am protecting Yi Yuan." Li Kongming said with a cold smile. With his shrewdness, how could he let go of this chance? The two conditions that Yi Yuan stated, it was impossible for those two to agree. Then, Yi Yuan could only choose the Kongming Academy. Yi Yuan gave Li Kongming a glance and said coolly, "You don't need to waste your efforts either. I won't go to the Kongming Academy." Li Kongming's expression changed, and he asked, "WI, do you know what consequences there will be without my Kongming Academy's protection?" "Ha ha ha, Li Kongming, messing around for half a day. You were merely under the hallucination that the other party was willing. He doesn't buy it at all." Yu Wenfeng laughed loudly when he heard that. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You guys don't think too highly of yourselves either. I, Yi Yuan, don't need anyone's protection. I came to 9 Pledge Imperial Capital only for the sake of saving Brother Jiang. Now that the matter has already been accomplished, I can't be bothered to get involved in the affairs between you guys." The surrounding was silent. They were all stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Arrogant, too arrogant, facing a bunch of true G. Oh, D powerhouses, Yi Yuan actually dared to say this kind of words. This was simply courting death. Did this boy have a problem with his head, or did he really have some reliances? In the land of imperial capital, true G, oh, D powerhouses were sovereign-like existences. Yi Yuan actually made them not think of themselves as a big deal. This kind of word was simply high treason, and he himself was merely a puny little fifth firmament celestial deity. The 3 great powerhouses were all taken aback when they heard it. Immediately, Yu Wenfeng laughed loudly and said, "Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" Yi Yuan replied coolly, "I naturally know." Yu Wenfeng laughed from extreme rage and said, "All right then, this seat wants to see what confidence you have to say this kind of words." No one could have expected that Yi Yuan actually slowly nodded his head and said, "You can give it a try." As he said, Yi Yuan pushed Yu Jinsong, directly throwing him out. Everyone was stunned. Was Yi Yuan returning the hostage to the opponent? How were they going to fight? A city Lord Manor's true G, oh, D powerhouse, hurriedly made a move and caught Yu Jinsong. Finally escaping Yi Yuan's control, Yu Jinsong pointed at Yi Yuan and roared angrily, "Father, kill him! Kill him!" Bang! Yu Wenfeng directly smacked a palm out. Horrifying energy undulation crushed over towards Yi Yuan. "Brother Jiang, follow me." Yi Yuan grabbed the collar of the Jiang Jade Hall, whose complexion turned white, his figure moving, vanished. Plussing from where he stood. Yu Wenfeng's horrifying palm immediately struck thin air. The group of powerhouses suddenly cried out in surprise. Spatial S. HI plus FT. They all knew that Yi Yuan's spatial law was rather powerful, but they did not know that it already reached such a degree. No wonder he could slaughter his way through inside the carefree grove. Turns out that his spatial law is already comprehended to the 4th firmament. Not only that, He already fused sword Dao law and spatial law. This talent is too terrifying. Turns out that this is his confidence. Turns out that he's already established in an undefeatable position. Amidst the wave of exclamations, Yi Yuan's figure emerged once more. The place where he stood was just nice between the three great powerhouses. That bout of tune-up previously, actually, Yi Yuan had long calculated it. Once these three people unleashed attacks, he would be able to S-H-I plus FT away at once, avoiding the three people's attacks. Otherwise, how could he put himself in a perilous situation? Therefore, when Yu Wenfeng unleashed his attack, Yi Yuan evaded it at the first moment. Facing off with the three great powerhouses from far away, Yi Yuan stood proudly, giving people a feeling of extreme trance. Yi Yuan was clearly just an Una S, summing fifth firmament celestial deity, but in terms of aura, he actually did not lose to the three great third firmament powerhouses. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Wenfeng and said coolly, "Now you saw my confidence." Yu Wenfeng gave a cold snort and said, "So what? Is it possible that you think this seat can't do anything to you because you know spatial S, H, I plus FT? Yi Yuan said coolly, "I know that the speed of a true God powerhouse is exceedingly fast, comparable to spatial S, HI plus foot, but if I didn't have confidence in my own speed, do you think that I'd stand here to talk and chat with you? If you don't believe me, you can give it another try." That bout just now, Yu Wenfeng did not go all out. Yi Yuan did not use his full strength either. At present, Yi Yuan's cultivation grew deeper with each Pa S, Sing Day. His comprehension of spatial S, H, I, plus FT also gradually deepened. The ability of spatial S, H, I, plus FT was no longer what it had been a long time ago. Even when facing true D powerhouses, he had the capital to escape to. As long as he avoided the world power of true D powerhouses, however vast the world was, he could roam as he pleased. Of course, if the SPAC to display it was insufficient, once he fell into the world domain of a true D powerhouse, then he would be in danger. Hence, he captured Yu Jinsong as a hostage and retreated to outside the city. It was in order to avoid the world domains of these true D powerhouses. Everything was long within his calculations. If he did not plan out a route of retreat for himself, how could he dare barge into 9 pledge imperial capital by himself and rescue Jiang Jade Hall alone? Yu Wenfeng's expression was livid. It was already disgraceful enough that he, an exalted middle stage true God, took action, and actually could not take down a puny little fifth firmament celestial deity. Now he would not attempt again rashly. And now he also understood Yi Yuan's intentions. The place where Yi Yuan stood was just nice outside of the place that his world power was able to reach, making him extremely upset. The pavilion, Lord Linghua, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "What a terrific lad! Interesting!" "Interesting. It's just that you can escape. But can Heavenly Eagle Imperial City escape?" Yi Yuan was not surprised. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was 9 pledge imperial capital subsidiary. It was too easy for them to want to investigate his relations. H-I plus P with Heavenly Eagle. He looked at Pavilion Lord Linghua and said coolly, "Indeed, I'm currently powerless to stop you all from destroying Heavenly Eagle. But you all similarly can't catch me either. You guys remember this for me. As long as you all dare to touch Heavenly Eagle, I'll completely destroy your 3 major factions in less than 500 years. These words, Yi Yuan said them casually, but the killing intent in that voice was clear to anyone. You, brat, are really confident. 500 years, and you want to eradicate us? Yu Wenfeng said with a cold smile. Clearly he did not believe it. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I'm willing, maybe it won't need 500 years. Don't you all forget, I'm also an alchemist. A very formidable alchemist." Chapter 1908. When one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. Chapter 1908. When one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. A very formidable alchemist? How formidable can you be? Could it be that you can even refine rank 6 divine pills? Yu Wenfeng said with a cold smile. 5-star alchemy G. Oh, DS were everywhere in the imperial capital. There were also quite a few formidable ones. He did not believe how formidable Yi Yuan, a 5-star alchemy G, OD could be. The incident of Lin Chongqing causing a great disturbance at Heavenly Eagly happened recently. Yi Yuan came too quickly. The news had not spread to the imperial capital. Of course, this was also because Wu Tian, this inspector, was finished off. The transmission of information also slowed down a lot. If they knew that Yi Yuan directly threw away a Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, they would definitely cuss Yi Yuan out for being a prodigal son. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan casually threw out 3 small bottles, flying straight for the 3 great powerhouses. The 3 people caught the small bottles and took a look, pupils constricting. Following that, they used incomparably shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Although it was not Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out were also sufficient to awe them. After all, what Yi Yuan took out were vast spirit, divine pills. Brother Jiang, let's go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Everyone used baffled gazes to look at those 3. They did not know what kind of medicinal pills could actually make the 3 great powerhouses have such a loss in composure. Father, they are gone. Eugene Song roared angrily. Smack! A clear slap echoed out. Eugene Song was directly slapped flying. Tie this unfilial son up for me and bring back. Done talking, his figure moved, disappearing. Li Kongming and Pavilion, Lord Linghua, similarly disappeared. Everyone had dumbfounded looks, completely not knowing what happened. 3 medicinal pills actually made the 3 great powerhouses ATTI. To'd have such an upheaval transformation. Everyone knew that Eugene Song was Yu Wenfeng's most precious son. Now he actually wanted to tie Eugene Song up. This Yi Yuan was truly terrifying. This raiding incident of the 9 pledge imperial capital's execution ground came to a conclusion just like that. But Yi Yuan became 9 pledges legend. A 5th firmament celestial deity caused a big disturbance in an imperial capital and made a full retreat. More importantly, the 3 major factions actually did not have anyone denounce Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Before long, another news spread to the 3 major forces. Not long ago, an Empyrean powerhouse had once slaughtered his way to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, and in the end, returned in defeat. There was even a little interlude in between. Yi Yuan took out a vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill. These 2 news were akin to a bolt out of the blue, shocking the 3 major factions. Very soon, a piece of news that made people even more shocked came out of City, Lord Manor. Yi Yuan was appointed as the new Southridge 10 Cities patrolling inspector. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, this patrolling inspector, did not need to offer tributes to the imperial capital and did not need to report his work to the imperial capital, listening neither to orders nor serving. The moment this order came out, the entire 9 pledge imperial capital was shaken. This was equivalent to Yi Yuan becoming Southridge 10 Cities' absolute sovereign, acquiring territory and becoming king. In reality, the Southridge 10 Cities consisted of just 10 very poor imperial cities, merely a single hair from 9 oxen for the 9 pledge imperial capital. But this matter had never happened before in the history of 9 pledge imperial capital. The moment the news came out, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City rejoiced. Yi Yuan was originally Heavenly Eagle's D-like figure. At present, head elder becoming the patrolling inspector. Their days in the future would get much better. One had to know the imperial city's yearly tributes, was a very horrifying sum. To a barren place like Heavenly Eagle, this was a tremendous burden. It was also because of this that Heavenly Eagle's overall strength had not been able to improve all along. After Yi Yuan took on the post of patrolling inspector, it greatly reduced the tax burden. This was something that made all martial artists indebted. Southridge's martial artists' love and support for Yi Yuan reached the peak for some time. However, there was also an awkward matter. Following the arrival of Lung Qiuling and the others, the positions of Zuoshujie and the few of them celestial deity powerhouses became awkward. White Light obtained the White Tiger True Blood, his strength advancing at a tremendous pace, already broken through to middle stage rank 5. Ning Tianping's strength also already broke through to the 4th firmament celestial deity realm. Lung Qiuling went even more without saying. She refined some more vermilion bird true blood and already broke through to late-stage celestial deity realm presently, reaching the 7th firmament celestial deity realm. In contrast, the position of Zuoshujie, this city lord, appeared awkward. However, Yi Yuan brought out a large batch of spirit medicines when he came out of the void spirit. The low-grade spirit medicines that he gave Zuoshujie, they all to consume, were naturally not few. Under Yi Yuan's assistance, Zuoshujie and the rest broke through realms one after another. On this day, Zuoshujie broke through to the 3rd firmament celestial deity realm and immediately came to find Yi Yuan. Zuoshujie, thanks your excellency. If not for your excellency, Shujie probably won't be able to break through to be a 3rd firmament celestial deity in this lifetime. Zuoshujie prostrated on the ground as he said, one's personal affairs, one would be aware. Zuoshujie knew that his potential had long been exhausted. It was totally impossible to break through to be a 3rd firmament celestial deity. But a medicinal pill from Yi Yuan let him gain a new lease on life. Not only did he break through to 3rd firmament celestial deity realm, it even stimulated his potential once again. He sensed that he could still continue comprehending heavenly down now and even break through to the 4th firmament celestial deity realm. This was what he did not dare to think at all prior to this. And this was also precisely the powerful aspect of void spirit, vast spirit, divine pills. One had to know a mere rank 5 divine pill moved even Lin Chongqing, this Empyrean powerhouse who came from a heavenly emperor, Bodamanda. Zuoshujie was clear in his heart that this kind of medicinal pill used on him was simply a wanton waste of D's good gifts. Letting those geniuses take it was making the best use of things. But Yi Yuan gave it to him without the slightest hesitation. Hence, toward Yi Yuan, Zuoshujie was still grateful apart from gratefulness. What's Brothers was saying, back then, without your care, there also won't be today's Yi Yuan. This trivial matter isn't worth mentioning. In the future, you will realize this is simply a small matter. Your realm also absolutely won't stop at 3rd firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan said smilingly. When Zuoshujie heard that, he was agitated until he trembled all over. Yeah, what did this count for to Yi Yuan? As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. It was talking about this, right? Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, this is what came today. Apart from thanking Your Excellency, I also want to resign from the position of City Lord. Zuoshujie said. Presently, Yi Yuan was no different from a local tyrant. The appointment of City Lord, he naturally had the final say. Yi Yuan knew what Zuoshujie was thinking in his heart and said with a wave of his hand, Brother Zuo, you don't need to be like this. You still are the City Lord. This position of City Lord is also not whoever's realm is higher can be. The tricks involved, they can't figure it out in a short while either. This City Lord, it's most suitable for you to be. Brother Zuo, I, this patrolling inspector, was also forced into doing what's beyond me. There are many things that are too complicated and difficult to unravel. You're also aware my ambition doesn't lie here. These secular affairs. Hope that brothers can share my burden. Yi Yuan said it very sincerely, filling Zhuo Shujie with fear and trepidation. He naturally knew Yi Yuan's ambition. How could a puny little Southridge 10 cities trap him? It was just that, looking at it now, Yi Yuan was planning on making this place into his base. This made Zhuo Shujie very happy. Since Your Excellency said so, then this will thicken my face and continue holding the post. The two people were currently talking when Ning Tianping suddenly came in to report. He said, Your Excellency, there's a powerhouse outside who says that he's your disciple and wants to meet you. Chapter 1909. Crazy Idea. Chapter 1909. Crazy Idea, Disciple. Yi Yuan frowned and could not come up with anything after thinking for a long time. When did he take in a disciple? But, thinking about it, it also seemed like no one dared to come and impersonate as his disciple currently, right? Let him come in, Yi Yuan instructed. Not long after, Ning Tianping let a young man in, his handsome face like carved jade, elegant and natural. Master. When the young man saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of wild elation on his face, pressing his head onto the ground. Seeing the other party, Yi Yuan also finally recalled who this disciple was and was immediately overjoyed. Bai Chen. This young man was precisely the disciple that Yi Yuan took him back then in the sky, foothill world. It was White Knight Sacred Palace's Palace Lord Bai Chen. Parting for close to 1,000 years, Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually came to find him, and immediately felt very warm. The Ning Tianping and Zhuo Shujie by the side both had strange expressions when they saw this scene. This peak ninth firmament, celestial deity, powerhouse, actually called Master when he saw Yi Yuan. It seemed somewhat strange, no matter what. They naturally did not feel that Yi Yuan did not have the qualification. It was just that the disciple's realm was even higher than the Master's. This was indeed rather unusual. Furthermore, this Bai Chen was also too young to actually already have peak ninth firmament celestial deity cultivation. It made them feel very odd. TSK, Your Excellency is Your Excellency. Even taking in a disciple is so incredible. Ning Tianping said with vicissitudes of emotion. You followed His Excellency for so long. Have you seen His Excellency accept disciples before? Zhuo Shujie asked. Ning Tianping shook his head and said, Never seen before. Zhuo Shujie's pupil shrunk, and he said in surprise, Then doesn't that mean that His Excellency already accepted this disciple before coming to Heavenly Eagle? This disciple is also too heaven-defying, right? Bai Chen's age was even younger than Yi Yuan. How could he have such horrifying cultivation speed? Haha, quickly get up. I didn't expect that what you refined was actually a peak ninth firmament celestial deity Tao fruit. Your present realm is actually above mine. Yi Yuan had a rare bout of hearty laughter. It could be said that he watched Bai Chen grow up. To be able to have such accomplishments presently, he was naturally happy. Peak ninth firmament celestial deity. Although it did not count as some impressive big shot, it was also considered a powerhouse of a region already. When Ning Tianping and Zhuo Shujie heard this, only then did they come to a realization. Turned out that Bai Chen actually refined a celestial deity Tao fruit to cultivate so quickly. Bai Chen blushed with shame and said, Master, don't make fun of me anymore. Master's cultivation speed is simply terrifying. In less than a short 1,000 years, you cultivated from grotto profound realm to your present realm. It's seldom seen universally. Furthermore, Master still has infinite potential, but I no longer have the possibility of breaking through. Talking up to here, a hint of dejection flashed across in Bai Chen's gaze. To him back then, celestial deity realm was an existence too lofty to reach, a realm impossible to reach throughout his entire life. But now he was the master of Sky Foothill and Ninth Firmament celestial deity powerhouse. His horizons were already different from normal. In this heaven-span world, there was still an entirely different world. Back then, Yi Yuan also warned him before, but at that time, on the one hand, he was forced by the circumstances. On the other hand, he acknowledged that he could not reach his present realm. But now, when he really fully refined the Tao fruit, he somewhat felt a sense of loss. The road was chosen by him, he did not regret it. But the sense of loss in his heart could not be avoided, especially after seeing Yi Yuan. This kind of feeling became increasingly stronger. Seeing Bai Chen's appearance, Yi Yuan also sighed. Bai Chen's talent was pretty good in the sky foothill world. But with his talent, it was very hard to break through to the celestial deity realm. Refining the Tao fruit was indeed a very decent choice for him. But human desire was ever expanding. Who could be willing to never make progress for all their lives? Moreover, Bai Chen was still so young. Thinking up to here, a crazy idea suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's mind. Did people who refined Tao fruits really had no hopes of advancing ranks anymore? Perhaps he could invent a medicinal pill that could let people who refine Tao fruits advance ranks? As soon as this idea was born, it could not be stopped no matter what. Bai Chen, heaven doesn't seal off all paths. Maybe there's still a way. Coming to find me this time, what plans do you have? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Bai Chen thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him and just forced a smile. After Bai Chen refined the Tao fruit, he discovered that he was unable to comprehend heavenly Tao anymore. His cultivation also would not have any growth. No matter how hard he worked, it could not change this result either. Only then did he know that his master did not bluff him. There was really no hope at all. He was different from those people on their deathbeds hing for Tao fruits. He was too young. He was unwilling, so he ran out of the sky foothill world, wanting to come to the heaven-span world to seek out lucky chances. He came to find Yi Yuan before, but at that time, Yi Yuan already left Heavenly Eagle, his whereabouts not known. Hence, he started drifting around in the heaven-span world. But the more he came into contact with, the more he despaired. He knew that once refined a Tao fruit, there was no more possibility of breaking through, unless one refined an even stronger Tao fruit. But this difficulty was too great. The higher Tao fruits went, the rarer they got. The chances of appearing were too low. Furthermore, each time they appeared, there were countless powerhouses who went to tch it. Hence, Bai Chen became more and more in despair. Master, I wish to stay by your side. If you have anything that you need this disciple to do, this disciple will carry out my obligations. Bai Chen said. Bai Chen was very grateful toward Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, he would have long died, let alone become Sky Foothill World Sovereign. Now, his cultivation realm could still do a little something for Yi Yuan. Another few more years, he probably would not even have the opportunity to do miscellaneous CHORES for Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Tianping, go and call them together. I'll introduce to them this disciple of mine. Yi Yuan introduced heavenly eagles, celestial deity realms. Everyone also became acquainted with this disciple of Yi Yuan's. It was just that in their hearts, everyone still looked down on him, this ninth firmament celestial deity. It was just that no one expressed it. Among these people included Ning Tianping, White Light, as well as Lung Qiuling and the rest. Martial artists who refined Tao fruits. Everyone would have some discrimination in their hearts. Firstly, this was something earned without any labor toiled. Secondly, this kind of person's potential was already exhausted and it was impossible to break through anymore. If Bai Chen went to an ordinary imperial city, everyone naturally would not have this kind of thought. But following by Yi Yuan's side, everyone had limitless futures. Only Bai Chen would never be able to improve. Hence, even though Bai Chen was presently the highest cultivation realm in Southridge 10 cities, the number 2 powerhouse in martial prowess, everyone actually more or less had scorn in their hearts. This kind of subtle atmosphere, Bai Chen could also feel it himself. But for Yi Yuan's sake, he endured it. Yi Yuan could naturally see it clearly too, but he did not say anything. This matter, he did not dare to say for certain either. Hence, he did not say it to anyone. Furthermore, right at this time, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital that side also sent people. On this day, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital City, Lord Manor sent several martial artists, detaining a prisoner, arriving at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The one in the front was a young man. This young man was a little older than Eugene Song, but he had some similarities with him between his eyebrows. Seeing Yi Yuan, that young man bowed in salute and said, "I'm Yu Changyin. I come here specially to pay respects to Lord Patrolling Inspector on Father's command." Chapter 1910. Chapter 1910. Among the rivals there was not one true G.O.D. realm powerhouse. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from that mysterious pink pig, similarly did not have a true G.O.D. realm. The city Lord Manor doing so already expressed sufficient respect toward Southridge. Of course, everyone was well aware that actually that was respect toward Lord Patrolling Inspector Yuan. TSK, those are all the Imperial Capital's lords. If not for Lord Yuan, how could they possibly come to our backcountry? I heard that person talking with Lord Yuan is 9 Pledge Imperial Capital City, Lord Sun. Half-step true G.O.D. realm. Even he has to be so polite to our Lord Yuan. Lord Yuan is really too incredible. Even true G.O.D. powerhouses have to conduct themselves based on his expression. In the city, bustling streams of people watch Ji Yuan meet with the city Lord Manor's powerhouses with idolizing expressions on their faces. Yi Yuan swept a glance at Eugene Song, who was already all bundled up. He then said coolly, "Looks like City Lord His Excellency is very sincere." Yi Yuan understood that this tying up was done for him to see. Eugene Song did not have any strength to resist at all. The restriction that he planted on Eugene Song, the City Lord Manor was still unable to dispel it until now. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was extremely special in the first place. It even mixed in blue divine marks inside. Even if a true G.O.D. powerhouse wanted to release it, it was absolutely not an easy matter too. Eugene Song's face no longer had the former pride. It was full of dispiritedness and terror. Yu Changyin clasped his hands and said, "My younger brother was malicious, resulting in committing a grave mistake. Father ordered me to tie him up and await Lord Patrolling Inspector sentencing." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Go to the City Lord Manor before talking." Yi Yuan led the party into the City Lord Manor and sat down as host and guest. Yu Changyin signaled his subordinate with his eyes. The subordinate got the meaning and brought Eugene Song to the hall, letting him kneel down in front of Yi Yuan. Father said that this boy is too malicious, resulting in offending Lord Patrolling Inspector. Now, we tie him up here. Want to kill or dismember is up to you. Yu Changyin got up to clasp his hands and salute, his attitude very humble and polite, as if the one kneeling below was not his younger brother. Yi Yuan said coolly, "With my temperament, even killing him several times isn't enough. But this incident, I'm not the party involved. Killing him or not, I still need to ask brother Jiang father and daughter to make a final decision." Jiang Jadehall's entire body trembled, tears pouring out. Starting from when he was framed and thrown into jail, until escaping with his life now, Jiang Jadehall had never thought that he could personally take revenge. To him, Eugene Song was a figure far removed from the Ma. SSES. Wanting to take revenge was far too difficult. But now, Yuan put the chance in front of his eyes. He walked toward Eugene Song tremblingly, his footsteps carrying a hint of solemnness. He hated Eugene Song to the bones, not because of himself, but because of his daughter. This animal actually sullied Jiang Haitang's innocence. So how could he get over it? "Jiang Jadehall, you dare!" Eugene Song sensed the threat of death and roared angrily at Jiang Jadehall. Jiang Jadhal's expression changed, and he actually came to a standstill. Before this, Jiang Jadhal, had always been an insignificant character. Even if Eugene Song was being tied up, he was also an important person with a deep background. Jiang Jadhal did not dare about himself. He was afraid that killing Eugene Song would bring trouble to Yi Yuan. If tying Eugene Song up and bringing him over was just Yu Wenfeng's act of giving face, if he really killed, it would definitely incur considerable trouble. After all, Yu Wenfeng was a middle-stage true D-realm powerhouse. Once all decorum was lost, the land of Southridge would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Brother Jiang, don't need to worry about anything. Want to kill or dismember? It is up to you. I can shoulder it. Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing this, Eugene Song's expression could not help changing, and he roared angrily. Yi Yuan, you dare to kill me? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, You're merely a sacrificial piece right now, that's all. Yet you still want to some the majesty of the tiger? City Lord Yu has not just you, one son. If you died, then you died. So what? If he really wanted to protect you, you also wouldn't show up here today. Eugene Song's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, I'm his most outstanding son. He won't abandon me. If you dare to touch me, he'll definitely trample Southridge to the ground. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, I think that you're mistaken. He didn't send you here because he didn't like you, but because he knows that he can't protect you anymore no matter what. You know, he can't kill me, but before long I'll be able to kill him. You dying and you all dying together. He chose you dying, that's all. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed was too strong. No one would doubt whether he could step into the true D realm. Taking action against Yi Yuan now, one, they could not kill him. What awaited them would be his future, crazed revenge. The reason why Yi Yuan displayed his talent in front of the three great powerhouses was for the sake of astounding them, making them not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. Moreover, Heavenly Eagle still had an even more mysterious pink pig. Therefore, Yi Yuan was not afraid of anything. Yu Wenfeng could only abandon Eugene Song right now to get on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. If he became enemies with Yi Yuan, then when he grew up in the future, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yi Yuan's lysis made Jiang Jadhal's eyes become bright. He understood. The present Yi Yuan already had the capital to challenge true D powerhouses. Even true D powerhouses had to come and tear him up. Hence, he did not need to fear anything. Suddenly, Jiang Jadhal pointed like lightning, pointing at Eugene Song's abdomen. Arg! Eugene Song gave a miserable scream. His entire person sent flying out. The corners of Yu Changyun's mouth twitched slightly, but recovered his calm very quickly. And my cultivation? You crippled my cultivation. Eugene Song roared furiously. Jiang Jadhal did not look at him. He said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, Yi Yuan, Haidang, and I thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to take revenge with my own hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Jiang doesn't need to be like this. The road after today is still long. Jiang Jadhal nodded his head solemnly and took his leave. He did not know how to express his feelings of gratitude, but at this moment he already made up his mind that this life was Yi Yuan's. Yi Yuan, kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Eugene Song roared. Bang! Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves, directly sending him flying out. Noisy! Throw him out of the city for me. Yi Yuan said coolly. Done with these. Only then did Yi Yuan return to his seat and said to Yu Changyun coolly, City Lord Yu's generous gift? I'll accept it. However, this is what he owes me. It's not considered a favor. If you want a request for medicinal pills, there still needs to be additional compensation. The corners of Yu Changyun's mouth twitched again, rather unhappy in his heart. If not for Yu Wenfeng repeatedly exhorting before coming, forbidding him from provoking Yi Yuan, he would have long exploded. Outside, all talked about how Yi Yuan was so and so. He did not see it with his own eyes and naturally did not believe it. But his father said it very seriously, so Yu Changyin did not dare to defy, because he did not wish to become a second Yu Jinsong. Haha, that's of course. Yu Changyin said with a laugh. I wonder what medicinal pill brother Yu is requesting? Yi Yuan asked. Mentioning this, Yu Changyin was rather agitated as he said, these few days His Excellency racked his brain and finally gathered the spirit medicines required for the Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill. We hope that Lord Patrolling Inspector can refine one on our behalf. As for the compensation, it will naturally satisfy you. Chapter 1911 Rong Xie. Chapter 1911 Rong Xie, bringing along the divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill. Yu Changyin left perfectly feeling content. Yi Yuan was able to refine vast spirit, divine pills. But toward the City Lord Manor, he naturally would not go all out. However, purple spirit divine pills were already adequate. Forget about 9 pledge imperial capital. Even in great imperial capitals, one also could not find more than a few alchemists that could refine divine grade level 9 medicinal pills. Of course, the City Lord Manor also paid a dear price for this. Yu Changyin's front foot had just left when the Flowing Wind establishment's head, Li Zian, brought a group of people to Heavenly Eagle. They naturally came over to request for pills too. Yi Yuan's impression of Kongming Academy was not good, but he would not let go of the chance to demand an exorbitant price too. What the present Southridge 10 cities lacked the most was cultivation resources and spirit medicines. Yi Yuan could not possibly keep staying in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to protect these people. Since that was the case, then let those people around him become stronger. Then there naturally would not be people who dared to bully them anymore. As if it had been discussed, after sending away Li Zian, Linghua Pavilion's people also arrived. But, different from the other two, only one person came from Linghua Pavilion. This person was Rong Xie. When this delicate beauty that no one could help loving upon seeing her stood in front of Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of his breath being taken away. What a beautiful girl. The IB-ALL-S of the Ning Tianping beside Yi Yuan were almost popping out. Rong Xie smiled faintly and bowed toward Yi Yuan. Sinner Rong Xie pays respect to Lord Patrolling Inspector. This smile gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind all the more so. Ning Tianping was at the peak of vigor and vitality, and was practically about to turn soft. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "What sin is there?" Rong Xie was slightly surprised in her heart. Only then did she know that she underestimated Yi Yuan. A woman's looks were absolutely a major killing tool to men. Rong Xie had always been extremely confident in her own looks. Her every twinkle and smile was sufficient to make any men lose their minds. When Wu Tian saw Rong Xie, his entire person floated to the heavens, leaving him at her mercy. But Yi Yuan was actually only surprised for a bit and returned to normal very quickly. Rong Xie instigated Wu Tian to deal with Heavenly Eagle and almost caused a catastrophe. Rong Xie's aggrieved appearance was really pitiful to look at. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked in his heart. This woman's seduction art was really too formidable. If not for the soul-suppressing pearl, even if he wanted to recover clarity, it was absolutely impossible to be this fast too. This kind of enchantment art was extremely brilliant. Yi Yuan could not see the slightest trace of enchantment art from Rong Xie's body. No coquetry, no flirtation, yet she gave you a feeling of immortal chi fluttering just by standing there, akin to a fairy maiden that had transcended the mundane world. Otherwise, it would not be possible for Ning Tianping to suck you and be so easily. He had trained for a long time with Yi Yuan, so his state of mind was already exceptional a long time ago. However, it was not enough. Seeing Rong Xie, Yi Yuan understood what happened to Wu Tian very quickly. Almost caused a catastrophe? Rong Xie, don't tell me that Jiang Jadehal's matter isn't related to you. Yi Yuan sneered, his expression becoming sharp. But Rong Xie kept her countenance and said in puzzlement, Xie doesn't understand. Yi Yuan said coolly, You don't think that I wouldn't ruthlessly destroy a flower because your looks are as beautiful as a fairy, right? Your seduction art is very brilliant, but it still falls short of the standard to deal with me. Clank. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the frost counter's sword suddenly left its sheath. The target was precisely Rong Xie. Ning Tianping had not come back to his senses yet and cried out in surprise, Your Excellency, what do you want to do? Rong Xie's expression suddenly changed and wanted to evade the sword, but she discovered that she had nowhere to run at all. This sword was too swift and fierce. Rong Xie's talent was exceedingly high, but she was merely a seventh firmament celestial deity. It was simply impossible to be Yi Yuan's match. In the next moment, Yi Yuan's sword already pressed on her throat. Your Excellency, don't! Ning Tianping shouted. Clearly, he had already thoroughly suck. Yun bed. But right at this time, a surge of mysterious power tunneled into his mind. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, his eyes finally recovering clarity. What happened to me just now? Seeing this scene, Rong Xie's pupils constricted. She finally knew that she ran into an expert. Yi Yuan's attainment in the area of divine soul was simply terrifying. Sensing the cold air exuding from the tip of the sword, Rong Xie felt that the D of death was beckoning to her. I don't care what your Linghua pavilion is planning at the back, but you guys shouldn't have provoked me. Since you provoked me, then you have to be prepared to have the awareness overthrown. Rong Xie's complexion was white as a sheet. No longer harboring any hopes of getting lucky in her heart, she appeared slightly nervous as she said, Lord Patrolling Inspector, pardon my offense. Yeah. Xie just wanted to make use of Yu Jinsong to swallow up Kongming Academy's territory together with the city, Lord Manor. But I didn't expect that he did such an inhumane and evil thing. Yi Yuan looked at her and said coldly, If it was you manipulating it at the back, you'd long be dead now. Yu Jinsong coveted Rong Xie. This was definite. But Yi Yuan could tell that Yu Jinsong did not fall for Rong Xie's seduction art, or should he say that he was not controlled by Rong Xie? The struggle of the three great factions, Jiang Jadehal being framed. Even though Yi Yuan was unhappy about it, he actually understood. But Jiang Haitong's matter made Yi Yuan's incredibly enraged. Hence, no matter what, Yu Jinsong would not have a good outcome. Even if Yu Wenfeng did not send him over, Yi Yuan would definitely demand an answer in the future too. Rong Xie's complexion was pale as she said fearfully, Xie knows her mistake. Your Excellency can punish as you will. Everything that happened before her eyes were totally different from what she imagined previously. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, he was also merely a celestial deity realm martial artist. She thought that she could rely on her enchantment art to escape a calamity or even ask for medicinal pills. She would not be foolish to the point she would cast a spell on Yi Yuan. But affecting Yi Yuan's decision through her profound enchantment art was still doable. Just like when she dealt with Yu Jinsong back then. But now, she discovered that she was ridiculously wrong. Just a bit more, and her life would be gone. Rong Xie already did not have any thoughts of getting lucky, and could only resign herself to fate. Yi Yuan put away the sword, returned to his seat, and said in a cold voice, You're also here to ask for pills, right? Rong Xie's expression changed, and she said in a low voice, Your Excellency is wise. Yi Yuan said, Not that you can't request for pills, but your compensation will be 5 times of the other 2 factions. Rong Xie was startled and was just about to speak, but then she heard Yi Yuan say in a cold voice, Don't talk nonsense with me. There are no conditions to discuss. Not agreeing, please go back. In the future, My Southridge also won't do any more business with your Linghua pavilion. When Rongxia heard that, she bit her lip lightly and performed a salute to Yi Yuan as she said in a light voice, Yi Yuan, this lowly woman can't make the decision. Can you allow this lowly woman to consult the pavilion lord's opinion? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, Go on, behave yourself. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Rongxia's enchantment was too powerful, not giving her a bit of warning. She might be able to make quite a few people lose their minds. After Rongxia left, Ning Tianping felt lingering fear as he said, Your Excellency, this woman is so formidable. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Her enchantment art is natural born. There's not the slightest flaw at all. Her divine soul is also much more powerful than martial artists of the same rank. Very hard to deal with. Chapter 1912 Soul Driving Tao Fusion Pill. Chapter 1912 Soul Driving Tao Fusion Pill. Yi Yuan instinctively felt that this Rongxia was not simple. This kind of bizarre enchantment art, Yi Yuan seldom saw it in his lifetime too. If she really exerted herself to the utmost, probably Eugene Song, this kind of powerhouse, would find it hard to ward off too. It was just that there was still a true D realm powerhouse behind Eugene Song. That was why Rongxia was very observing of proper restraint. Then why would Your Excellency still refine pills for her? Ning Tianping asked puzzledly. He rarely saw Yi Yuan's solemn appearance and could not help being secretly surprised. When Yi Yuan faced true D powerhouses, he had a calm look too. This woman isn't simple. That Linghua pavilion is likewise not simple. Since they sent Rongxia here, it shows that they don't wish to lose all decorum with us for the time being. Of course, we aren't their match right now as well. Hence, everyone had best stay in our own lanes and mind our own business, Yi Yuan said. This Linghua pavilion always gave Yi Yuan a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Compared to Yu Wenfeng and the others, that pavilion Lord Linghua was clearly much harder to speculate his strength. But borrowing this chance to demand an exorbitant price, Yi Yuan was happy about it too. Along the way, Rongxia was indeed very restrained. She used a secret art to completely cover up the immortal qi on her body, looking much more ordinary to bystanders. Yi Yuan did not send people to keep an eye on her, but it was precisely because of this that she dared to be unbridled even less. Returning to her residence and shutting the door and windows, rays of light suddenly emitted from Rongxia's body. It was only to see her mumbling away, and then those light dots finally turned into a light cover enveloping the whole house. Following that, a ray of yellow light flew out from her glabella and turned into an illusory, black-robed man, landed on the opposite side. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this black-robed man was precisely that mysterious pavilion Lord Linghua. Paying respect to Protector Withered Wood, Rongxia gave a deep bow to the black-robed man. The black-robed man nodded slightly and said, This boy is really impressive. A hint of surprise flashed across in Rongxia's beautiful eyes as she said, Even you, Protector Witherwood, aren't his match either? The black-robed man said, I originally wanted to secretly observe him, but don't know why I keep having the jitters. I have a feeling that as long as my wisp of divine sense left your glabella, it will definitely be eradicated by him. Rongxia's expression changed slightly, and she said, My immortal dream art doesn't have any effect on him at all. This is still my first time encountering it. In the past, even true D powerhouses couldn't possibly detect it too. Rongxia's immortal dream art was greatly different from ordinary enchantment arts. It was not a spell that directly targeted other people's divine souls, but a kind of divine soul reflex technique, affecting the other party's senses, being extremely undetectable. As long as she did not take the initiative to go and make contact with the other party's divine soul, it was simply impossible for the other party to discover it. Since Rongxia learned it, she had never failed before. Did not expect that today. It was directly cracked by Yi Yuan. Originally still wanted to probe his background, but looking at it now, this kid is even more troublesome than this old man imagined. The voice of withered wood, hidden in the black robes, carried some gloominess. Rong Xia's brows furrowed slightly, and she said, "He put forth a condition. Refining pills for us will be 5 times more expensive than the other 2 forces. Protector Witheredwood, what should we do?" The black-robed man mused for a moment and said, "Agree to him. This kid's appearance thoroughly disrupted our setup. Now that he's willing to stay out of the way, that's for the best. As long as he doesn't come and provoke us, we don't provoke him either and can even ingratiate to him. Everything is for the grand plan." Rong Xia bowed slightly and said with a nod, "Xia understands." 3 groups of people let Yi Yuan make a huge killing. Furthermore, Southridge's great commotion already spread throughout the entire 9-pledge imperial capital at this time too. The news of Southridge becoming an independent country astounded the 4 directions. Of course, the most important thing was still Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. Those celestial deity powerhouses of the middle order imperial cities and high order imperial cities all went into action without delay. A 5-star alchemy emperor capable of refining vast spirit divine pills in a place like the 9-pledge imperial capital that was absolutely in high demand. Not only did more and more celestial deity powerhouses came to Heavenly Eagle, more and more alchemists also gradually gathered at Heavenly Eagle. Actually, many of the Pill Tower's alchemists, including Xian, you were personally taught by Yi Yuan. After several centuries of tempering, their strength was no longer what it used to be since long ago. Especially the Ning family's Ning Xiu, her talent was pretty strong and was long already a 4-star alchemy G, OD who was known far and wide. Coupled with Yi Yuan's current fame that was at the height of its prosperity, Heavenly Eagle, because of the holy land of alchemists. After Southridge's situation settled down, a year's time already passed, said, in this 1 year, Yi Yuan's realm also unknowingly broke through to 6th firmament divine vestige. Of course, under Yi Yuan's magic-like medicinal pills, a assault Heavenly Eagle Imperial City gave birth to a large batch of celestial deity powerhouses. The power of the present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, already Serpa, said the vast majority of high-order imperial cities. However, following everyone's strength becoming stronger and stronger, Bai Qin became more and more awkward here. He discovered that everyone around Yi Yuan, their strengths were all advancing by leaps and bounds. Only he remained forever at a standstill. In other imperial cities, everyone's cultivation speed was very slow, easily calculated with tens of thousands of years. But in Heavenly Eagle, 10,000 years was too long. They were all seizing every minute they can. With extremely high-quality medicinal pills, everyone's cultivation speed was too fast. Every day, Bai Chen was living in torture. In this 1 year, Bai Chen also became familiar with Ning Tianping and the people around Yi Yuan. Except he kept on being unable to integrate into that circle. Not that because everyone was not fond of him, but because everyone knew that he would be eliminated in the end. At the rate of this progress, Heavenly Eagle's 9th firmament celestial deities would be as worthless as cabbages. On this day, Bai Chen finally could not endure it anymore and went to find Yi Yuan. Master, the time that I came out is too long. I want to go back to Sky Foothill to take a look. Bai Chen discovered that right now, only returning to Sky Foothill could calm his state of mind. After all, in that place he was the sovereign. How could Yi Yuan not understand what he was thinking in his heart? He smiled and said, "Going back, are you reconciled to it?" As the controller, he could indeed do as he pleased in the Sky Foothill world. But that was under the prerequisite of not knowing that there was a huge world outside. Once they knew, who could be willing to be mediocre? Bai Chen smiled bitterly and said, "What can I do even if I'm not reconciled to it? Miss Lung's strength is likely almost catching up to mine already. As for the others, in a few more years, they will also Serpa. SS. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said smilingly, "This 1 year, Southridge has just stabilized. There was a multiple. 2 things to attend to, so I've never been able to settle down. Now that the overall situation has preliminarily settled down, I finally have time to consider your problem." Bai Chun was taken aback when he heard that, and said, "My problem? What problems do I have?" In Heavenly Eagle, he was the most free person because he did not need to cultivate at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I want to research a new kind of medicinal pill and need your cooperation." The moment Bai Chin heard, he said in pleasant surprise, "I wonder what new medicinal pill Master wants to research." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Soul-driving Tao fusion pill." Chapter 1913 Grand Completion Tao Realm. Chapter 1913 Grand Completion Tao Realm. Inside the hidden chamber, light revolved around. Bai Chen let go of his whole divine soul and also fully released the Tao that he comprehended. Yi Yuan's soul force spread out, carefully sensing the secrets within Bai Chen's body. This kind of state had been ongoing for more than a month. Every day, Yi Yuan would investigate until his soul force was depleted. Suddenly, the light converged, and inside the hidden chamber things returned to tranquility. "Master, are you all right?" Seeing the Yi Yuan, who was tired until he was virtually collapsing, Bai Chun hurriedly went up to support him. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Just that I used too much strength today." "Master, let's forget it. It's simply impossible for people who refine Tao fruits to advance anymore." When Bai Chen saw Yi Yuan being dog-tired every day, he was moved, but he really could not bear it in his heart. The crux was that this matter was simply a futile effort. Since time immemorial, how many major powers wanted to break this shackle, but no one was able to succeed. Disregarding what was far away, just talking about the present era, there was still an alchemy Tao supreme existence around, but it was also unheard of that he could create this kind of medicinal pill. Bai Chun naturally knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but this kind of unprecedented thing, it was truly not what the word formidable could accomplish. Yi Yuan looked at Bai Chen and said smilingly, "Could it be that you're willing to stop in front of the true Ji, D realm in this life?" Bai Chun said with an indignant look, "I'm naturally unwilling. It's just that, seeing Master exhaust your soul force for me every day, Bai Chen feels that I've let Master down. The road back, then, was chosen by me. I know that I'm being somewhat hypocritical now, but I can't control myself." Bai Chen understood that Yi Yuan's time was too valuable. Wasting his time made Bai Chen feel grievously sinful. If hope could be seen in this matter, it was still all right, but it was clearly a hopeless endeavor. If he spent several years, even several decades' time, but returned without a complete plussing anything, this kind of loss was simply immeasurable. Yi Yuan said, "If there's unwillingness, then it's good. Under the operation of heavenly Tao, there are no absolutes." Back then, the small world that Master was in, heavenly Tao dwindled to zero. No one could step into the deity realm for more than 100,000 years. But even so, Master also blazed a new trail and entered great Tao with alchemy, finally entering deity realm. Bai Chin sucked in a cold breath when he heard that and said in amazement, "Turns out that Master was actually born in a small world too? Entering great Tao with alchemy. Truly incredible." He was presently Sky Foothill World's controller, and naturally knew what heavenly Tao signified. Heavenly Tao, missing divine Tao, no matter how monstrous your talent was, it was also impossible to step into deity realm. But his Master did it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There are no absolutes in the world. What you see with your eyes might not be the truth. Back then, if I gave up on divine Tao because heavenly Tao dwindled to zero, there also wouldn't be the present me." Bai Chin drew a deep breath and said with a nod, "Master, I understand. I won't give up." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The reason why one can advance after refining a Tao fruit is that the Tao you refined isn't your Tao sup 1/sup. Other people's comprehensions are other people's in the end. Even if you refine them, that's also other people's lifetime comprehension. That's like wearing clothes. What you wear is clothing tailor-made for others. No matter what, you can't possibly fit into it completely too. It's also precisely because of this that your divine soul and your physical body can't completely conform to other people's Tao as well." Bai Qin thought about it and said, "But this kind of thing is too abstruse. Divine soul, physical body, Tao fruit, three things completely becoming one, can it really be achieved?" Heavenly Tao was abstruse. The physical body and divine soul were similarly abstruse. Great Tao revolved, but the human body was also a small world that revolved according to some kind of law. Martial artists cultivating most knew how but did not know the whys. Wanting to pry into the mysteries of the human body was an extremely difficult thing to begin with, let alone even having to make these three completely fit together. Since remote antiquity, how many alchemists had attempted to breach this gap, but no one was able to succeed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not trying, how would one know? I have a feeling that once the soul-driving Tao fusion pill succeeds, my alchemy Tao strength will definitely improve further." Yi Yuan used a full 3 years to probe Bai Chen's body. In these 3 years, Yi Yuan could be said to have exhausted himself and racked his brain, completely depleting his soul force every day because he was willing to stop. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to when he was studying the Tao Defined pill back then, his entire person insane. Bai Qin also finally experienced Yi Yuan's craziness. Only then did he knew that for Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was not coincidental. Other people all said that Yi Yuan's talent was high, but did not know how much hard work he put in behind. It was just that this kind of frenzied probing was not what ordinary martial artists could stomach. Bai Qin felt that if it were him, investigating the body's mysteries with such intensity, he would probably have long gone mad. Without Astoni's plussing willpower, it was simply impossible to accomplish. 3 years later, Yi Yuan suddenly told Bai Qin that he was entering close seclusion and disappeared. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan sat cross-legged in front of the lesser heaven-span mountain. "Senior, just what is the divine soul?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Through 3 years of probing, Yi Yuan discovered that wanting to create the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, the crux still lied with the divine soul. And in this aspect, Dustless undoubtedly had the greatest right to speak. Dustless said, "This question no one can answer clearly. However, humans can exist without the soul. The divine soul can exist independently in this world, but the physical body can't break away from the existence of the divine soul. It's a kind of mysterious mental energy connecting the physical body and heavenly Tao. Martial artists can cultivate Tao because the divine soul can communicate with heavenly Tao. If one has to insist on saying what it is, I feel that it's the extension of heavenly Tao." The extension of heavenly Tao, Yi Yuan ruminated on Dustless's words, his mind starting to sink into the lesser, heaven-span mountain. Myriad lives have intelligence and are a part of heavenly Tao. The physical body is a dead substance without the soul. S and wood are dead objects without spirit. If say that the divine soul is a line, this end connects to material, that end is Anch. Ed to heavenly Tao. Gradually a trace of enlightenment was born in Yi Yuan's heart. Above the lesser heaven-span mountain, the aura of Tao gradually grew thicker. Yi Yuan's divine soul left the body and flew above the lesser heaven-span mountain. Gradually, his figure became illusory, becoming countless light dots, and finally, completely dissipating. In this area of SPAC, the existence of Yi Yuan's divine soul could no longer be seen. But sensing carefully, it was as if his divine soul was omnipresent. Seeing this scene, Dustless's pupils constricted slightly as he cried out in surprise. This kid gained epiphany again! Soul fusing into Tao, feeling the source of great Tao. Even Empyreans can accomplish it too. 100 years Pa-S, said in a twinkle. On this day, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze incomparably deep. Divine soul returning to position. Yi Yuan felt an inflating feeling within his body. He was actually going to break through. Thoughts stirring, countless middle-grade divine essence stones appeared around Yi Yuan. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan started absorbing divine essence frenziedly. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. Yi Yuan finally reached seventh firmament, divine vestige, in one stroke. Tao realm is at grand completion. Wonder when can I step into that fleeting and ephemeral ancestor realm. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Chapter 1914. Lus True's Gold, Great Imperial Capital. Chapter 1914. Lus True's Gold, Great Imperial Capital. The legacy left behind by sacred ancestor high priest let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of alchemy Tao realms. Before the Tao realm was the initial realm, surface level, ignorant about Tao. Getting to know the alchemy Tao was the initial realm. Initial realm alchemists relied entirely on experience when refining pills and could not find the proper approach. Hence, it was very hard to refine high-quality medicinal pills. After initial realm was Tao realm. Tao realm alchemists already understood the great Tao. Refining pills were accomplished with high proficiency. Refining divine-grade divine pills were also accomplished with high proficiency. Yi Yuan entered this realm since he triggered great Tao heavenly melody. At present, 100 years of comprehending Tao and creating the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. His comprehension into the divine soul and alchemy Tao grew deeper with each Pa-S. Singday, Tao realm also finally reached the realm of grand completion. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, the comprehension of this soul-driving Tao fusion pill let him have a tremendous understanding of alchemy Tao. Presently, although it still remained at the deducing stage, it already let him obtain tremendous benefits. According to the inheritance left behind by sacred ancestor high priest, there was an even higher realm above Tao realm. That was the ancestor realm. The medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest resided in this realm. Ancestor realm was an even more drawn-out realm. It was not just the two of them that reached ancestor realm. Some transcendent heavenly emperors were likewise able to reach this realm, but these two people clearly walked further. Yi Yuan's Tao realm was at grand completion and only a step away from the ancestor realm. It was just that this step was far too difficult. Alchemists capable of reaching grand completion Tao realm could similarly be counted on the fingers of one hand. The majority were some formidable characters among 7-star and 8-star. As for the ancestor realm, that was even rarer. Yi Yuan was presently at the grand completion Tao realm. It could be said that his comprehension in the alchemy Tao already surpassed said over 90% of the heaven-span world's alchemists, and he was merely at rank 5 presently. After more than 10 years' time, an upheaval transformation already happened to Heavenly Eagle. In over a decade, a large batch of celestial deity powerhouses sprung up. Divine Lord realms were even too many to enumerate. The overall strength of Heavenly Eagle rose to a new high. Most important, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already became just like a small-scale alchemy holy land. Presently, the alchemists who rushed over from other places, hoping to join the Pill Tower, were too many to count. The Pill Tower also drafted strict assessment criteria to select talents. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Tonger and Treasure Pig were already waiting outside long ago. Seeing Yi Yuan, Treasure Pig flew over with a whoosh, tunneling straight into Yi Yuan's bosom. The intention of curry favor was very obvious. Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig seemed to have discovered Yi Yuan's difference and cried very happily. Tonger sensed something, a hint of surprise flash. Plussing across his eyes as he said, heart carefree like clouds will akin to running water flowing east and west. You are at Grand Completion Tao Realm. Grand Completion Tao Realm was an extremely mysterious and abstruse realm. Those able to touch it were exceedingly few. But Tonger was someone in Tao Realm to begin with, so he could naturally detect Yi Yuan's changes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, secluding for 10 years, I finally have some understanding. It's indeed at the Grand Completion. Hearing this, the corners of Tonger's mouth twitched slightly. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, became complicated. As a 7-star alchemy D, and being able to satisfy Treasure Pig, Tonger's strength naturally went without saying. In reality, he had long stepped into the Tao realm, making his alchemy Tao strength far surpa S. Sing same rank alchemists. You punk, truly a freak. Could it be that you really comprehended the soul driving Tao fusion pill? Tonger said, rather disbelievingly. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, how is that possible? I haven't even touched spirit medicines. I just have some direction. As for whether it can succeed or not, it will depend on Bai Chen, that kid's fortunes. Tonger's heart felt a chill. Yi Yuan saying so indicated that he definitely had some confidence. Creating a new kind of medicinal pill. Furthermore, it was this kind of extremely high difficulty medicinal pill. This was absolutely not that simple of a matter. It needed countless deductions and failures before it had a possibility of succeeding. Suddenly, Tonga looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said, Heavenly Eagle's resources are unable to support you to complete this pill formula at all. So what do you plan to do? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I know, so I plan on making a trip to LES True's Gold Great Imperial Capital and hope to reach an agreement with the Myriad Treasure Tower. That way, we won't lack spirit medicines anymore. Tonger suddenly said, Since you're already at Grand Completion Tao Realm, I need you to help me refine a medicinal pill. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, There's naturally no problem. It's just that rank 5 divine pills doesn't seem to have any effect on you, right? Tonger shook his head and said, The cultivation method that my lineage cultivates is rather peculiar. Although the cultivation speed is very fast, every 50,000 years, I'll return to boyhood from old age once, the time as long as 1,000 years. Each time I return to boyhood from old age, my body, looks, strength will recover to the appearance of a 7 to an 8-year-old child. In these 1,000 years, I'm unable to cultivate and can only remain at the strength when I was 7 or 8. However, our lineage left behind several pill formulas. As long as we consume the medicinal pills, we can recover to a corresponding strength. With your current realm, coupled with Grand Completion Tao realm strength, the medicinal pill refined should be able to let me recover to true G, OD realm. So that's how it is. No problem, leave this to me. Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light, only now knowing why Tonger would become like this. But Yi Yuan became interested too. If Tonger could really recover true G, D realm strength, then Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would undoubtedly have an additional genuine powerhouse holding down the fort. At that time, even when facing the 9 pledge imperial capitals, 3 great powers, they would also have the strength to protect themselves. Yi Yuan could not help having a headache when he saw the pill formula. This medicinal pill was called Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill, a type of level 9 difficulty super rank 5 divine pill. The refining difficulty was extremely great. In fact, it was even a notch higher than the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. The spirit medicines on it, each type was extremely precious. No wonder Tonger never mentioned this matter all the way until now. After Yi Yuan delegated over some matters, he brought Bai Chen, Ning Tianping, Tonger, Treasure Pig, as well as the Myriad Treasure Tower Xiaofeng, and left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After 1,000 years past, said Xiaofeng's present strength was also no longer what it was in the past. It was just that his age was a little too old, his potential long already exhausted. Even with Yi Yuan's help, his improvement was also limited. Presently, he still remained at the realm of 4-star alchemy G, OD. But to Xiao Feng, his present realm was already what he did not dare to imagine. To be able to walk until this step today, he was naturally overwhelmed with gratefulness toward Yi Yuan. Inside the purple extreme hall, a group of people sat opposite facing each other. "This trip, I'll have to trouble brother Xiao," Yi Yuan said. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Younger brother Yi, you're too serious. I'm merely a measly 4-star alchemy G, OD. I don't even count as a supporting cast in the great imperial capital. During this trip, you'll likely still have to bring out your own strength. But there's one thing that you can rest assured about. The cities under the Myriad Treasure Tower mostly treat earning money as a top priority. As long as there are profits to be earned, they won't refuse." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I heard that the one in charge of LUS, True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, is Emperor Flutterfeather. He himself is a 7-star alchemy G, OD, with his alchemy Dao cultivation being exceedingly high. Not at all inferior compared to the powerhouses under the medicine ancestors' command. Wonder if I can experience his splendor this time or not." Chapter 1915, Not Seeing. Chapter 1915. Not seeing Xiao Feng open his mouth and did not speak. Yi Yuan's words, he could not comprehend it. LUS, True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, was an extremely famous city of medicinal pills within the human territories. The reason was none other than Emperor Flutterfeather was a 7-star alchemy G, OD who had a resounding reputation. 7-star alchemy G, OD was already the limits of what ordinary people could understand. Heavenly Emperor CLA's powerhouses, each one was very mysterious. Even Empyrean powerhouses found it hard to see their true face. 8-star alchemy G, ODS were naturally more mysterious than Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Reaching the boundary of 8-star alchemy G, OD, it was hard to be moved by secular objects at all. Wanting to invite them to take action was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. Only Heavenly Emperor CLA's powerhouses could entice them. Hence, Emperor Flutterfeather was naturally one of the Empyreans with exceedingly formidable alchemy Dao strength in the eyes of the human martial artists. With Yi Yuan's current alchemy Dao strength, it was already hard for ordinary alchemists to enter his sights. Only Emperor Flutterfeather, this level of super powerhouses, would he have the interest to have an exchange with. These words naturally sounded incomparably conceited to others, but Tonger by the side knew that Yi Yuan had this capital. In a blink, it was another few years. Yi Yuan's party crossed over countless city walls and finally arrived at LUS, True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. My God, is this LUS, True's Gold Great Imperial Capital made out of gold? Even if he had broadened his horizons greatly from following Yi Yuan, Ning Tianping was also dumbstruck with amazement by the scene before his eyes. Using resplendent and magnificent to describe this enormous city was all two apartment LUS, True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, was situated by the mountains. The city walls were all a stretch of golden color, looking like it was built using pure gold. Extremely grand and imposing. You're also looking down on LUS, True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, too much. Each brick of this city wall is integrated with 50% gilt iron zan and reinforced with a rank 7 grand array. Even an Empyrean powerhouse's attack can forget about leaving a mark behind on the city wall, Xiao Feng said. Ning Tianping said in shock, 50% gilt iron zan. That's a rank 7 material. Every little bit is worth 1,000 gold. This city is so big. Wouldn't it empty out the entire heaven-span world's gilt iron zan? Xiao Feng smiled and said, Myriad Treasure Tower is spread all over the heaven-span world. The income every day, you can't imagine it at all. This city is indeed extraordinary, but to Lord Heavenly Emperor, it's merely a single hair from 9 oxen. Hearing that, Yi Yuan was also incomparably shocked in his heart. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure could really be said to be the richest in the world. Halt! Do you all have customs clearance dock? You ments? A guard at the city gate entrance immediately stopped them when he saw Yi Yuan and the rest. When Xiao Feng saw the situation, he hurriedly bowed and said, "This brother, I'm a deacon under Springwind Hall. This is my token. These few are my Myriad Treasure Tower's good friends, and want to enter the city to discuss a deal with Springwind Hall. I hope that you can be accommodating." The present Xiao Feng was already a first-rate figure in Heavenly Eagle's Myriad Treasure Tower, but arriving here, he had to even humble himself towards a guard. The guard smiled disdainfully when he saw the token and said, "A mere low-level deacon also came to the great imperial capital to discuss business. You aren't joking, right? Do you know what kind of big business L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital is doing every day? Hurry up and get lost. Entering is also wasting the Lord's time." Xiao Feng looked toward Yi Yuan with a bitter smile, a helpless look on his face. His Tai was truly too low in a place like a great imperial capital. Even the guards looked down on him. Cities of a level did things at the same level. Those who came to great imperial capitals to talk business, which one wasn't a wealthy tyke. And of a region? Even so, before they entered the city, they still had needed customs clearance dock. Meant before they could enter the city. A measly imperial city's 4-star Alchemy What kind of big business could he bring? The powerhouses that the guard had seen before were too many to count, so he would not take Yi Yuan and the others, the celestial deity realms, seriously at all, even though he himself was also just a third firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan smiled and scooted over to the guard's side and said smilingly, "This brother, we really have business to discuss. I hope that you can be accommodating." He fished out a medicinal pill, like performing a magic trick, putting it in front of the guard. That guard's gaze turned sharp, and he hurriedly put it away and waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and go in, or don't block the people behind." A purple spirit, rank 5 divine pill. A small guard at his level could not afford to use it. The medicinal pill that Yi Yuan gave him was sufficient for him to break through to 4th firmament celestial deity. This kind of big gift. How could he not have the reason to let Yi Yuan go in? Yi Yuan clasped his hands and brought everyone into the city. "Younger brother Yi, really sorry about it." Xiao Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with an ashamed look. He also did not expect that he could not even enter the city gates. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, you don't need to be like this. If not for your token, even if I gave him medicinal pills, he also won't dare to accept it." L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's headquarters. Completely different from Heavenly Eagle's Myriad Treasure Tower that depended on others for a living. There were D knows how many major powers and great tyke. And that came and went here every day. If without the Myriad Treasure Tower's middleman leading the way, these guards absolutely did not dare to easily let them enter. This was also the reason why Yi Yuan had to bring Xiao Feng along. Ning Tianping said indignantly, really acting like Sen. "BS. After we're done with this deal, need to let that punk take a look at how one cannot judge people by appearance." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This world talks using strength. Our strength is naturally top-rate when placed in Heavenly Eagle. But arriving at a great imperial capital, it's nothing much anymore. The Empyrean powerhouses that guard had just now had seen are likely not in the minority too. Why would he pay attention to the few of us celestial deity realms?" Ning Tianping naturally knew this logic, but he was still very irate and said, "Humph! A rank 5 divine pill. Just take it as having fed a dog." The party entered the city and headed straight for the most prosperous region. After sing through many places, the few people arrived in front of a mansion. Xiao Feng showed the token and invitation to the guard and said respectfully, "This lowly one is Springwind Hall's low-level deacon, Xiao Feng. My master is River Calm Imperial Capital's high-level 5-star Alchemy G. Oh, D. Luja. This is Master's handwritten greeting. Hope that I can request an audience with Elder Jiang Yuan. When that guard heard Xiao Feng introduce his background, he had a disdainful look on his face. After looking at the greeting card, he waved his hand and said, "Go to the gatehouse over there and wait." Xiao Feng's heart eased up. He was afraid that this guard directly chased people away. Rivercom Imperial Capital was an imperial capital under L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital's command. Xiao Feng's master, Lu Jia, had some status in Rivercom Imperial Capital. Of course, arriving at a great imperial capital, it was still not enough to look at. This Jiang Yuan was Springwind Hall's elder, a true D-realm powerhouse, his status in Myriad Treasure Tower quite high. Before Xiao Feng came here, he requested for this greeting card from his master. It was just that whether people gave face or not, he had no confidence in his heart at all. Arriving at the gatehouse, the few people were immediately stunned. Inside the gatehouse was long already packed full of people. Furthermore, each and every one of them, their strengths were not ordinary. A servant issued Xiao Feng a number plate and said in an ordering tone, "This is your number, hold it properly. When your number is called, then go in." It could be seen that this elder Jiang Yuan status was rather high. Clearly, the people who came to find him for business were a lot. The few people did not expect that their wait lasted 7 days and 7 nights. After 7 days, their number plate was finally called. The servant led them into a house. Inside the house was a steward-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said coolly, "Bring up your greeting card." Xiao Feng hurriedly handed it up. The middle-aged man swept a glance, threw it back again, and said coolly, "You all leave. The family head is very busy and isn't free to see you all." Chapter 1916. Have your family head come find me. Chapter 1916. Have your family head come find me this? Lord Jianghua, can you accommodate a little? We really have important matters to discuss with Elder Jiang Yuan. Xiao Feng did not expect that waiting bitterly for 7 days and 7 nights, what he got was such a sentence. He did not feel that he lost face. It was just that being unable to help Yi Yuan made him very ashamed and guilty in his heart. It was hard to enter Blee Gate. Originally thought that his master was, at any rate, a high-level 5-star Alchemy D2 and could more or less have some face. Who knew that other people did not give you this face at all? Xiao Feng felt bitter in his heart. It was just that he did not want to give up just like this, and still wanted to fight for it. Who knew that Jiang Hua's expression turned dark and then said with a cold snort, "Important matter. Don't you, a low-level deacon, understand your ident? One tie? Everyone that comes over to find family head all says that they have important matters. If I let anyone in, how do I still work as a steward? Also, holding a 5-star Alchemy D's greeting card, and you want to come and meet family head? In great imperial capitals, what do 5-star Alchemy DS count for? Quickly get lost. Don't block other people." Xiao Feng's fury rose up with a whoosh. He was merely body, but Jiang Hua's words insulted his master, which made him unable to accept it. "You, bullying people too far. You're merely a celestial deity yourself. So who do you think you are?" Xiao Feng said furiously. Jiang Hua's gaze turned cold and did not even give any warning. Raising his hand, it was a palm. Xiao Feng was merely a divine lord realm. This palm came over akin to toppling mountains and overturning the seas. How could he block it? But right at this time, Jiang Hua only felt a blur before his eyes, and his attack was actually dissolved without a sound. So fast! Jiang Hua's pupils constricted, secretly shocked in his heart. He was 9th firmament celestial deity, and actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. One had to know Yi Yuan was merely a 7th firmament celestial deity. However, he did not care at all because this place was the Jiang Manor. What? Do you guys want to cause trouble in the Jiang Manor? Jiang Hua said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "It was clearly you who attacked first. How did it become us who caused trouble?" Not seeing then not seeing. There's also no need to insult people's master. I'll send my regards to your father right now. I wonder how you'd feel? You see, I haven't even extended my greetings and your expression already changed. Therefore, you should be more understanding of others. Don't let your eyes grow on top of your head. A round of words was said until Jiang Hua's face alternated between green and white. Yi Yuan was clearly scolding him, yet it was like he did not scold, making Jiang Hua feel aggrieved, only to see his expression turn dark and he said in a cold voice, "Humph! Looks like you guys aren't placing my Jiang Manor in your eyes. Come, guards, take these few people down for me and teach them a good lesson." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, a powerful aura instantly erupted, locking Jiang Hua down firmly. Jiang Hua's expression suddenly changed, like his throat was clutched by someone. Even breathing became anguish. Plussing. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. Why would a 7th firmament celestial deity give him such tremendous pressure? Under the word of command, for to 5 9th firmament celestial deity, powerhouses dashed in all at once. They were all the Jiang Manor's house guards. Even though there were many true D powerhouses inside great imperial capitals, it was naturally impossible for them to become a house guard of a Jiang Manor. Steward Jiang, are you okay? When the guards saw Jiang Hua's complexion turn white, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. This 7th firmament celestial deity young man in front of them actually gave them a feeling of being unable to overcome with force. This kind of feeling was truly ludicrous. Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Hua and said coolly, "You rely on your master's might to bully others here, but you said that we don't put the Jiang Manor in our eyes. Can you, a puny little steward, represent the Jiang Manor? Or is it that you took yourself to be the Jiang Manor's master? What a show of authority!" When the guards heard that, their expressions when looking at Jiang Hua were full of peculiarness. But Jiang Hua's expression changed, and he said stammeringly, "Why, you're slinging mud at people." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You said the words yourself. The show of authority was displayed by you. And you said that I'm slinging mud? Does every person who comes to Jiang Manor have to see your attitude? We waited for 7 days and night, handed over the greeting card, and felt that there was no problem in the area of etiquette when we touched our hearts and asked ourselves. But you only swept a glance at the greeting card and made us scram? ASN. Oh, bish person like you probably chased away quite a few people indiscriminately, right? As a servant, you made enemies for your master everywhere. Did I malign you then?" Those house guards all exchanged glances. They all knew that Steward Jiang Hua was indeed becoming more and more haughty. When doing things now, he was somewhat arrogant. Everyone's cultivation realm was clearly more or less the same, but he totally paid no attention to them, these guards. Hence, what Yi Yuan said was not wrong. Imperial cities were still all right, but of those who came to visit, there were quite a number of imperial capitals' powerhouses. Just as Yi Yuan said, what if among these people someone rose up? Then it was provoking huge trouble for his own master. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the gatehouse there. Quite a number of people had already surrounded them long ago. Some people could not help secretly approving when they heard Yi Yuan's words. Most of them had to look to Jiang Yuan for help. Hence, they could only humble themselves and wait in the gatehouse, waiting to be called in. It was just that meeting or not was also entirely up to Jiang Hua's whims. These few years, Jiang Hua extorted considerable profit from them. As for those who came from imperial cities like Yi Yuan, Jiang Hua completely turned his nose up at them and naturally could not be bothered to reach his hand out towards them as well. But Jiang Hua laughed coldly when he heard that and said, Your meaning is that you'll be a remarkable, important figure in the future, an existence that even our family head can't afford to provoke? Ha ha ha. I want to hear what important matters, A.B. You, kin who came from a mere imperial city, have to find family head. No need. I'll make your family head come find me, personally. Brother Shao, let's go. Yi Yuan said coolly. As he said, he withdrew his aura and brought Shao Feng and prepared to turn around and leave. The pressure on Jiang Hua's body suddenly lightened, but he was already furious to the extreme in his heart. Seeing Yi Yuan go out, Jiang Hua gave a furious roar. Go invite the true Ji, D-Realm retainer in the house, and take this punk down for me. I want to see how he becomes a big shot. Who's? H. Plus a ray of sword light directly tore apart the void, immediately Russ. H.I. plussing in from outside the house and Bruss. H.I. plussing past Jiang Hua's ear. Jiang Hua only felt a wind blow past. The muscles in his body suddenly tensed up. Crack! A wooden beam behind Jiang Hua was directly split into two. Jiang Hua's pupils constricted, only knowing in hindsight that he had already had a brush with the G.O.D. of death. Drip, drip. Cold sweat flowed down the side of his head. He stood there and did not dare to make the slightest movement for a long time, all the way until Yi Yuan's figure disappeared from the area of the Jiang Manor. Those guards also looked at this scene in astonishment, incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were all rejoicing, lucky they did not take action just now. Otherwise, they would probably all be corpses now. Law of fusion. Spatial law. This young man was incredible. Suddenly, Jiang Hua's entire body trembled, finally recovering his senses. Is he gone? Jiang Hua asked the guards anxiously and doubtfully. Chapter 1917. Chapter 1917. Earth Qilin Jigan, Steward Jiang, the guard said with lingering fear. Only then did Jiang Hua come back to his senses and heave a long sigh in relief. Immediately after, he gave a cold snort again and said disdainfully, Foolish thing! Family head is the Springwind Hall's elder. Why would he go look for a trash like you? It was true that Yi Yuan was formidable, but formidable people in this L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital were too many. How could family head Jiang Yuan possibly go and personally try to meet a celestial deity? It was absolutely impossible for this sort of thing to happen. Thinking about it, he turned around and went out of the wing room. He went into a courtyard of the Jiang Manor. This place was the residence of Jiang Manor's retainers. Oh, isn't this younger brother Jiang Hua? What wind blew you over? Why is your expression so ugly? There's actually still someone who dares to provoke younger brother in this Jiang Manor? When a middle-aged man in fitting attire saw Jiang Hua, he immediately greeted him with all smiles. This retainer was called Qin Guan, a first firmament true G.O.D. powerhouse. One should not look at how he was a true G.O.D. realm powerhouse. He was still very polite toward Jiang Hua. These foreign surname retainers, the allocation of resources, all had to go through Jiang Hua's hands. Jiang Hua's authority in the Jiang family was tremendous. Forging good relations with him naturally had no downside. Jiang Hua's expression was very ugly as he said, Elder brother Qingguan, this brother was threatened by someone today. I hope that elder brother can help me vent this frustration. Qingguan said in surprise, There's actually someone who dares to threaten younger brother? Is he tired of living? Tell me about it. Qingguan was not a fool either, meddling in everything. If it was a true G.O.D., or an existence that he could not afford to provoke, he naturally did not dare to deal with it. Even if persimmons, he got to pick the soft ones to knead. Hearing Jiang Hua's words, his face fell. He then said in a cold voice, What a conceited brat! He's used to being arrogant in the imperial city, right? This place is a great imperial capital. Even true G.O.D. powerhouses don't dare to be insolent. This punk is really tired of living. Younger brother, you say what to do about him. Hearing that it was a few celestial deity realms, Qin Guan was immediately roused up. This persimmon, he was going to need it. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Jiang Hua's eyes, and he said, "Humph! This kid who's ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget it if he insulted me. But he turned his nose up at the Jiang Manor. He deserves to die. Brother Qin Guan, I'll grasp his whereabouts at all times these few days. You help me end him." Qin Guan patted his chest and said, "Relax, leave it to me." When Jiang Hua saw that he agreed, he smiled and said, "Brother Qin Guan, rest assured after the matter is done. Jiang Hua will definitely show generous thanks." Parting on a sour note, Xiao Feng had an apologetic and guilty look on his face. "Yi Yuan, sorry master's debt of grat. 1. 2 toward this Xiao is akin to a mountain. I truly can't allow others to vilify him." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't even have time to thank you yet. What are you saying sorry for? These stewards all have eyes growing on top of their heads. Even if a true D powerhouse came, they might turn their noses up at him too. Why bother with someone like him? But without Elder Jiang Yuan's connections, wouldn't our trip have been in vain?" Xiao Feng said awkwardly, "Heaven doesn't seal off all paths. There will always be a way," Yi Yuan said. "Your Excellency, then what should we do now?" Ning Tianping asked. Yi Yuan said, "Since the road here is blocked, let's go buy some spirit medicines first. When Tonger's strength recovers to the true D realm, our safety will also be more secure. In this great imperial capital where true DS walked everywhere, Yi Yuan's current strength was still a little weak. With a true D powerhouse by his side, it would naturally be much safer. Yi Yuan was also prepared against Jiang Hua, but he did not expect that he really guessed it correctly. Jiang Hua did not plan to let them off. The party left the Jiang Manor and headed straight for the 100 Herb Gathering. The 100 Herb Gathering was a large-scale spirit medicine trading market, covering a very vast area. It was established by the Myriad Treasure Tower, but those selling spirit medicines here were far from just the Myriad Treasure Tower alone. This place gathered more than a dozen major forces, large businesses, and even many retail brokers, mutually helping to make up for what the others lack, forming a Civ spirit medicine market. The daily throughput capacity was various stonies. Plussing. Of course, the Myriad Treasure Tower also earned boatloads in this area. The spirit medicines that Tanger's cleansing rain dream reverting pill required were too rare. They could only be gathered in a place like the 100 Herb Gathering. If even this place was unable to gather them, then there was only getting super lucky in the future, or wait for him to recover his strength after 1,000 years. A beautiful female attendant asked Ji Yuan with a radiant smile, "Sir, may I ask what spirit medicines you need?" The 100 Herb Gathering had an inquiry area. Martial artists could search for the spirit medicines that they need here. The 100 Herb Gathering had a dazzling array of spirit medicines, all levels of spirit medicines, with a great variety and in an extremely huge number. If martial artists went to find one by one, who knew how much time they would have to waste? For this, the 100 Herb Gathering built a large-scale array formation and categorized all of the spirit medicines into different SES into the array formation. When it entered the warehouse, when was it sold? There were clear records. This way it was easy to manage and also convenient for martial artists to check. Yi Yuan said, "Help me check for ironwood ash, blackheart seaweed, earth qilin." Yi Yuan listed a large bunch of spirit medicines in one go. That beautiful attendant's dainty fingers moved slightly, entering one spell after another into the array formation in front of her. Very soon, the results were out. "Sir, our Myriad Treasure Tower and Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce both have ironwood ash. Deer Chase Merchanting A.S. Association has 2 portions of blackheart seaweed." The beautiful attendant spoke with confidence and composure, reporting the results of the inquiry. Yi Yuan frowned when he heard it and said, "What about the earth Qilin?" The beautiful attendant answered with a smile. "It was still in stock just now, but it might be gone now. Before Sir came, Master Qin Chong had just inquired about this earth Qilin and has already gone over now. Currently, in the 100 Herb gathering, there's just one portion of earth Qilin." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Since it hasn't been sold yet, then I should still be able to go and inquire, right? Tell me the stall. This shouldn't violate the rules, right?" The attendant smiled and said, "It naturally doesn't violate. Sir can go take a look. But Master Qin Chong is a famous 6-star alchemy G. Oh, D in the city." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Tell me." The attendant was helpless and could only tell Yi Yuan the stall. This earth Qilin was a type of spirit medicine. It got its name because it looked remarkably like the legendary divine beast Qilin. It was extremely seldom seen. Such a large 100 Herb gathering only had this one portion. The rarity could be seen. But this earth Qilin was a core ingredient to refine the cleansing rain dream reverting pill. Once he let it slip by this time, no idea when he would be able to find it again. Yi Yuan naturally would not be willing to give up. According to that attendant's instructions, Yi Yuan found that stall very soon, but he saw that an old man was currently flushed to the ears, appearing very indignant. That earth Qilin was currently quietly placed in a jade container. This old man was likely Master Chen Chong that attendant spoke of. Seeing that the earth Qilin was not sold, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. Looks like these two people did not reach an agreement in the transaction of the earth Qilin. "You this fellow, how can you be so obstinate? My exquisite jade heart recovery pill already reached peak heaven grade, infinitely close to divine grade. I already said I'll use other things to compensate you. Why aren't you willing to relent?" Qin Chong said angrily to the stall owner. Chapter 1918. Vying with the Master for Spirit Medicine. Chapter 1918. Vying with the Master for Spirit Medicine, the stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing a felt cap, looking somewhat weather-beaten. Seeing Master Qin Chong flying off the handle, he said with an indifferent look, "I already said this earth Qilin can only be exchanged for a divine grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Lower than divine grade, not exchanging altogether." Qin Chong felt exasperated. Pointing at the nose of the middle-aged man with a felt hat, he said, "You go out and inquire this L.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. Apart from me, Qin Chong, who else can refine a peak heaven grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill? Unless Lord Flutterfeather personally takes action. Otherwise, even if you wait 10,000 years, you might not be able to get divine grade too." Exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill was a level 9 difficulty, rank 5 divine pill. It could be said to be a rank 5 healing, holy medicine. The refining difficulty was not at all inferior to the Sun, Moon, Azure Sky pill. Even for Chen Chong, this kind of alchemy master who was known far and wide, wanting to refine divine grade also had to depend on luck. Peak heaven grade and divine grade were only separated by a thin line, but this thin line was as hard as ascending to the heavens. That was the difference between knowing and not knowing. With Chen Chang's strength, if he kept on refining, there would always be hope of refining a divine grade. It was just that this way, disregarding whether or not there were that many spirit medicines, the price was also too high. The middle-aged man in the felt hat said coolly, "Then I'll wait until a divine grade one appears." Qin Chong could not help choking when he heard that, an enraged appearance from disappointment surfacing on his face. Why are you so stubborn?" The middle-aged man in felt hat saw that Qin Chong was anxious. The expression on his face eased up slightly, and he said with cupped fists, "Master Qin Chong, I know that your alchemy Tao strength is exceedingly formidable, but my brother's injury must use a divine grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. This earth Qilin, I really can't sell to you. Please forgive me." The moment Qin Chong heard it, His face involuntarily revealed a depressed look. One could tell that he clearly coveted this earth Qilin immensely. If I can bring out a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill, can this earth Qilin be exchanged with me? The two people were currently at a stalemate when a voice sounded out by the side. The two people glanced over, but saw a young man in white robes walking over to the side. This young man was naturally Yi Yuan. When Chen Chang saw the situation, he flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a frown, "Where did this little imp come from? Don't cause trouble here." When the middle-aged man in the felt hat heard this, his eyes originally lit up. But, seeing Yi Yuan's young visage, he immediately lost interest. "Young man, don't come and make fun of me. I can't bear being made the target of emus. E.N.T. Go back to where you came from." Although Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good, it could not enter their sights at all. In this L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, Seventh Firmament Celestial Deity Martial Artists could be described using as plentiful as oxen hair. Why would they pay any attention? Let alone Qinchang, a late-stage true G.O.D. realm top powerhouse, high-level 6-star alchemy God. This middle-aged man in the felt hat also had first firmament true G.O.D. cultivation. Yi Yuan did not mind and said smilingly, "I don't have time to make fun of you. This earth Qilin is very important to me. If you need the exquisite jade heart recovery pill, I can refine it for you right now. Let's hand over the money in one hand and the goods in the other." Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted quite a few people's attention. Where did this kid come out from to actually dare us and ATCH spirit medicines from Master Qin Chang? He even said that he's going to refine a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill on the spot. This trumpet is blown really hard. Truly shameless boasting. Even Master Qin Chang has to take a chance when refining the exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Could it be that he, a measly little 5-star alchemy G.O.D. can refine it? Qin Chang's reputation was clearly very resounding. Quite a number of experts present were very familiar with him. A celestial deity realm that popped out from G.O.D. knows were said that he was going to refine a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. This kind of spectacle was really rather funny. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Qin Chang's face fell and he said, "Young man, do you know who this old man is? To actually dare us and ATCH something from this old man?" Yi Yuan looked at Qin Chang and said with a smile, "I naturally know your master Qin Chang, but this exquisite jade heart recovery pill, weren't you unable to refine it? Since you can't refine it, you can't very well let this earth Qilin be wasted here, right? Master Qin Chang, you enjoy high prestige and command universal respect. If you can take out a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this child naturally won't fight with you." When Qin Chang heard that, his face could not help turning black. How could divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill be so easy to refine? If he could take it out, why would he still need to talk rubbish here? Humph. Punk, you also got to come up prepared when bragging, all right? It's not that this old man is boasting, but in this L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, apart from Lord Flutterfeather, no one has absolute confidence in being able to refine a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. As for the other few people, their strengths are almost on par with this old man, a hairline away from this old man. They naturally have to depend on luck too. You say that you can refine it? Who would believe? Chen Chang said with a disdainful look. When the others heard this, they all secretly nodded their heads, and they mocked Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability in their hearts. Master Qin Chang was naturally not boasting. He naturally had his confidence in saying these words. No one would feel that there was anything inappropriate, but the words Yi Yuan said that was boasting. For some time, mocking voices sounded out all around. ridiculing Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the felt hat and said smilingly, "Senior, please hold out on packing up the stall and wait here for a moment. You will be right back, okay?" The middle-aged man in felt hat looked at Yi Yuan with a suspicious look and said coolly, "If you can really bring a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this Earth Qilin is naturally yours." As he said, the middle-aged man in the felt hat actually did not take it seriously at all. He was naturally aware of Chun Chang's reputation and was not willing to overly offend too. Hence, that was why he said those words. To say that Yi Yuan was even more formidable than Chun Chang. He would not believe even if he was beaten to death too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and immediately turned around and left. Chun Chang snorted coldly and naturally thought nothing of it. Forget that it was just a 5-star alchemy god. Even if a 6-star alchemy god came, he also had sufficient confidence to feel that the other party would be inferior to him. A celestial deity realm brat, whose skeletal age did not exceed 1,000 years old, could refine a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill? A fantasy tale. After Yi Yuan left, he went to inquire about the spirit medicines needed to refine the exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Disregarding other things, his actions still aroused quite a number of people's attention. Some people did not believe in such heresy and actually followed Yi Yuan to move around within the 100 herb gathering. Although the exquisite jade heart recovery pill was a level 9 difficulty medicinal pill compared to the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, the medicinal pills needed were much more common. Various major factions all had some stock. Yi Yuan gathered them very quickly. Of course, this also cost quite a bit of his divine essence stones. But the present Yi Yuan already obtained the Purple Extreme Hall's inheritance and also sat on the Southridge 10 cities. Even if he reduced quite a bit of tax, he was also an out-and-out nouveau riche. Purchasing these spirit medicines was naturally not difficult. Within this 100 herb gathering, quite a few people were all exchanging for medicinal pills. Pill refining rooms were naturally equipped. Yi Yuan gathered the spirit medicines and rented a pill refining room and started refining the pill. Outside the pill refining room, a group of people surrounded there, clamoring to get a word in. This boy really went to refine pills. These spirit medicines that he bought, he probably spent no less than 1 million middle-grade divine essence stones, right? Goodness gracious. Don't look at how this brat is young. He's really a wealthy guy. Reckon that he's a wastrel. Just the likes of him also want to refine a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Chapter 1919. Where's your family's grown-up? Chapter 1919. Where's your family's grown-up came out. This boy came out. Just how long has it been? He's already done refining. Refine my ASS. It's naturally a failure. Just this short can refine a level 9 difficulty medicinal pill. The moment Yi Yuan came out, it immediately caused a commotion. He came out too quickly, using only less than 4 hours. Logically speaking, the higher the difficulty of the medicinal pill, the more troublesome it was to refine. Exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this kind of medicinal pill, the time expended would naturally be longer. Even for a master like Chun Chang, spending 8 to 10 hours, 12 to 14 hours was a normal occurrence. Yi Yuan entered the pill refining room for less than 4 hours from start to finish. What could he refine? Did he really take level 9 difficulty medicinal pills to be cabbages on the streets? Anyhow refined? Toward these meddlesome people. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with them. He divided the crowd as he walked right over toward the stall of that middle-aged man in the felt hat. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help having stunned faces. This kid really went. Asking for trouble? Amen? This kid can get back so quickly? A large group of people pouring over naturally attracted the attention of Chun Chang and the middle-aged man in the felt hat. After Yi Yuan left, he hounded the middle-aged man in the felt hat and prattled for a long time. But the middle-aged man in the felt hat did not commit himself until success was certain and insisted on seeing the divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill before he was willing to let it go. Seeing Yi Yuan come over, Qin Chang said huffily, "Stinking brat, you really dared to come. Don't tell me that you already refined a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill in this short while." When the middle-aged man in the felt hat looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes revealed an impatient look but did not speak. "That's of course. Otherwise, would I, a junior, really dare to make fun of you too?" Yi Yuan smiled and said. As he said, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle with a seal and threw it to the middle-aged man in the felt hat. The middle-aged man in the felt hat received it and took a look. His expression immediately changed. Not just him. The expression on Qin Chang's face also became serious. Through the small bottle, one could see that the color of the medicinal pill was extremely pretty, giving people a refres. Plussing feeling. Needless to say, the quality of this medicinal pill must be very high. The middle-aged man in the felt hat sunk a wisp of divine sense into the small bottle. The expression on his face became more and more shocked. Following that, it was a look of wild elation. Looking at the color was one thing. Whether or not it was really a divine-grade medicinal pill still needed to be tested. Everyone stared at the middle-aged man in the felt hat. His expression infected the people around him, making everyone's faces likewise becoming shocked. Could it be that inside this small bottle was really a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill? Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the felt hat quietly and did not say anything. With his present strength, even refining a vast spirit, exquisite jade heart recovery pill was a cinch, let alone talk about a purple spirit divine pill. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the felt hat lightly pushed the jade box containing the earth qilin, pus, plussing it in front of Yi Yuan, and said, "This earth qilin is yours. The quality of the medicinal pill is even better than I imagined. If you need any other compensation, feel free to open your mouth." One sentence shocked everyone. It's really a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. My eyesight must be failing. Could it be that this brat's alchemy Tao strength is even stronger than Master Qin Chang's? Master Qin Chang pushed for half a day here, and this middle-aged man in the felt hat refused to loosen up. Now he actually gave the earth qilin to this young man just like that. The impact that this scene brought to everyone was too intense. In great imperial capitals, divine-grade medicinal pills were not rare, but divine-grade level 9 medicinal pills, that was seldom seen. The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills, it could be said that each one was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Heaven grade was easy to encounter, divine grade was hard to find. But now, Yi Yuan took out a divine grade level 9 medicinal pill. How could they not be shocked? Plus, there was Qin Chang, this master for comparison by the side. This shock became even more intense. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to take the earth qilin, but he heard Qin Chang shout loudly, "Hold on!" The middle-aged man in the felt hat frowned and said, "Master, now that the transaction is done, could it be that Master wants to wreck the deal?" In the 100 herb gathering, the transaction of things was given by one and accepted by another. Ruining deals here was a very serious crime. Even for an existence like Qin Chang, he could not bear it too. Qin Chang did not answer. Reaching his hand out towards the middle-aged man in the felt hat, he said, "Let me take a look at the medicinal pill." The middle-aged man in the felt hat hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still said the small bottle over. He was not worried about Qin Chang destroying the medicinal pill because he could not bear the consequences. Qin Chang received the small bottle and also sunk a wisp of divine sense inside. Very soon, the expression on his face became complicated and astonished, just like the middle-aged man in felt hat earlier. "Brat, where's your family's grown-up?" Qin Chang asked Yi Yuan with a solemn look. "Grown up?" Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. Stop feigning ignorance. Looking at your bone age, you absolutely won't exceed 2,000 years old. If you can refine an exquisite jade heart recovery pill that infinitely approaches vast spirit, divine grade at your tiny age, wouldn't this old man's many years have been in vain? Qin Chang said. Hearing this, the surrounding people all revealed a look of sudden realization. Yeah, this boy must have come from some great alchemy family. There must be an extremely formidable high-level alchemy D behind him. That high-level alchemy D strength was at least by no means inferior to Master Qin Chang. He might be even more powerful than him. Otherwise, Master Qin Chang also would not take it so seriously. As for Yi Yuan spending 2 to 4 hours to go refine the pill earlier, that was merely to pull the wool over people's eyes. Hearing Qin Chang's words, Yi Yuan's face revealed a strange look. Could it be that his performance was too Estonies? I+ing? This Qin Chang actually did not believe that the medicinal pill was refined by him. If he refined a vast spirit divine pill, would Qin Chang speculate that the powerhouse behind him was Lord Medicine Ancestor? This medicinal pill was refined by me, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Qin Chang looked at Yi Yuan and said in earnest, Young man, wanting to become famous is a good thing, but you have to rely on your own ability. With the way you are, even if you really become renowned under the heavens, if other people really came to find you to request for pills, what will you do? Your background isn't bad. Don't harm yourself. Clearly, Qin Chang did not believe Yi Yuan's words at all. Yi Yuan went out and walked one round, and only spent less than 4 hours and then took out a purple spirit divine pills. In Qin Chang's view, this was merely Yi Yuan exposing himself unwittingly by trying to cover things up, hoping that others would believe that this medicinal pill was refined by him. In reality, in his mind, Yi Yuan merely just happened to have a divine grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill on him. If he came from a powerful alchemy family, carrying a few healing holy medicines on him was all too normal. It was just that this kind of vanity made Qin Chang very disdainful. By the side, by Qin and Ning Tianping, seriously could not listen anymore, and was just about to refute with a few words, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. Master Qin Chang lectured well. This junior has learned my lesson. However, my family's grown-up isn't following by my side. I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Master, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that no matter how he explained, this old man probably would not believe it, so he could only go along with his words. Chapter 1920. Obscure Medicinal Pill. Chapter 1920. Obscure medicinal pill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Qin Chang's face revealed a hint of pity. An alchemist capable of refining such a high-quality, exquisite jade heart recovery pill was absolutely an extremely formidable figure. Reaching his realm, being able to exchange pointers with such a character was much more important than an earth qilin. Qin Chang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, Lad, following such a formidable figure, you have to cultivate well. Being able to learn 10% to 20% of his abilities is sufficient for you to benefit for life. Yi Yuan's attitude of acknowledging his fault made his impression of Yi Yuan become a little better. A fault confessed was half redressed. It was just that he did not notice how odd the expressions of Bai Chen and Ning Tianping behind Yi Yuan were. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, Yes, Junior will definitely work doubly hard from today onwards. Then, can this Junior put away this earth qilin? The corners of Qin Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Waving his hand, he indicated for Yi Yuan to keep it. This earth qilin was too precious. It could not be bought just by having money. If not obtaining it this time, then no idea when he would have the chance to encounter it again next time. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Lightly flicking his sleeves, he put away the earth qilin. Lad, I wonder what's the name of your family's grown-up? Where are you from? Qin Chang clearly did not give up yet, wanting to inquire about Yi Yuan's background. It was just that how could Yi Yuan go and make up a background? So he just brushed it off by saying, "Master, my family repeatedly exhorted that I mustn't reveal my background when traveling outside. Otherwise, I'll be served with family punishment. I'm really sorry." When Chen Chong heard that, he could only heave a sigh with a helpless look, turned around, and left. The middle-aged man in the felt hat kept the medicinal pill and said to Yi Yuan, "Little brother, although this middle age wasn't personally refined by you, it's a great help to me. The value of your medicinal pill already far surpa." Said the Earth Qilin. "Whatever conditions that need to be added on, feel free to speak up." Originally, the value of a level 9 difficulty, rank 5 divine, pill naturally far exceeded a rank 5 spirit medicine. It was just that an Earth Qilin was too rare. That was how the middle-aged man in the felt hat could hike the price on the spot, using it to exchange for a divine grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Although he was a true D powerhouse if really made him buy a divine grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill, even if he smashed his iron pots and pans to sell as SCR. P-iron, he could not afford it either. A divine grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Even Chin Chong could not refine it. It could be imagined how valuable it was. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "No need, just a medicinal pill. It doesn't count as much. Just take it as making a friend." The middle-aged man in the felt hat was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so generous, but thinking about it, he also felt at ease. With Yi Yuan's background, he probably completely did not care for that bit of compensation, right? "Little brother, I'll become friends with you. This time, just take it as me owing you a favor. If you need any help from me, Huozhen, feel free to open your mouth." The middle-aged man in the felt hat cupped his fists, turned around, and left. Inside the 100 Herb Gatherings pill refining room, Bai Chen and Ning Tianping both had reluctant looks on their faces. Tong hugged Treasure Pig, a hint of dissatisfaction flash. Plussing across in his eyes. "I think that old punk was clearly looking for a way out. Truly preposterous." Bai Chen said, "That old man couldn't refine the medicinal pill himself, and yet he still measured using the yardstick of a petty man, not believing that the medicinal pill was refined by you. What a joke! Ignorant." Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not vying is vying. Your own strength only belongs to yourself. No need for other people's recognition. That moment when they witness your power, why would there be a need to provide any explanations?" Ning Tianping and Bai Chen's pupils constricted, ruminating over Yi Yuan's words. Even Tonger also looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. He had lived for a long time and thought that he had long seen through the emptiness of the material world already, but discovered that he was actually inferior to a child. Yi Yuan's state of mind had long transcended worldliness already. It was also no wonder that he could have his present accomplishments. Yi Yuan looked at Tonger and said, "It's also that you're lucky, and it's also considered that my luck is decent. All in all, the spirit medicines are already gathered. This medicinal pill can begin to be refined." Tonger said, "No matter whether it succeeds in refining or not, I owe you a favor." To an Empyrean powerhouse, becoming like Tonger was clearly not reconciled to it. This feeling of powerlessness, no one would like it. Even if they gathered the spirit medicines, Tonger also maintained a conservative ATTI, toward whether or not Yi Yuan could succeed in the pill refinement. It was naturally not that Tonger did not believe in Yi Yuan's strength. The cleansing rain dream reverting pill was indeed not an ordinary medicinal pill. The refining difficulty was tremendous. Even among level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, it was also extremely difficult to refine. This kind of medicine belonged to the extremely obscure kind. Barely anyone in this world heard of it before, and no more than a handful of people knew how to refine. The spirit medicines used in this medicinal pill also belonged to those extremely obscure kinds. Obscurity represented that the usage was extremely limited. Never even heard of it before, how to refine it. This kind of obscure medicinal pill was a huge challenge to every alchemist. Forget about Yi Yuan, even when Tonga himself was at his prime. He totally could not refine it as well. If not for Yi Yuan reaching grand completion Dao realm, he also would not request for Yi Yuan to refine this medicinal pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You guys wait in the outer room. I need to go into seclusion for a few days to understand the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. After all, there's no second chance." When the few people arrived in the outer room, Tonger's expression suddenly became nervous. "Lord Tonger, my lord taking action. What are you still worried about? Since I started following him, I've never seen a medicinal pill that he can't refine." Seeing Tonger's nervous look, Ning Tianping found it rather funny as he said. Tonger rolled his eyes and said huffily, "What the H-E-L-I do you know?" The weight of the earth qilin was only sufficient for Yi Yuan to refine once. There was no opportunity for a second attempt. Hence, Yi Yuan was extremely prudent as well. Tonger understood the difficulty of refining. He naturally understood it even more so than the others. Being able to refine the level 9 difficulty, exquisite jade heart recovery pill did not mean being able to refine the similar difficulty, cleansing rain dream reverting pill. Pill refinement was another form of cultivation. If, say, comprehending alchemy was inner strength, then an understanding of pharmacology was external strength 1. Only by cultivating inner and external together that one could achieve a high-quality medicinal pill. But the chances of ironwood, ash, black heart, seaweed, earth qilin, these spirit medicines appearing was far too low. Yi Yuan only had one chance. To what degree he could refine the medicinal pill, that would be determined on to what degree he could understand these spirit medicines. He sliced a very tiny piece from the spirit medicine and carefully experienced the medicinal theory of these spirit medicines. This approach was extremely unilateral, because each portion of the spirit medicine, the law fragments contained was different. Yi Yuan could only deduce the medicinal properties of the entire spirit medicine through this tiny piece. Then he even had to deduce the entire pill refining process according to the pill formula. This process was complicated to the extreme. Even with Yi Yuan's present soul force, he also felt that it was too much for him to bear. But he had no choice anymore, and it would affect the refinement of the medicinal pill. Furthermore, among these spirit medicines, there were half that Yi Yuan had never come into contact with before. Each kind needed him to go and experience it carefully. One, a reference to wuxia, where inner strength is basically qi/true force, but superhuman level, not mountain-destroying level. Chapter 1921, Tonger apologizes. Chapter 1921, Tonger apologizes. Ha! I don't understand, but I know that His Excellency has never failed before. He might not be a match for a true G. Oh, D, but competing in pill refinement, no one can Serpa. SS him. Hearing Tonger's words, Ning Tianping was also very disdainful. Although he knew that Tonger was an Empyrean powerhouse, Tonger's attitude made him very displeased. Following Yi Yuan for a long time, Ning Tianping already had blind confidence in Yi Yuan. This was not his individual wars. H-I plus P, but the confidence that was continuously established in his heart from the miracle after miracle that he saw being at Yi Yuan's side. This kind of confidence was virtually unshakable. At least in alchemy, Yi Yuan had never failed before. No matter how difficult it was to refine a medicinal pill, reaching Yi Yuan's hands, it was also accomplished with ease. Especially after breaking through to the divine Lord realm, Yi Yuan's alchemy strength became more and more miraculous. It was naturally impossible for Ning Tianping to have any doubts. Tonga looked at Ning Tianping like looking at an idiot and said coolly, "Perhaps this cleansing rain dream reverting pill is his greatest challenge up to this point. I'm not saying that he can't refine it It's just that he has a very high chance of failing. Not possible. Ning Tianping returned 2 words, sonorous and forcefully. Tonger could not help choking when he heard it, and said with a cold snort, impervious to reason. At this time, Xiaofeng suddenly spoke up. Senior Tonger is right. Maybe this shall be younger brother Ye's greatest challenge up to this point. This cleansing rain dream reverting pill is different from the medicinal pills that he had encountered in the past. Xiaofeng explained the special aspects of the cleansing rain dream reverting pill for Ning Tianping and Bai Qin. He himself was an alchemist and was naturally clear about the knack involved. Listening to his explanation until the end, Ning Tianping's and Bai Chen's expressions also became solemn. Competing in pill refinement. Could it be that this Empyrean doesn't know more than you guys? Just a rank 5 divine pill. If Yi Yuan had the confidence of success, why would this Empyrean wait until he's at grand completion Dao realm before opening my mouth? 2 ignorant brats. Tonger said unhappily. Ning Tianping fell silent, but very soon he lifted his head again and said to Tonger, either way, it's impossible for His Excellency to fail. You just look properly. Tonger could not help choking when he heard this, and then he said with a cold snort, hopelessly foolish, H. Plus, in the blink of an eye, it was 30 over days. Yi Yuan did not come out all along. Ning Tianping finally realized that what Tonger and Xiaofeng said was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. He had never seen Yi Yuan spend such a long time on one medicinal pill before. Outside the door, Ning Tianping paced back and forth, appearing somewhat vexed. Stop walking around. My eyes are becoming dizzy thanks to you. Tonger said unhappily, Humph. His Excellency is refining the pill for you. You're actually not worried at all. If anything happens to His Excellency, I won't let you off. Ning Tianping said with a cold snort. Creak. Right at this time, the door opened from inside. A weary to the extreme figure slowly walked out from inside. Your Excellency, are you all right? Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Ning Tianping nearly jumped up and hurriedly went forward to support. The current Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were full of blood traces, his hair somewhat disheveled, his entire person like he had a great illness. In Ning Tianping's impression, Yi Yuan was always calm and collected when refining pills accompli. Plussing with great ease. When had he become like this? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said feebly, It's just that the mental strength expenditure was too great. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. Tonger stood up. His expression when looking at Yi Yuan involuntarily changed. Failed. The cleansing rain dream reverting pill was Pa-S, said down by the Bamboo Grove Void Realm's forefather. For countless years, the Bamboo Grove Void Realm had once gathered spirit medicines several times. But up to this date, no one had successfully refined it before. Even a peak 7-star alchemy D that had once appeared also never succeeded before. Not that they could not refine a high-quality medicinal pill, but that they never succeeded in forming the pill before. Not even once. And this medicinal pill was merely just a rank 5 divine pill. The refining difficulty could be imagined. Hence, Tonger actually did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. Swizz. H. Plus a streak of flowing light streaked past. Tonger reached his hand out to catch. A small bottle appeared in his hand. Immediately his expression solidified. Tonger looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, You actually really succeeded. Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of a smile and said, Haha, this medicinal pill really has a kick, almost killing me. Honestly speaking, I've refined pills for so many years. This is the most tiring time, but succeeded by a fluke. Fluke. Tonger looked at Yi Yuan and said in incredible shock. He himself was an alchemist and naturally knew how hard on one's mental strength it was to refine a medicinal pill. But Yi Yuan's alchemy strength, he was too clear. Even if he found a 7-star alchemy G, in terms of refining a rank 5 divine pill, His strength might not be stronger than Yi Yuan. To be able to torment Yi Yuan until like this, it could be seen how much effort he expended for this medicinal pill. A wisp of divine sense sunk into the small bottle. Tonger's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning. Thud! Awoo! Awoo! Treasure Pig fell to the ground and started crying out, indicating his displeasure. But Tonger did not have any reaction at all. He was still in the midst of shock. Vast spirit, divine pill. How did you do it? Tonga looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at a prehistoric behemoth. No one had ever refined this medicinal pill before, even in the Heavenspan world. There probably wasn't this pill formula at all. But not only did Yi Yuan refine it, he even performed to an extremely high level, refining it into a vast spirit divine pill. Similarly, level 9 difficulty, the exquisite Jade Heart recovery pill and cleansing Rain Dream reverting pill. These two medicinal pills completely could not be compared at all. The medicinal properties of those spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had no way of familiarizing at all. Yi Yuan could only deduce it bit by bit. Under such circumstances, being able to refine high grade was already extremely remarkable. But Yi Yuan took out a perfect medicinal pill. Tonger really did not know what words to use to describe the shock in his heart currently. Rather, it was Ning Tianping whose thoughts and feelings were not as strong as him, saying with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, what did I say?" With his excellency taking action, he definitely won't fail. In alchemy, he's undefeatable. The current Ning Tianping was like a victor. In this 1 month, he was very worried about Yi Yuan, but his confidence in Yi Yuan had never wavered before. With Yi Yuan being successful, this fact proved that Ning Tianping was right. Tonger opened his mouth, but nothing came out. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still so shallow. In this 1 month, he felt that Ning Tianping's confidence in Yi Yuan was overly blind. But he discovered now that this was not the case. With Yi Yuan's age, being able to achieve such horrifying accomplishments in alchemy, one could not use common sense to appraise him at all. Hence, Ning Tianping's confidence might not have been blind wars. Hi+P. Not maybe, but definitely. Tonga looked at Ning Tianping and let out a heavy sigh as he said, "All right, I admit that I was wrong. I underestimated Yi Yuan. His might doesn't originate from his strength. This kid's future accomplishments are unimaginable." Ning Tianping was taken aback. This haughty Empyrean powerhouse actually apologized to him? Chapter 1922, Dark Pine Courtyard. Chapter 1922, Dark Pine Courtyard. This sleep. Yi Yuan slept very well, sleeping all the way for 10 days and nights. To deity realm powerhouses, they already did not need sleep to recover their state. But this time, Yi Yuan's mental strength was exhausted too greatly and needed deep sleep before he could recover his state. On this day, Yi Yuan finally woke up. He discovered that a pair of large eyes were currently staring at him. A pig nose was currently pressed against his nose. Treasure Pig? Tonger went into close seclusion. Yi Yuan came to a realization very quickly. Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig nodded its head repeatedly. Yi Yuan had a revelation. "Your Excellency, you finally woke up." Tonger consumed the cleansing Rain Dream reverting pill and already returned to the purple extreme hall to go into a closed seclusion. Ning Tianping said, "These few days, Ning Tianping," few people had always been keeping watch over Yi Yuan. Seeing him wake up at this time, they also let out a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a nod, delayed for a very long time, "It's time to do proper business." Xiao Feng's gaze turned intent, and he said, "What do you want to do?" Yi Yuan said, "Isn't it said that Empyrean Flutterfeather set up an alchemy celestial pavilion, using alchemy battles to determine the rank of the alchemy G.O.D.? Then let's go take a look." When Xiao Feng heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. Slapping his thigh hard, he said, "Man, I'm really stupid. Why didn't I think of this? With your strength, Wouldn't everyone still fight to cooperate with us when the time comes? This matter brooks no delay. Let's quickly go over. Yi Yuan smiled and said no russ. Plus the pill refinement this time I had some gains. Wait for me to sort it out. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Meditating in close seclusion, Yi Yuan really had many thoughts and feelings. What Tonger said was right. The pill refinement this time was indeed the greatest challenge that he encountered in his life. Even when refining the Tao-defying pill back then, it was also not as painful and exhausting as now. Yi Yuan spent more than 20 days to deduce the medicinal properties and to continuously compare the spirit medicines, finding errors and omissions and rededucing. Deducing entirely the medicinal properties, Yi Yuan started deriving the pill formula. Just like that, 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was immersed in extremely intense deductions. How could he not be tired? But he was extremely satisfied with the final results. To be able to refine the cleansing rain dream reverting pill into vast spirit divine grade. Yi Yuan himself also felt very accomplished, and this also made him have a deeper understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit medicines. The medicinal properties of spirit medicines did not exist in solitary. There were very deep connections intrinsically too. It was just that this kind of connection was too complicated. The deductions were naturally not as direct as directly comprehending them, but after really deducing it, the benefits were naturally immense. Although this could not help Yi Yuan to break through to the ancestor realm, it consolidated his alchemy foundation. A night quietly passed, said. On the second day, Yi Yuan went out of the pill refining room, settled the bill, and left the 100 Herb Gathering. The 100 Herb Gatherings pill refining room's rent was extremely high. Renting the pill refining room for more than 40 days in a row, Yi Yuan also spent a considerable fee, making his flesh hurt. The party was currently walking on the streets when suddenly a manservant-looking young man blocked Yi Yuan's path. The manservant asked, "May I ask if it's Lord Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but still nodded and said, "That's right, I'm Yi Yuan. Looking for me for?" The manservant said, "Just now, someone had me pass a word to you. If you want to see Elder Jiang Yuan, you can go to Linan Street's Dark Pine Courtyard." When Yi Yuan heard that, his 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said smilingly, "You go back and tell him that I'm not interested." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone and directly left. The moment this manservant spoke, Yi Yuan knew that this person must have been sent by Jiang Hua. Although everyone hoped to request an audience with Jiang Yuan back then inside the gatehouse, it might also be those people. But the greatest likelihood was still Jiang Hua. This Jiang Hua felt that he definitely could not find the connections, so he deliberately found someone to draw his attention, so as to make a move against him. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Jiang Hua was bullying him depending on the latter being young, green, and inexperienced. Did he feel that using this kind of method could lure Yi Yuan to a remote place to dispose of? He was also looking down on him too much, disregarding that he had seen through Jiang Hua's thoughts. Even if he did not see through, Yi Yuan also did not plan on going to ask Jiang Yuan again. A good man did not backtrack. Even if Yi Yuan found Springwind Hall to cooperate in the end, that would also be Jiang Yuan coming to beg him, and not him going to beg Jiang Yuan. At Dark Pine Courtyard, when Qin Guan heard the manservant's report, his brows could not help furrowing. Could it be that this punk doesn't wish to request an audience with Elder Jiang Yuan? Jiang Hua smiled coldly and said, "This punk has some backbone, but him not coming doesn't mean that I can't take care of him. You go and make another trip. Tell Yi Yuan in this manner. He'll definitely follow you here." Jiang Hua said a few sentences to the manservant. The manservant immediately received the order and left. Qin Guan listened by the side and could not help giving a thumbs up, praising, "How impressive! Indeed impressive. Younger brother Jiang Hua is well deserving of being the favorite in front of family head." Jiang Hua smiled with narrowed eyes as he said, If I can't even take care of a celestial deity realm brat, I, the steward, would also have been alive in vain. Elder brother, I'll leave this place to you. Family head still had me run some affairs. I'll leave first. Qin Guan smiled faintly and said, You go and work. Leave this kind of trivial thing to me. Not long after the manservant left, he indeed led Yi Yuan over. Furthermore, there was just Yi Yuan alone. Entering Dark Pine Courtyard, Yi Yuan felt that he got caught in an array formation. It was just that this level of array formation, Yi Yuan did not place it in his sights at all. With his present spatial law strength, wanting to escape was not a difficult thing. Entering the courtyard, a middle-aged man was currently pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking himself. The manservant said respectfully, Master, Yi Yuan is brought over. Qin Guan waved his hand. The manservant immediately left. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Qin Guan, he said, It was you who used Brother Zhao's life to threaten me? That manservant found Yi Yuan again and told Yi Yuan that Xiao Feng was Springwind Hall's disciple. If he did not come to Dark Pine Courtyard, then Xiao Feng would die very horribly. Indeed, with Jiang Hua's status, dealing with a puny little low-level deacon was truly too easy, even though he was just a measly steward. With Jiang Yuan's power and influence, as long as Jiang Hua casually opened his mouth, he could doom Xiao Feng beyond redemption. Qin Guan looked at Yi Yuan and laughed in spite of himself as he said, Brat indeed arrogant enough! Arriving at my place here, you actually still dare to talk like this? Yi Yuan said coolly, Where's Jiang Hua? Qin Guan smiled and said, You offended younger brother Jiang Hua and should know that you'd have today's outcome. Either you die or Xiao Feng dies. Of course, since you came here, it shows that you've already made the choice. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Guan and said coolly, With just the likes of you. Qin Guan drank another cup of wine and said with a smile, Already on your deathbed and you're still being stubborn. If I can't even take care of a puny little 7th firmament celestial deity, so many years of cultivation would also have been all for naught. Done talking, his gaze turned cold. A horrifying surge of world power suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire courtyard inside. Qin Guan naturally did not dare to make a move on the streets, so he forced Yi Yuan into this Dark Pine Courtyard in order to make it convenient to kill. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot, and said coolly, Originally wanted to dispose of Jiang Hua, this trouble, but since he isn't around, then you can only blame that you're unlucky. Chapter 1923, by Tong. Chapter 1923, by Tong. I'm unlucky? You still haven't figured out the situation now, right? Likewise. Qin Guan used an expression like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan. Could it be that this punk was a fool? A mere 7th firmament celestial deity actually dared to utter such wild ravings. No matter what, he was a true G. Oh, D-realm powerhouse too. Could it be that he did not know the disparity between celestial deity realm and true G? Oh, D-realm? The one who hasn't figured out the situation is yourself. Yi Yuan responded with a sneer. Suddenly, an even more powerful undulation reverberated inside the courtyard, directly pus. H.I. plussing Qin Guan's world power back. Poo work. Qin Guan was caught by surprise and directly sent flying by this tremendous force, spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Beside Yi Yuan, a youth in fluttering white clothing appeared, since no idea when. Qin Guan's gaze revealed a look of astonishment as he cried out in shock. F4th firmament, true G, O.D. At this time, Yi Yuan also sized up this young man with vermilion lips and white teeth beside him curiously. He was truly beautiful until even girls would be jealous. Yi Yuan did not expect that after Tonger grew up, he would actually be this appearance. Detecting Yi Yuan's gaze, Tonger could not help rolling his eyes as he said unhappily, What's there to look at? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, I even thought that you'd become an old geezer. I didn't expect that you're going to have this appearance. TSK looks not bad. spending a long time with Tonger, even though he knew that he was an Empyrean powerhouse. That childish appearance made people unable to give rise to awe and veneration toward him at all. Now, suddenly becoming a young man, Yi Yuan's mentality similarly could not wrap itself around it. Tonger's expression flickered incessantly, and he said in a cold voice, "In the future, you have to call me Lord Bai Tong. Otherwise, humph." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Lord Bai Tong? I really can't get used to it in this short while." Bai Tong rolled his eyes again. He discovered that he could not awe this guy at all. However, him being able to recover to his current appearance was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. "Forget it. Just call me brother by then. This time, it's really all thanks to you. The recovery is much better than I imagined. Furthermore, thanks to you, when I return to boyhood from old age again in the future, I'll directly recover to my current realm and don't need to become that appearance before again." Bai Tong said with some excitement. His initial most mental preparation was recovering to first firmament true Ji. OD. After all, this medicinal pill was too difficult to refine. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually refined vast spirit, divine grade in the end? The effects of recovery naturally far exceeded his expectations. Fourth firmament true Ji. Oh, D middle stage true Ji. Oh D, that strength was a totally different level compared to first firmament true Ji. Oh D. More importantly, what Yi Yuan refined was a vast spirit, cleansing, rain dream, reverting pill. It restored part of the defects in his cultivation method, letting him have no need to become a kid without the strength to truss up a chicken when he returned to boyhood from old age again. About the medicinal effect of the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. The person who could create such a heaven-defying medicinal pill, his strength was definitely impressive. It seemed like tigers were crouching and dragons were hiding in this world. One really should not look down on the heroes under the heavens. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have to congratulate Brother Bai, but let's take care of this trash first." By the side, Qin Guan's expression turned stiff. Kneeling down with a thud, he wailed, "Why, Your Excellency, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and affronted Your Excellency. I beg Your Excellency to take this lowly one to be a fart and let this lowly one go." Seeing the Bai Tong with an imposing aura, how could Qin Guan still have any desire to resist at all? Having a first firmament true Ji. Oh, D go deal with a fourth firmament true Ji. Oh D? Not unless his head was kicked by a donkey. Apart from begging for mercy, he seriously could not think of other ways. Currently, in his heart he had long greeted Jiang Hua's 18 generations of ancestors. This D-A-M-N thing had clearly dug a pit for him to jump. When taking action, Jiang Hua did not tell him that a fourth firmament true Ji, D powerhouse, was actually following by Yi Yuan's side. "Let you go? If I didn't have the strength to protect myself, would you have let me go today? Since you had the thought to kill people stirred, you'll have to be prepared to be killed." "Brother Bai, do it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward this Qin Guan, Yi Yuan naturally could not give rise to any pity. The other party was clearly here to kill Yi Yuan, and yet actually still hoped that Yi Yuan would show mercy and let him leave? Bai Tong nodded slightly when he heard this. Qin Guan did not see him take any complicated action. He just lightly pointed out a finger. Qin Guan only felt a white light gradually enlarge in his pupils. After that, there was no more after that. In front of Bai Tong, he could not even muster up divine essence. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's pupils also constricted as he said, "Brother Bai is skillful. I really didn't expect that not only is Brother Bai a 7-star alchemy G, D, your martial arts are also so formidable." Bai Tong said with a proud look, "You don't think that only you know spatial law in this world, right?" The two exchanged a glance, both bursting into laughter. "What did you say? Qin Guan died? How is this possible?" Hearing the news of Qin Guan's death, Jiang Hua almost jumped up. A true D realm went to deal with a seventh firmament celestial deity realm and actually died. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. This lowly one dare not deceive Lord Steward. This lowly one quietly waited for the outcome in the backyard, but didn't see Lord Qin Guan return for a long time. Mustering up my courage, I went into the front court and discovered that Lord Qin Guan had already long died. Yi Yuan was not someone who indiscriminately killed the innocent. That manservant was merely a divine Lord Realm young man, obeying people's orders. He naturally did not have the intention of exterminating once and for all, but the front court had an array formation isolating, so he did not know what happened in the backyard. When he went to the front court, it was long deserted already. Jiang Hua's expression changed again and again. In his eyes, although Yi Yuan's strength was decent, he was merely a youngster who came from an imperial city in the end. So what background could he have? To imperial city this level, true DS were already existences that they looked up to. But who knew that Qin Guan, this true D-realm powerhouse, would die in his own courtyard without a sound just like that? One had to know killing a true D-realm powerhouse and defeating a true D-realm powerhouse were two completely different concepts. With Qin Guan's strength, unless it was a third firmament true D and above powerhouse, otherwise it was simply impossible to let him not even have a chance to escape. After all, that was Qin Guan's own territory. Could it be that a third firmament true D and above powerhouse is actually following by that brat's side? How is this possible? Jiang Hua did not quite dare to believe it. Right at this time, a servant walked in and said to Jiang Hua with cupped fists, "Steward Jiang, Yuan's party already entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." Jiang Hua was taken back when he heard that and said, "Alchemy Celestial Pavilion? What did they go to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for?" Right, this kid wanted to become famous overnight through the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Ha! No wonder he uttered wild ravings, saying to make family head go find him in person. It turns out that what he thought of was this method. It's just that he's too naive. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's experts are as abundant as clouds. Does he, a mere celestial deity realm brat, really think that he can stir up some waves? Chapter 1924. Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Chapter 1924. Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist Senior. I want to become an Alchemy Celestial Alchemist and enter the Alchemy Battle Arena. The old man in front of Yi Yuan was the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's examiner. For many years, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had a resounding reputation. Alchemy Celestial Alchemists, even the lowest grade copper alchemy Celestial Alchemist, their status outside were also much higher than ordinary alchemists. This was because alchemists that came out of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had all been through fight after fight. Those that charged out their strength far said ordinary alchemists. Hence, wanting to become an Alchemy Celestial Alchemist naturally needed stringent checks. It was not that you could enter the Alchemy Battle Arena because you could refine medicinal pills. This old man in front of him was the examiner responsible for verifying the stand of alchemists. The old man looked at Yi Yuan and waved his hand and said, "Lad, this place isn't the place to play house. Go away." He saw that Yi Yuan was too young and felt that it was simply impossible to pass the test, and he naturally felt rather impatient. Yi Yuan's age, possessing seventh firmament celestial deity strength, although it was rare, it also would not make people too astonished. But wanting to become a 5-star alchemy D at his age was extremely rare. As for whether or not he could pass the assessment, it was even more impossible. Even though this test was not some very profound thing, it was also not what everyone could pass. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior won't test my strength?" The old man said, "This old man has been in charge of this Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for many years, and has seen before no idea how many alchemists. Whether or not you can S the test, I'll know at a glance. This old man was an experienced 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D himself, so his alchemy Tao, strength not weak. With alchemy celestial pavilion's popularity, there were too many alchemists who wanted to enter the alchemy battle arena. The alchemists that he had seen before were indeed many. As a result, he had long formed his own set of experiences already. Yi Yuan did not dispute this either. He just smiled and said, "Then can Senior give Junior a chance? Let Junior measure his own strength?" "Brat, don't waste our time. The alchemists that Elder Ping has seen before are more than the salt you've eaten. He already said that you're out of the game, so there's no chance for you. Brat, your hair isn't even fully grown yet. Do you know what's called pill refinement?" Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing, full of disdain for Yi Yuan. Even if disciples from great alchemy families wanted to reach the strength to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion, they at least had to be 3,000 to 5,000 years old too. At Yi Yuan's age, it was simply impossible to have a chance. Elder Ping saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was sincere, not arrogant like members of aristocratic families. Stroking his beard, he nodded and said, "Forget it, give it a try." Yi Yuan was overjoyed and said with clasped hands, "Thank you very much, Elder Ping." Elder Ping waved his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. This divine fire is very wild, so don't burn yourself." The assessment was very simple. Control the flame to refine pills. One should not look at how it was simple. Many 5-star alchemy DS could not do it well. This flame was not an ordinary divine flame, but a fire without a master. It was very wild. Wanting to control it to refine pills had very high demands on the alchemist's fire control. A CLUS of turquoise flame trembled endlessly inside the brazier. In a while, look at how said this brat becomes. The cloud heart heavenly wolf fire is notorious for being difficult to subdue. At his age, how can he possibly control an ownerless cloud heart heavenly wolf fire? This is called overestimating his own ability. Those people waiting for the test felt that Yi Yuan was wasting time, all appearing very annoyed. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the brazier and lightly pointed a finger out. Following that CLUS of flame flew towards the medicinal cauldron extremely obediently. The entire process was natural and smooth. It did not pause in the slightest at all. The originally bored to death Elder Ping suddenly stood up from his seat, looking at Yi Yuan's actions in shock. Inside the hall, it was dead silent, only seeing Yi Yuan's actions skipping erratically. Following that, it was the pill refinement. That cloud heart heavenly wolf fire was extremely obedient in Yi Yuan's hands, and it actually faintly emitted howling sounds of a wolf. Inside the medicinal cauldron was a false pill, specifically used in alchemist assessments. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the medicinal cauldron, 9 exploding sounds resounded in a row. A woo! A wolf's howl transmitted over. The cloud heart heavenly wolf fire returned to the brazier once more, and actually somewhat had the intention of having not given full expression to its views. Bang! The cloud heart heavenly wolf fire that returned to the brazier actually flew out once more under the situation where no one was manipulating it. But it was blocked by the restriction power around the brazier. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with astounded faces. 9 booms. This probably already has the strength of a silver alchemy celestial alchemist, right? Also, that fire-controlling art is truly transcendent. The cloud heart heavenly wolf fire actually wants to burst out of the restriction. That means, could it be that it wants to have Yi Yuan subdue it? Yi Yuan's assessment was completed extremely quickly, merely several dozen breaths from start to end. But in these several dozen breaths, it let people see his power. Tempering the false pill, the number of detonating sounds given off was the assessment criteria. As long as it could give off a detonating sound, It was considered Pa-S, sing the test. But the detonating sounds only had at most 9. Yi Yuan actually made it emanate fully, under normal circuit. Instances being able to reach 9 booms already had the level of silver alchemy, celestial alchemists. It was just that people who came to take part in the alchemy celestial assessment rarely had people capable of doing it to this extent. Unless it was those major powers who had already been famous for a long time and had never partook. 1. P. Aided in the alchemy celestial assessment before. Would there be such a performance? But how old was Yi Yuan? When these people were 1,000 over years old, they were still bitterly training basic skills under the whip of their masters. With this, it was truly astounding everyone with his skill. Elder Ping, I'm done with the assessment. Yi Yuan came in front of Elder Ping and said coolly. Elder Ping was startled. Only then, coming back to his senses, he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "This old man apologizes to you." This old man didn't expect that there would actually be a time where I would make an error of judgment. Everyone was incredibly shocked. Elder Ping actually apologized to this kid. Elder Ping was a gold alchemy celestial alchemist. He actually apologized to a junior. But thinking about it, they also felt at ease. Yi Yuan had such strength when he was so young, so his future accomplishments were limitless. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Elder Ping is too serious. I wonder if this junior is counted as having Pa-S, said the A assessment. Of course you Pa-S said. As he spoke, Elder Ping fished out a silver color token. Pa-S, said it to Yi Yuan and said, 9 booms, your strength already reached the standard of silver alchemy, celestial alchemist. From today onward, you're a silver alchemy, celestial alchemist. Yi Yuan received the token, feeling rather surprised. He did not expect that he actually directly advanced to silver alchemy, celestial alchemist. He found out earlier that alchemists who Pa-S, said the alchemy celestial assessment were just gradeless alchemists. They must go through 100, even hundreds of alchemy battles before they could advance to copper alchemy, celestial alchemist. Similarly, for copper alchemy celestial alchemists to want to advance to the silver level, they also had to experience many alchemy battles. This process tended to be several decades, several centuries, even several thousand or tens of thousands of years. Yi Yuan only guided according to the laws inside the medicinal cauldron and did his best, but did not think that he actually directly advanced to silver grade. Chapter 1925 Silver Arena. Chapter 1925 Silver Arena. Yi Yuan put away the token and said with cupped fists, Many thanks, Elder Ping. Elder Ping smiled and said, Good, good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. With your talent, likely in less than 10 years, you'll be able to reach gold alchemy celestial alchemist. Boy, after entering the alchemy celestial pavilion, you have to cultivate well. Yi Yuan's appearance gave Elder Ping a breathtaking feeling. Having such heaven-defying alchemy Tao attainments at a young age, he would definitely be able to radiate splendor in the alchemy celestial pavilion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Ping rest assured I will. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Those examinees looked at Yi Yuan with envious looks on their faces. This silver token, they had to strive for it for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. But Yi Yuan directly got it. Next, Elder Ping withdrew his gaze and said coolly, Sun Jing slowly walked in front of the cloud heart, heavenly wolf fire, currently secretly glad in his heart. The cloud heart, heavenly wolf fire was awed by that brat just now. It will definitely be much easier for me to subdue it. This is an opportunity for me. Speaking of which, I still have to thank that kid. The moment the restriction opened up, Sun Jin suddenly formed seals with both hands, attempting to directly suppress the cloud heart, heavenly wolf fire. A wolf howl came over. That turquoise flame instantly transformed into a horrifying, enormous wolf, pouncing over toward Sun Jing. Poor work. Sun Jing seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force, directly blasting him flying. In virtually an instant, his body was practically burned to a crisp, lying on the ground and wailing incessantly. Swizz. H. Plus, the turquoise giant wolf turned into an afterimage das. H. I. Plussing over towards the depths of the hall. That direction was precisely the direction that Yi Yuan headed to. Elder Ping's gaze turned sharp, his figure turning into a streak of lightning, catching up to the cloud heart heavenly wolf fire in virtually a blink of an eye. Wicked brute, where are you running? Divine fires were spiritual, so this cloud heart heavenly wolf fire was clearly not so easy to subdue. Seeing Elder Ping catch up, the cloud heart heavenly wolf fire actually rushed over toward Elder Ping. Bang! 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 Inside the hall, one person and one fire actually broke out into a great battle. The other people exchanged glances, looking at this scene in immense shock. This, just what's going on here. Although the cloud heart heavenly wolf fire is hard to tame, it also won't be so berserk. It would be chasing after that kid just now, right? What in the world did that brat do to actually be able to make the cloud heart heavenly wolf fire so crazed? After a great battle, Elder Ping finally relied on his own powerful strength and captured the cloud heart heavenly wolf fire. Except the captured cloud heart heavenly wolf fire was still incomparably berserk, unable to control it all. Elder Ping was secretly astonished and said, "This boy's fire-controlling art has already reached the acme of perfection. This cloud heart heavenly wolf fire actually wants to chase after him to be tamed. Truly frightening." The cloud heart heavenly wolf fire was an extremely difficult to tame rank 5 divine fire. Ordinary celestial deity realms simply could not subdue it, let alone talk about taming it. It was also precisely because of this that it would be used in evaluation standard. But Elder Ping did not expect that Yi Yuan only used the cloud heart heavenly wolf fire to take part in the assessment once and actually thoroughly subdued the cloud heart heavenly wolf fire. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could take possession of it at any time. Elder Ping understood that this cloud heart heavenly wolf fire would likely have no one capable of taming it any more in the future. He waved his hand and said, "Guards, bring away the cloud heart heavenly wolf fire. Today's assessment ends here." Silver Alchemy Battle Arena, yelling and shouting seethe inside, incomparably bustling. Not far away, two incomparably profound auras intertwined together on the stage, vying with each other, refusing to give in to the other in the slightest. "Come on, Mu Daocheng! Mu Daocheng is mighty!" Below the stage, cheering sounds were noisy like a seething cauldron. In the ring, the middle-aged Taoist on the right side was clearly a notch better. Very soon, his imposing momentum overpowered the other party. "Condense!" It was only to see Mu Daocheng yelled out, the medicinal pill condensing and forming a complete I, plussing all these in one stroke. The other alchemist had a dispirited look. His medicinal pill already became a useless pill. Mu Daocheng said with a smug look, "Huang Zhen, you're still 100 years too early to want to challenge me. Ha ha ha." Huang Zhen looked at Mu Daocheng, let out a sigh, and slowly walked down the ring. Yi Yuan watched this scene rather interestedly. This style of alchemy battle, he really rarely saw it. Alchemy battles dreaded people, disturbing the most. But this kind of alchemy battle arena was completely an open-style format. Not only would everyone's cheering sounds not be isolated, but even the other party's pill refinement also would not use array formation to isolate the view. Two people facing off was like the life and death fight between two mighty experts. The victor formed the pill. The loser ruined the pill. But Yi Yuan also saw through that these two alchemist strengths were indeed very formidable. Compared to those so-called 5-star alchemy DS outside, their strength was much stronger. especially that Mu Daoqing, he already reached late-stage initial realm, his strength being extraordinary. Hearing those fervent yelling sounds, this Mu Daoqing clearly possessed very high popularity in the Silver Arena area. However, Yuan thought about it and felt that this kind of alchemy battle style could accelerate the improvement of alchemy Dao strength even more instead. Two people facing off and refining pills, or as meeting each other squarely. One could sense the other party's alchemy Dao undulations distinctly. Under such circumstances, even if one failed, it was also possible to learn many things from the other party. Moreover, under this kind of complicated environment, being able to successfully refine the medicinal pill had tremendous benefits to the alchemists themselves too. It was no wonder that Alchemy DS who possessed the item. 1. Tai of Alchemy, Celestial Alchemist were extremely well received and respected outside. Looking at it now, this Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was indeed extraordinary. TSK, another victory, and it will be Mu Daoqing's 10th successful time defending the ring. At that time, he'll be able to obtain the gold token, and he'll become a Gold Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Really envious of him. I'll probably never be able to advance to Gold Alchemy Celestial Alchemist in this lifetime. Mu Daoqing was extremely proud of his success. He stood on the stage and said loudly, "Who else dares to come up and challenge me?" Who else? The current Mu Daoqing was like a fighting rooster, imposing momentum reaching the pinnacle. But below the stage, no one dared to go up the stage. According to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules, as long as one won 10 matches in a row, they could complete 1 arena defense. Completing 10 arena defenses, one would be able to obtain a higher level token. That way, the status of the alchemist would undergo an earth-shaking change. One had to know the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists were not just the U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital's alchemists. Even Alchemy DS from other Heavenly Emperor Bodemandas were all the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists. Under the ACCU, Mulation of Time, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's influence was actually already very profound and far-reaching. If one could obtain a higher level token, this would be a massive improvement to the alchemist's reputation and prestige. This naturally drove people crazy. It was just that in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, wanting to advance was seriously far too difficult. With the ACCU Mulation of Time, each alchemist that entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion were all not mediocre people. Wanting to win 10 matches in a row was really very difficult. Moreover, one even needed 10 consecutive victories before they could advance. And it was precisely because of this that the ident. 1. Tai of an alchemist from Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was more valuable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan leaped up lightly. Stepping into the ring, he looked at Mu Daoqing and said with a faint smile, "Let me try." Chapter 1926. Throwing an egg against a rock. Chapter 1926. Throwing an egg against a rock, everyone's gazes were concentrated on that young figure. Very soon, they revealed mocking looks. When Mu Daoqing saw Yi Yuan, he laughed loudly and said, "Haha, brat, you're very unfamiliar. This place is the Silver Arena. You didn't walk to the wrong arena, right?" Although the number of Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemists was a lot, they frequently hung around in the Silver Arena. Everyone was very familiar with each other. Not only did Yi Yuan look unfamiliar, but he was also too young. Everyone's first reaction was that he went to the wrong arena. How could there be such a young Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist? At one side, that judge with a deep gaze also spoke up at this time. "Young man, this place is the Silver Arena. One must possess the silver token before they can come up." Clearly, he did not believe that Yi Yuan was a Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly took out the silver token that Elder Ping gave him. He threw it to the judge and said, "This should be the silver token, right? Senior, please verify it." The noise and bustling sound before and mocking voices abruptly stopped. What replaced it was silence. Such a young silver alchemist they had never seen before. The judge received the token and used divine sense to check it. Sure enough, Yi Yuan was a newly promoted silver alchemy, celestial alchemist. The old man looked toward Yi Yuan and said in surprise, "Your silver token is newly issued, but I've never heard of you before. Could it be such a young silver alchemy, celestial alchemist, if he was promoted all the way? It was impossible that he had never heard of him at all." This showed that Yi Yuan might very likely have directly gotten the silver token. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior just said the alchemy celestial assessment and became an alchemy celestial alchemist." Murmur. Directly promoted to silver alchemy celestial alchemist. This brat reached 9 detonations. No way, right? The last time 9 detonations appeared, it was still several hundred years ago, right? Yeah, but those able to achieve 9 detonations were normally all 6-star alchemy G. Oh, DS who entered the alchemy celestial pavilion for the first time. 5-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, it's unheard of. Directly sing the alchemy celestial assessment and obtaining the silver token. This was an extremely seldom seen thing. Everyone's gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, all underwent a change. Without a doubt, a new star was about to slowly rise in the alchemy celestial pavilion. A hint of surprise also flashed across in that judge's eyes. Returning the token to Yi Yuan, he said, "The young ones are to be feared. Young ones are to be feared." Yi Yuan said, "Now, I have the qualifications to challenge him, right?" As he said this, Yi Yuan looked at Mu Daoqing's direction. The judge smiled when he heard that and said, "Haha, young man, you have a lot of potential, but you're underestimating the silver arena too much. Exchanging blows with him right now, it doesn't have any benefits to you." "Don't, Elder Xan. I finally managed to have someone who delivered himself to the door. Your elderly self, don't ruin my business. This brat can just nicely ensure that I get the gold token." The moment Mu Daoqing heard the judge's words, he was indignant. Seeing Yi Yuan's silver token, outside of his shock, he was overjoyed. As long as he won one more match, he would be able to obtain the gold token and advance to the gold arena. Becoming a gold alchemy, celestial alchemist, his reputation would have a massive elevation. He already hoped for it for many years. In the silver arena, wanting to successfully guard the ring 10 times was not such an easy matter. Such a newcomer rookie was precisely his optimal choice for consecutive victories. In the silver arena, this sort of place, as long as you did not deliberately lose the alchemy battle, anyone could challenge at will. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "No worries, just take it as training." Hearing Yi Yuan said so, Mu Daoqing hurriedly went along with it and said, "Elder Xen, you see he agreed to it. This matter is settled like this." Elder Xan gave Yi Yuan a glance, let out a sigh, and said, "All right, you guys begin then." The moment Mu Daoqing heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Haha, kid, I really thank you so much. Winning this match, I'll be a gold alchemy celestial alchemist." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't need to be courteous, but if you want to win against me, it likely won't be that easy." Mu Daoqing laughed loudly and said, "Brat, you think that by immediately getting a silver token, you're invincible under the heavens? Let me tell you, each person here can practically all achieve 9 detonations. Alchemy celestial alchemists are far stronger than you imagine. You are still far from close." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Begin then." Elder Xan said, "Coolly, the medicinal pill that the 2 of you have to refine is the seasonal rain pill." Below the stage, the people were all incredibly envious. No one could have expected that Mu Daoqing's last battle actually ran into such a hothead. This way, Mu Daoqing got the gold token as easy as blowing off dust. This battle did not have the least bit of suspense at all. Alchemists who just entered the silver arena, their strength was actually very weak. Only after experiencing one defeat after another would they become strong. Yi Yuan had just arrived. So no one would think that he could be a match for the veteran powerhouse, Mu Daoqing. One had to know Mu Daoqing already possessed the level of a gold alchemy, celestial alchemist. With the alchemy battle starting, the winds and clouds sprung up. Mu Daoqing's imposing momentum rose to the sky, cruise. H.I. Plus-ing over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. On the stage, it teemed with his soul force, appearing incomparably berserk. Bang! At virtually the first moment, the two people's soul forces collided together fiercely. Except, compared to Mu Daoqing's outrageous momentum, Yi Yuan's appeared too feeble. Ha ha! Kid, this will teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that the silver arena isn't so easy to enter. Mu Daoqing gave a loud laugh and immediately controlled his soul force to lash over. This kind of alchemy battle with a Ma's civ disparity in strength tended to determine the victor in the first round. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure. Ugh! Suddenly a fled groan came over. Mu Daoqing directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Within the medicinal cauldron in front of him, fled bangs similarly emitted. A burnt smell spread throughout the entire ring. Clearly, his furnace of medicinal pills was already invalidated. Elder Xian's pupils constricted, his gaze revealing an astonished look. What's going on? Mu Daoqing lost? No way, right? What black magic did this brat cast? Mu Daoqing clearly took the absolute advantage. Why was he defeated in one exchange? Below the stage, anxious and doubtful voices came over one after another. The results did not exceed one's expectations. The victor was determined in one exchange. It was just that the victor was not Mu Daoqing, but it was Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan took his time to refine the pill, as if he did not have the slightest clue about what happened just now. Mu Daoqing looked toward Yi Yuan, disbelief on his face as he muttered, I actually lost? Several breaths ago, he was still fired up with boundless enthusiasm, thinking that he definitely nailed the gold token. Who knew that he was defeated in a single exchange? He was the same as the rest, thinking that he won for sure. But when his soul force touched Yi Yuan's, he discovered that Yi Yuan's soul force was like a giant mountain, while he was just like a chicken egg. An egg colliding DOS. Plus-ing against a giant mountain. The results went without saying. Throwing an egg against a rock was roughly talking about this, right? Chapter 1927. Frenzied Straight Winds. Chapter 1927. Frenzied Straight Winds. Mu Daoqing. What the L is going on? Who clearly took the absolute upper hand. Why were you defeated instead? Everyone looked at Mu Daoqing with baffled faces. Mu Daoqing had a bitter look as he said, Underestimated him too much. This kid's soul force is incomparably compact. I salted him with soul force, and then I felt as if I was knocking onto a steel plate, injuring myself all at once. Miscalculated. If I had long known, I'd have competed in pill refinement with him honestly. That way, he's definitely not my match. Everyone came to a realization. Someone said, Looks like this kid definitely cultivated an extremely formidable divine soul art. His background is definitely extraordinary. Looks like when you ping into him in the future, we have to be more careful. They did not doubt Mu Daoqing's words. Soul force being strong did not mean that pill refinement was definitely strong. Yi Yuan's age, his pill refinement was definitely not their match. As long as they avoided the sharp edge, being victorious was definitely not hard. Condense. Roughly an hour later, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, successfully forming the pill. This seasonal rain pill was merely a level 5 difficulty medicinal pill. It was too easy for the current Yi Yuan. It did not need to take much time at all. Elder Xian looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze as he said, Yi Yuan, open the furnace straight away. Yi Yuan nodded his head and directly opened the furnace to retrieve the pill. The moment the medicinal cauldron opened, a medicinal fragrance S sailed the nostrils, instantly suffusing the entire SPAC. Smells so good. Why would the seasonal rain pill be so fragrant? Just what grade is this seasonal rain pill? Why would it smell so good? The medicinal fragrance made people intoxicated, Astonies, plussing people. Everyone was all guessing the grade of this medicinal pill one after another. Yi Yuan made his move like lightning, directly sealing the medicinal pill into a small bottle. Elder Xian received the small bottle, his hand trembling slightly. He had long discerned that Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was likely not ordinary. That was why he was anxious to know the grade of the medicinal pill. With a wisp of divine sense sunk inside, Elder Xian's 2 eyes immediately became wide saucers, lifting his head and looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Elder Xian. Seeing that his reaction was so big, they guessed one after another. But they were clearly in their hearts. The grade of this medicinal pill was likely at least divine grade. Elder Xian, just what grade is this medicinal pill? Mu Daoqing could not resist asking. He suddenly discovered that he was too naive. Could properly refining pills beat Yi Yuan? Looking at Elder Xian's reaction, he also knew that it was impossible. Except, even if he died, he had to understand how he died. He really wanted to know just how powerful his opponent was. Only then did Elder Xian abruptly startle awake and say, "Yi Yuan, vast spirit, seasonal rain pill win." Murmur. Below the stage burst into an uproar. Astonished voices sounding out like thunder. Vast spirit, divine pill. This is impossible. Elder Xian, are you mistaken? How can a 5-star alchemy D possibly refine a vast spirit, divine pill? Vast spirit, divine pill. Probably only powerhouses at the level of alchemy celestial can refine it, right? Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, but they were clear in their hearts that Elder Xian definitely would not ramble nonsense. This sort of thing could not be joked around. Impudent. Could it be that this old man would crack this kind of joke with you all, these younglings? Sure enough, Elder Xian was greatly enraged. Very quickly, those people shut up sensibly. Elder Xian waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "Now, Yi Yuan becomes the arena lord. Those who want to challenge him and go up the stage." At this time, Elder Xian's eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan again, already became different. Previously, when he saw the silver token, he approved of Yi Yuan, had expectations, giving guidance toward a junior. But now his eyes were full of astonishment. To alchemy, celestial alchemists, the seasonal rain pill was not considered a very difficult to refine medicinal pill. But vast spirit divine pills were not what ordinary people could refine. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one went up the ring. The impact that everything that happened previously brought to them was seriously too intense. Forget about the silver arena, even the gold arena. No one had refined vast spirit divine pills before it all too. Today it actually appeared. Suddenly, a figure floated up, cupped his fists at Yi Yuan, and said, "I'm Feng Jingyan. Brother Yi, please give pointers." This person wore a silk headdress on his head. His attitude was very sincere. "It's Feng Qingyan. He's the silver grades #1 person." He actually went up to challenge Yi Yuan. Ever since Feng Qingyan achieved silver, he has yet to taste defeat and has already succeeded in defending the arena 9 times in a row. There's a show to watch now. Whether this brat is lucky or strong, Feng Qingyan can definitely probe it out. The moment this Feng Qingyan went up the stage, it immediately caused a stir. He was the publicly acknowledged silver's #1. His power was above Mu Daoqing. No one could have thought that he would actually take the initiative to challenge Yi Yuan. But it was also precisely so that this battle attracted even more attention. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Qingyan and said with cupped fists, "Please give pointers." With the lesson drawn from Mu Daoqing's failure, Feng Qingyan was much more careful. He avoided Yi Yuan's sharp edge and carefully refined his medicinal pill. And Yi Yuan also did not seem to have the intention of attacking him. But in the ring, the two people's distance was very close. The two people's auras also intersected unavoidably. But that short intersection made Feng Qingyin feel the vigorousness of facing the sea. Too strong. The pill refinement this time was Feng Qingyun's most arduous refinement in history. But the tip of the iceberg that Yi Yuan displayed let him benefit endlessly. Finus. H.I. Plussing. Feng Qingyu was defeated without any surprises, while Yi Yuan refined a vast spirit, divine, pill once more. This time, no one doubted Yi Yuan's strength anymore. Even if 1/8 dog S, H.I. plus T, it was also impossible to refine vast spirit, divine pills twice in a row. Thank you very much, Master Yi, for your guidance. This Feng is endlessly grateful. Feng Qingyin came in front of Yi Yuan and gave a respectful bow. Even his term of address underwent a ma. Have changed too. Brother Yi became master. In this alchemy celestial pavilion, those able to bear the Tlea of master were not many. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Feng's foundation is solid. Your future accomplishments are limitless. Giving pointers. I'm not worthy of such compliments. Yi Yuan also spoke his mind. This Feng Qingyun's strength was not much stronger than Mu Daoqing, but his foundation was far more solid compared to Mu Daoqing. In terms of potential, he would definitely walk further than Mu Daoqing. Feng Qingyun naturally repeatedly said that he dare not and hurriedly took his leave very soon. This alchemy battle with Yi Yuan let him benefit a great deal, and he was in a hurry to go into close seclusion. Next, the alchemy battles did not have much suspense anymore. Everyone understood that Yi Yuan's strength was completely not at the level of silver. This place was not his stage. But it was also precisely because of this that some bold individuals still hoped to be able to exchange blows with Yi Yuan. This was a rare experience. Just like this, Yi Yuan swept across the whole way, winning in succession frenziedly. As long as it was Yi Yuan's battle, it would progress very quickly. His pill refinement speed was incomparably strange, but the quality of the pill formed was abnormally high. Only using half a month's time, he obtained 100 straight wins and obtained the gold token. Yi Yuan's domineering rise also attracted the attention of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 1928. Alchemy Celestial Level Powerhouses Shocked. Chapter 1928. Alchemy Celestial Level Powerhouses Shocked. The Alchemy Celestial Hall was the place where the top few heavyweights of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion discussed matters. Only master-level alchemists who possessed the Alchemy Celestial designation had the qualifications to enter this place. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists were divided into a total of 6 levels. They were respectively copper, silver, gold, dark violet, black scale, as well as the highest level Alchemy Celestial. Those possessing Alchemy Celestial Tlea, each one was a peak 6-star Alchemy God. Furthermore, their strength far surpa said those in the same rank. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had a total of 15 Alchemy Celestial alchemists. There were 7 who resided in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion permanently. The other 8 were all leviathans of a region, possessing tremendous rallying power. And these 7 were the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's administrators. At this time, 3 Alchemy Celestial alchemists were currently in the Great Hall, sitting opposite facing each other. In the middle, a white-robed old man asked, "About this Yi Yuan, how do you all view it?" That gray-robed old man on the left opened his mouth and said, "Roughly 100 alchemy battles. This child refined more than 20 vast spirit divine pills. Over 60 void spirit divine pills. There are only less than 10 purple spirit pills. This kind of strength is simply unheard of." That middle-aged man in green clothing on the right nodded and said, "This child's strength is unfathomable. It's just that the difficulty of the medicinal pills refined at the Silver Arena mostly isn't high. As for just how powerful his strength is, we still need to make more observations. The white-robed old man nodded and said, "Indeed so. But in my view, his strength is most likely already sufficient to enter black scale." The other two nodded their heads in succession, clearly not having objections about this. Normally speaking, the vast majority of those who reached Dark Violet Alchemist were 6-star Alchemy G. Des. Except the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's grouping of alchemists was not according to cultivation realms. It only relied on battle achievements. Among gold level, there were also some 6-star Alchemy G. Ds. But they did not reach Dark Violet strength. Instead, it was some peak 5-star Alchemy G. Ds whose strength Serpa S. said all others, overpowering 6-star Alchemy G. Ds instead. Normally speaking, 6-star Alchemy G. Ds should be stronger than 5-star Alchemy G. Ds. It was just that this sort of thing was not absolute, such as a 5-star Alchemy G. D could refine a divine-grade divine pill, but the 6-star Alchemy G. D could not. In contrast, it was clear that the 5-star Alchemy G. D had more potential. Once they broke through to 6-star, their strength would be much stronger than those ordinary 6-star Alchemy G. Ds. People who fought alchemy battles in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion and were able to reach peak gold level. Each one was a strong compet. One tore among the strong rivals. Their strength could not be underestimated. The white-robed old man saying so clearly felt that with Yi Yuan's strength, even if the opponents were middle-rank 6-star Alchemy G. Ds, they would also not be his match. The three people were currently discussing when another old man entered the hall. The old man said unwillingly, "Chun Yu, sending someone to call me over so anxiously, what happened? Don't you know that this old man is very busy lately?" The white-robed old man Chin Yu said, "Ha! Chin Chong, you old thing, you're busy. These few days a great event happened in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." The old man who came in was none other than precisely Master Chin Chong, who fought for the Earth Qilin with Yi Yuan at the 100 Herb Gathering. Chun Yu recounted Yi Yuan's matters. Chin Chang's expression became solemn. "Hang on, you're saying that he's called Yi Yuan?" Chin Chong suddenly felt that Yi Yuan, this name, was very familiar, as if he heard it somewhere before. Chun Yu nodded and said, "That's right. Speaking of which, this kid is really a freak. Only 1,000 over years old, and his alchemy Tao strength is actually so horrifying." Chun Chang's entire body trembled, finally recalling the scene. His face was full of shock as he muttered, "Impossible! This is impossible. How can it possibly be him?" Chin Yu asked curiously, "Why? Have you heard of him before?" Chun Chang waved his hand and said, "Shouldn't be the same person. Forget it. I'll go and make sure first." Finished talking, his figure moved, leaving the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Gold Arena, bustling sounds were roaring, cheering sounds rising one after another. In a short few days, Yi Yuan already obtained 20 straight wins, taking down quite a few of the gold level heavyweights. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan gathered a loyal crowd of fans. On the ring, Yi Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, steady like a giant mountain. No one was able to shake his position at all. The one exchanging blows with him was a top 5 powerhouse among the gold alchemy celestial alchemists. But in front of Yi Yuan, he was like an elementary school student. In reality, ever since everyone knew Yi Yuan's strength, the old arena's powerhouses fell over each other in a bid to exchange blows with Yi Yuan. They naturally did not do it in order to win, but to learn a little something from Yi Yuan. Exchanging blows with such a powerhouse could not be randomly encountered. And Yi Yuan's arena matches also completely evolved to a teaching field already. Under Yi Yuan's deliberate guidance, those gold alchemy celestial alchemists who had some comprehension ability had varying degrees of comprehension toward alchemy Tao. This was a valuable fortune to them. The fierce fighting on the stage was currently ongoing when several figures walked into the gold alchemy battle arena. You guys, look, I isn't that Master Chin Chong. There's also Master Chin Yu. A few years back when he preached on Tao, I was fortunate enough to have listened to his teachings. Goodness gracious, truly remarkable. Master Yi Yuan already attracted the attention of alchemy celestial level powerhouses. There was a commotion in the crowd, several big shots showing together. This was a grand event that had never happened before. These people at the gold arena, any one of them that randomly went out would be a powerhouse whose fame shook a region. But in front of alchemy celestial powerhouses, they were completely not worth mentioning. Those were the truly powerful existences. Chin Chong walked into the venue. Seeing that young figure on the stage, his entire body could not help trembling. Gaze fixed on that figure. "What's wrong, Brother Chen?" Chin Yu asked curiously. Chen Chang's brain was somewhat out of sorts, like it exploded. "This medicinal pill was refined by me." Yi Yuan's words were still reverberating in his ears. At that time, Chin Chong felt that Yi Yuan was just deliberately lying in order to become famous. This lie was too lacking in skill. How could a 5-star alchemy D possibly refine a divine-grade, exquisite, jade, heart, recovery pill? This sort of lie, even a child would not believe it, right? But now, looking at Yi Yuan's refinement that lifted something heavy as if it were light, the natural and smooth technique, it was just like the air of a master. Yi Yuan could even refine a vast spirit, divine pill. Then refining a divine-grade, level 9 medicinal pill was also not impossible. Could it be that the exquisite jade heart recovery pill was really refined by him? It's really him. Chin Chong sucked in a deep breath and said in shock. Chin Yu was somewhat curious as he said, "What in the world did this kid do to make you so surprised?" Chin Chong briefly recounted the events that day. The few big shots were all extremely shocked. "You're saying that a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill, he only used 2 hours plus and refined it? How is this possible?" Chin Yu said with a disbelieving look. Chin Chong shook his head and said, "It's also not necessarily refined by him. It might really have been refined by his family senior. After all, level 5 and 6 medicinal pills completely can't be compared to level 9 medicinal pills. It's just that I didn't expect that his alchemy Tao strength is actually so strong. Just where did this boy pop out from?" Chapter 1929, Telling Tales. Chapter 1929. Telling Tales. Everyone all thought that after Yi Yuan advanced to dark violet level, this sort of domineering drive would ease up somewhat. Dark violet alchemy, celestial alchemists, the vast majority were 6-star alchemy Otis. Furthermore, their strength far said ordinary 6-star alchemy ODS. For Yi Yuan to want to continue a winning streak in the dark violet arena, it was naturally not that easy. However, Yi Yuan's performance greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. He overcame all difficulties in the way and had yet to lose a match. No matter how strong the opponent was, arriving in front of him, they were as obedient as a student. 6-star alchemy DS were no exception either. Following Yi Yuan's winning streak, his reputation rose, becoming a figure at the height of popularity in the L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan's residence had people coming to pay a visit every day, coming and going in an endless stream. Jiang Manor. Jiang Hua was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the alchemy celestial pavilion, he naturally paid a lot of attention to Yi Yuan. From the initial most disdain, it turned to shock, then to terror, and then despair. Jiang Hua's mood grew heavier with each passing day. How could he have thought that a punk who came from an imperial city would actually stir up such a huge wave in L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital? Jiang Hua, prepare some gifts and make a trip to Joyful Aroma Residence together with me. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, this newly promoted dark violet alchemist, Yi Yuan, will surely become a dazzling figure. Our Springwind Hall must forge good relations with him first. Jiang Yuan called Jiang Hua over and instructed. Jiang Hua's heart thumped, his heart sinking to the bottom of the sea. The thing that he was most worried about happened. Back then, Yi Yuan had once crowed proud words when he left, saying to make Jiang Yuan go find him personally. At that time, Jiang Hua even scoffed in derision. Who could have thought that in a mere 2 short months, Jiang Yuan was actually really going to pay a visit in person? The myriad treasure tower had a dozen overhauls, each performing its own functions, responsible for all of the myriad treasure tower's transactions, the authority immense. The Springwind Hall was one of them. Jiang Yuan was skilled in management and extremely capable and experienced. So his status in Springwind Hall was rather high, taking on the post of elder. L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital was most famous for medicinal pills and spirit medicine business. Springwind Hall naturally paid a lot of attention to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion too. Yi Yuan's rapid rise was still in its startup phase currently, but with Jiang Yuan's perception, he already became aware that Yi Yuan's rise was unstoppable. Hence, before everyone noticed Yi Yuan this person yet, forging good relations with him might reap great benefits. This was clearly much more worth it than getting into contact with him after Yi Yuan became renowned far and wide, and also much easier. It was just that he did not think that his steward had long already offended Yi Yuan badly. That family head, although this Yi Yuan is formidable, he's also merely a 5-star alchemy god. It doesn't merit you to personally pay a visit, right? Jiang Hua said meaningfully. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "What the H.E.L.I. do you know?" Also don't know where that Yi Yuan popped out from. His strength is frighteningly powerful. It's said that he has already startled alchemy celestial level powerhouses. Furthermore, he's met with no resistance at the Dark Violet arena. Most likely, before long, he'll become a black-scale alchemy celestial alchemist. Such a figure will surely become well known in the world in the future. Making friends beforehand is greatly beneficial to me and the Springwind Hall. Jiang Hua was shocked inwardly. He knew that Yi Yuan's performance was outstanding in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, but he was not clear about the specific situation. With his ident, he could not come into contact with the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion such a high level. Hearing Jiang Yuan say, "So now," only then did he know how terrifying Yi Yuan was. Jiang Hua started to become afraid in his heart. With Yi Yuan's present ident, and status, even family head had to pay a visit in person. If Yi Yuan incited slightly, wanting to kill him was merely a matter of saying a word. So impressive. Looks like this 5-star alchemy god truly has boundless prospects. Jiang Yuan was half genuine and half fake as he said in surprise. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "That's of course. But the other halls have clearly not realized this yet, so we have to pick up speed." Jiang Hua said, "This lowly one will go and arrange it right away." Finished talking, Jiang Hua turned around and left. The moment he turned around, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across in Jiang Hua's eyes. "No way. I can't resign myself to death like this. What I can rely on currently is only family head." The Springwind Hall had great power and influence. As long as let family head and that punk form an enmity, I can definitely quell that punk to death by borrowing the Springwind Hall's power and influence, even if he becomes a black-scale alchemist. So what? It was true that the status of a black-scale alchemist was extremely high, but each major hall was presided over by peak true god realm powerhouses. They were existences on the same level as alchemy celestial alchemists. Black-scale alchemists were still a level weaker compared to them. Jiang Hua was also considered capable and experienced when doing things, preparing some top-grade gifts very quickly. Jiang Yuan was just about to set off when Jiang Hua said, "Family head, why not let this lowly one make a trip first?" Jiang Yuan said, "Coolly, no need." Jiang Hua said, "Family head, although that Yi Yuan is akin to the noonday sun, he's still young in the end. Family head is the spring wind hall's elder. As a matter of fact, you're even a level higher than him. If he put on airs and doesn't want to meet you, wouldn't family head lose face? If this matter was to spread, how will family head keep a foothold in the spring wind hall?" When Jiang Yuan heard that, his figure could not help pausing. He wielded great authority in the spring wind hall. The people who wanted to watch him make a fool of himself were not few. In fact, Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 over years old young lad, currently riding on the crest of success. He might really hold him in contempt. Jiang Hua's words were very reasonable. Jiang Hua was just a servant. If he lost face, then he lost face. It was no big deal. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Yuan could not help feeling that Jiang Hua was loyal and devoted to him, thinking of his interests in all respects. So he was quite moved in his heart. "May as well. Then I'll have to trouble you to make a trip," Jiang Yuan said. Jiang Hua was overjoyed in his heart, but he appeared very humble on the surface as he said, "How can sharing family heads' burdens be troublesome?" 2 hours later, Jiang Hua returned with a B.L.O.O.D. nose and swollen face. When Jiang Yuan saw Jiang Hua's miserable appearance, he said in surprise and anger, "Jiang Hua, what's going on?" The moment Jiang Hua saw Jiang Yuan, he could not help crying bitterly as he wailed, "Oh, family head, it doesn't matter that this lowly one was beaten until like this, but that Yi Yuan seriously bullied people too far. Bullying people too far. This lowly one reported my name and offered up all the gifts. They did not even look and immediately threw the gifts out, and even said a puny little spring wind hall's elder is also worthy to meet him. Even if want to meet, it's also the hall master coming in person. That Yi Yuan even said, Jiang Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Even said what?" Jiang Hua was rejoicing in his heart, but he had anguish on his face as he said, "He even said that family head didn't take a Thias S and look at the reflection either. Who the H-E-L-L does he think he is? Haven't even figured out his own ident. 1. Tie and want to request an audience with him. This lowly one argued a few words with him in my indignance, and he beat this lowly one until like this." Ouch. Jiang Hua described vividly the figure of an impetuous and arrogant youth who was intoxicated with success at a young age that appeared vividly on paper. Jiang Hua naturally would not go to Yi Yuan there. Either way, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan also would not publicize it everywhere himself too. He entered joyful Aroma residence and walked one round, found a remote place, and cast a secret art to hide in the S.P.A.C. and turned himself into this appearance. Returning now, he told tales relentlessly in front of Jiang Yuan. Sure enough, Jiang Yuan's expression became darker and darker. He trusted Jiang Hua a lot. So how could he have thought that Jiang Hua had sinister motives? Good, very good. A puny little spring wind hall elder. Ha ha. Jiang Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, Chapter 1930. I'll accept it. Chapter 1930. I'll accept it in the dark violet arena. 2 auras were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. One of the auras was vast like the ocean, being boundless, but the other appeared extremely weak in front of it. However, that weak aura was steady like a monolith. No matter how the tide surged, it was unable to move it in the slightest too. The powerful one had sweat seeping out on his forehead, while the weak one was concentrating quietly, unmoving as a pine tree. Condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. The pill formed. Li Danqing let out a sigh. Bowing toward Yi Yuan, he said, Many thanks for brother Ye's guidance. This Li candidly admits defeat. This Li Danqing was the powerhouse ranked 3rd in the Dark Violet arena, a 6-star alchemy G.O.D., but he was still defeated in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, I dare not say giving pointers. We're just exchanging notes. Brother Li's strength is formidable and already infinitely approaches Tao Realm. Just one more step and you'll be able to leap over the Dragon Gate. Mentioning this, a hint of joy flashed across in Li Donqing's gaze, and he said smilingly, getting Brother Ye's guidance is just perfect. This Li had some comprehension and hoped to be able to break through to the Tao realm in one stroke this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll congratulate Brother Li in advance." Winning this match, Yi Yuan already won 80 matches in a row at the Dark Violet Arena. He just needed to win another 20 matches, and he could advance to Black Scale. Yi Yuan's winning streak momentum was simply unstoppable. Although these 6-star Alchemy DS were much stronger than 5-star Alchemy DS and their soul force also many times more powerful, they were still too weak to stand up to Compet. 1. Tie-in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of pill battle prohibited directly using soul force to attack the other party. One could only use the momentum formed when refining their pill to affect the other party. Otherwise, with the soul force of 6-star Alchemy DS wanting to annihilate 5-star Alchemy DS was simply too easy. Of course, with Yi Yuan's means, even if the other party really used soul force to assault him, he also did not fear in the slightest. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, this sort of action could only be courting death. Yi Yuan succeeded in defending the arena and was just planning to leave when suddenly a figure dashed up the stage. This was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, looking at Yi Yuan with a sneering look on his heart. The middle-aged man in black robes said, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan did not recognize the other party, but he clearly did not come with good intentions. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with him and was directly going to go down the stage. The middle-aged man in black robes frowned, his figure moving, blocking in front of Yi Yuan as he said with a cold snort, "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" The judge frowned slightly and said, "Yuing, what are you here at the Dark Violet Arena for? Are you trying to cause trouble? Don't you forget the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules." Yuing. Turns out that he's Yuing. Terrifying person. This is a super powerhouse ranked in the top 5 of the Black Scale. It's said that he reached the Tao realm 10,000 years ago. Looks like the arrival did not come with good intentions. With this, there's a good show to watch. The moment that judge opened his mouth, a commotion immediately broke out below the stage. Clearly, Yu Ying's name was extremely resounding. These people had all heard of it before. It was just that Black Scale alchemists were different from Dark Violet. Each one of them was a big shot whose name shook a region, rarely showing face. Hence, the people who saw them were also very few. Now, that judge said Yu Ying's name. They were naturally extremely shocked. It was just that they were very curious why Yu Ying would find trouble with Yi Yuan. Yu Ying said coolly, "W-A-N-G-Jian, none of your business. I naturally know the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules. No need for you to remind me." Judge W-A-N-G-Jian was similarly a Black Scale alchemist, his status extremely high. Except W-A-N-G-Jian's status in the Black Scale level was clearly much worse compared to Yu Ying. Yu Ying's gaze stared at Yi Yuan heatedly and said, "Brat, heard that you looked down on my Springwind Hall and said that my Springwind Hall's elder isn't even qualified to meet you." Yu Ying was also Springwind Hall's elder. Hearing Springwind Hall's name, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not say such words before. Apart from Jiang Manor, he did not come into contact with the Springwind Hall's people. Yi Yuan thought of Jiang Hua straight away. It was just that Jiang Hua was merely a measly little Jiang Manor steward. So how could he possibly invite a Black Scale alchemist to come and deal with him? Most likely, the problem lied with Jiang Yuan. Very soon, Yi Yuan figured out the sequence of events clearly. It was just that he could not quite figure out why Jian Yuan would be pushed around by a puny little steward. Seeing Yi Yuan not speak, Yu Ying was extremely irritated and said in a solemn voice, "You think that by not speaking you can smoke your way through today?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I say that I didn't say before, would you believe?" Yu Ying smiled coldly and said, "Coward who doesn't dare to admit what he did. Just based on your bit of strength, you also dare to challenge my spring wind hall?" Yi Yuan looked at Yu Ying and said coolly, "All right, just take it as I provoked your spring wind hall. So what then?" Yi Yuan knew that there was probably some misunderstanding involved, but this Yu Ying's attitude made him very displeased. The other party clung to his view that he provoked the spring wind hall and clearly did not give him the chance to explain. Then, provoke away then. A mere black-scale alchemist, he did not take him seriously yet. Yu Ying laughed loudly and said, "What a conceited brat! Think that you won a few matches at the Dark Violet Arena, and you're very impressive? Let me tell you something. Only by reaching the black-scale arena will you know how weak you are." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Black-scale arena? In my eyes it's also merely thus. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Even the audience below the stage were all stunned. Such overbearing words. Yi Yuan really dared to say it. Actually, ever since Gold Arena, Yi Yuan rarely went all out to refine pills. These alchemists all wanted to seek experience from him. Yi Yuan did not conceal his abilities either, and would often guide these alchemists to refine pills. This way, the grade that he refined naturally would not be too high. It just basically maintained above divine grade. It was just precisely because of this many people thought that when Yi Yuan refined high-difficulty medicinal pills, he would not be as a Stonies, plussing as before. Of course, his strength was still the strongest. Refining level 6 or 7 difficulty medicinal pills, it was impossible for these dark violet alchemists to refine divine grade. Hence, at this time, Yi Yuan felt that Yi Yuan's boast was bragged a little too big. Even and Ji Jian's brows also could not refrain from knitting tightly together. After all, he was a black-scale alchemist too. The black-scale arena is merely thus? Brat, you really dare to boast shamelessly. Since you look down on the black-scale arena, then let's make a bet. How about it? Yu Ying said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Use whatever you can come up with, I'll receive it." "Fine. You and I have an alchemy battle right now. If you lose, scram out of True's gold, great imperial capital for me, and you're never to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion again in this lifetime." Yu Ying said with a cold smile, "If you lose." Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Me? There's no way I'll lose. If I lose, I'll also scram out of True's gold, great imperial capital, never to enter alchemy celestial pavilion again in this lifetime." Yu Ying said without the slightest hesitation. The moment and Ji Jian heard, he could not help turning pale with fright. These two people were rare talents, existences who were highly likely to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion in the future and become alchemy celestial pavilion elders. Losing any one of them was a tremendous loss to the alchemy celestial pavilion. No way. Everyone is an alchemy celestial alchemist. You mustn't harm the harmonious spirit. And Ji Jian said. But Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I'll accept it." Chapter 1931. Fangs. Chapter 1931. Fangs currently, Yi Yuan and Yu Ying, two people directly treated and Ji Jian as heir. Yi Yuan did not cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble either. Since people bullied him to the doorstep, he naturally had no reason to shrink back. Looking down on even black scale, truly outrageously arrogant. I'll let you take a look today at how strong black scale is. Yu Ying said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is that so?" Then I'll have to take a good look. Below the stage, when Jiang Yuan master and servant were looking at this scene, they sneered coldly without ceasing. How strong Yuing was, they were very clear. Even level 8 difficulty, rank 5 divine pills. He had also once refined divine grade before. Although Yi Yuan's strength was great, reaching black scale this level, he definitely reached the limit already. Indeed a condescending fellow. This kind of people isn't worthy of remaining in the alchemy celestial pavilion at all. Jiang Yuan said with a cold smile. After Jiang Hua was beaten, he found Yu Ying and requested him to take action to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yu Ying was very devout to the Spring Wind Hall. Jiang Yuan also looked after him very well, the two people's relations. H.I.+P was very friendly. Jiang Yuan said those groundless words for Yu Ying to hear. He was naturally greatly enraged and immediately came over to find trouble with Yi Yuan. Now, Yu Ying goaded out Yi Yuan's arrogance. When it landed in Jiang Yuan's ears, he believed Jiang Hua's words even more. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the bet, Jiang Hua was delighted to the extreme in his heart. Family head, aren't I right? This punk thinks nothing of anyone, let alone me, a mere steward. Jiang Hua said with an aggrieved look. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, climbing on top of our heads, he'll have to bear the consequences. I've already arranged for people to wait for him outside the city. As long as he leaves the city, he'll definitely die without a doubt. As Springwind Hall's elder, Jiang Yuan was naturally not some soft-hearted and benevolent person. Yi Yuan hitting his steward was equivalent to hitting his face. How could he endure it? Moreover, Yi Yuan even insulted Springwind Hall along with him. Jiang Hua was overjoyed when he heard it. Clearly, he did not expect that family head actually handled things without missing a single detail. Many thanks, family head, for venting this frustration for me, Jiang Hua said excitedly. On the stage, the two people were already good to go. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Before this, there had never been dark violet alchemists who challenged black scale alchemists. The disparity between the two was too great. There was no possibility of challenging at all. But today, Yi Yuan, this dark violet, actually challenged a black scale. Furthermore, Yu Ying was an extremely powerful existence among black scale alchemists. Brat, open your eyes wide and take a look at what's called a true alchemy Tao powerhouse. You are still early. Today, I'll have you scram out of the great imperial capital. Yu Ying said with a cold smile. Actually, before this, everyone's estimation of Yi Yuan's strength was black scale. It was just that the strength difference of black scale level alchemy powerhouses was tremendous too. The powerful existences among them entered Tao realm many years ago and were not what ordinary people could imagine. To alchemy DS, Tao realm was a watershed, another universe. It was just that Yu Ying did not know that Yi Yuan was already at the grand completion Tao realm. Alright, enough rubbish. If bragging can refine pills, anyone can be an alchemist in this heaven-span world, Yuan said coolly. Yu Ying's face was black as he said in a solemn voice, what a razor-tongued brat. During the alchemy battle, you have to be careful. Yu Ying's vast soul force suddenly erupted, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Entering a pill-refining state, Yu Ying's entire person still failed to show restraint, giving people an overbearing feeling. Very soon, a profound and inscrutable aura gradually rose around the medicinal cauldron. Bang! Yu Ying's aura became more and more powerful, like a fierce tiger, Russ. H.I. plus ing towards Yi Yuan's territory, incomparably domineering. In the view of outsiders, Yu Ying wanted to forcibly occupy the entire ring, not giving Yi Yuan any leeway to survive. The Tao realm Yu Ying, his imposing momentum, was naturally greatly different from the opponents that Yi Yuan encountered. His impact force was more than 1,000 times stronger than others. Under Yu Ying's powerful aura, Yi Yuan appeared to be in a precarious situation. Indeed, it's still too early for Yi Yuan to deal with black-scale alchemists. This is the strength of black-scale level pinnacle powerhouses. Indeed, ridiculously strong. Looks like Yi Yuan encountered his match this time. Seeing Yi Yuan's situation, people all sighed emotionally one after another. Brett, don't you look down on black scale? This is the true strength of black scale. I want to see how you refine pill still. Outside of the pill refinement, Ying still had leftover strength to talk with Yi Yuan. Under the interference of his powerful aura, ordinary people could not maintain their state of mind all. Pill refinement did not allow the slightest error. Once interrupted, it was very easy to affect the outcome of the pill refinement. Yu Ying's aura was like tidewater, scouring Yi Yuan's aura wave after wave, incomparably domineering. This kind of alchemy battle was the clash of two people's Tao. But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said coolly, "Just this bit of strength? Really disappoints me." Yu Ying gave a cold laugh and was just about to refute when suddenly his expression changed. Yi Yuan's aura suddenly changed. An imposing momentum that was vast like the sea instantly pushed back. Originally, on this ring, it teemed with Yu Ying's aura everywhere. But in a blink of an eye, it was retaliated by Yi Yuan. Yu Ying's expression suddenly changed. How could he still care to speak? He used all of his methods, wanting to stop the retreat, but all of his actions were futile. Yi Yuan's chaos heavenly star art went at full power, advancing irresistibly, cruise. H.I. plussing Yu Ying like sweeping away dead leaves. However, Yu Ying was a Tao realm powerhouse in the end. Finally, at the last moment, he blocked Yi Yuan's assault. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. At this moment, Yi Yuan was akin to AGOD. That mysterious aura around him made people tremble. What's going on here? Why did Yi Yuan suddenly become so strong? Too inconceivable. Turns out that he concealed his strength all along. Concealed strength, my ass. It's just that we were totally not qualified enough to make him use his full power. Everyone was extremely shocked. The scene before their eyes was seriously too out of their expectations. All along, Yi Yuan's alchemy battles appeared very cordial. He had never taken the initiative to attack others before. Being low profile for a long time, everyone thought that his strength merely stopped here. But today, Yu Ying was overbearing, finally triggering Yi Yuan's fury, making him bare his ferocious fangs. He went all out. The Yi Yuan who spared no effort was actually terrifyingly powerful. The current Yu Ying was deathly pale, hands and feet all in confusion. He was already thrown into confusion. Under Yi Yuan's dominance, his aura was suppressed to within a radius of 10 feet, unable to break through any more. Not bad, at least you have some skill. It's just that you're too weak. Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth. Another wave of fierce attack lashed over. Poor work. Yu Ying could not withstand it anymore. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. His furnace of medicinal pills also thoroughly became useless pills. Yu Ying looked at Yi Yuan, incomparably shocked. Lost? He was actually defeated. He, a dignified middle-rank 6-star alchemy God, an apex existence among black-scale alchemists, actually lost to a 5-star alchemy God? Yu Ying felt like he was dreaming. Chapter 1932, Making an Apology. Chapter 1932, Making an Apology. W.A.N. Ji Jian looked at the small medicinal bottle in his hand, being shocked speechless. Vast Spirit Divine Pill. How is this possible? This is a level 8 difficulty Crimson Fire 9 Brilliance pill. The moment these words came out, the whole crowd was amazed. Before this, Yi Yuan had once refined Vast Spirit Divine pills. It was just that after arriving at the Dark Violet Arena, he rarely refined Vast Spirit Divine pills anymore. Even Void Spirit was seldom refined. Everyone thought that this was because the difficulty of the medicinal pills grew. Yuan's strength was no longer sufficient to refine it anymore. Only now did they know that turns out they all thought wrongly. A big mistake. When Yi Yuan exchanged blows with them, he did not even use 30% of his strength. He was playing around. Level 8 difficulty, vast spirit divine pill. What kind of concept was that? This kind of strength was sufficient to sweep across black scale level powerhouses. Black scale level powerhouses. Forget about vast spirit divine pill. Even purple spirit divine pills had to depend on luck too. But Yi Yuan refined a vast spirit divine pill directly. This disparity was too great. Could it be that Yi Yuan was already equipped with the strength to become an alchemy celestial level powerhouse? Thinking up to here, everyone was filled with shock. Ewing looked at this scene in a daze. Until now, he was unable to believe it. He lost, defeated very thoroughly. In merely several dozen breaths from start to end, he thoroughly fell apart under Yi Yuan's tidewater-like offensive. But Yi Yuan refined a vast spirit divine pill. This kind of strength was a summit that was far beyond his reach for life. Yi Yuan slowly came before Yu Ying and said, "Coolly, master, please." Yu Ying's entire body trembled, the expression on his face changing again and again. The reason why he made this bet was that he felt that he would not lose. But the result was that he was defeated. Not stepping into L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital in this lifetime, the consequence was too severe to him. His prospects were great, with hopes of entering the alchemy celestial pavilion. But now, everything turned into bubbles. Seeing that Ewing did not react, Yuan said coolly, "Lost and still want to renege. Is this Springwind Hall style?" Yu Ying was still silent. It was just that the muscles on his face were twitching. Clearly, he was struggling greatly in his heart. Going back on his word in front of so many people. How did he still have face to meet people in the future in this L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital? But making him leave L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital, he was unwilling to. "Young man, must you compel people like this?" Just as it was awkward, a figure slowly walked out, going up the stage. Yu Ying's expression changed, hurriedly bowing as he said, "Hall master." Aye, Yi Yuan sized up this fatty in luxurious clothing. This attire was just like a tyke. Or local tyrant. Yi Yuan did not expect that he was actually the Springwind Hall's hall master. This fatty gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. Compelling people? This show today, everyone saw it. Just who is being overbearing. I believe that everyone has a score in their hearts, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The fatty had a face full of flesh as he smiled and said, "Elder, you won't come and find trouble with you without rhyme or reason. This matter has to have a cause, right?" Yu Ying snorted coldly and said, "This boy relies on his talent, that Serpa. SES people, and so he doesn't pay any attention to people. His words even insult my Springwind Hall. As Springwind Hall's elder, how can I endure it?" The fatty said, "You heard it too. My Springwind Hall is also a major hall of the Myriad Treasure Tower no matter what. Little brother, you insulting like so probably isn't appropriate, right? Insult the Springwind Hall? You guys want to chase this Yi out of the great imperial capital just based on a one-sided account. Truly a mighty show of power. Elder Jiang Yuan, you're also here, right? Why don't you reveal yourself?" Yi Yuan suddenly said in a clear voice. The moment these words came out, the expression of the Jiang Hua beside Jiang Yuan changed abruptly. But Jiang Yuan gave a cold snort, figure drifting out. Facing Yi Yuan, Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, I heard that you shot to fame in the Dark Violet arena, and so I sent a subordinate to offer up lavish gifts, wanting to make acquaintances. But you injured him severely and even insulted my Springwind Hall with words. Where's the reasoning?" Springwind Hall's 3 big shots standing in sharp opposition to Yi Yuan currently, it also caused a stir. Although Yi Yuan's talent was outstanding, his strength extremely formidable. In this matter, it seemed that it was really Yi Yuan's fault. Below the stage, gesturing and pointing at Yi Yuan could not be helped. But Yi Yuan was unmoved and said coolly, "Elder Jiang Yuan, the servant that you spoke of is Jiang Hua, right?" Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Of course." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then where is he right now?" "Ha, you still dare to challenge face to face? Then I'll let everybody take a look at that haughty visage of yours. Jiang Hua." Jiang Yuan gave a cold snort and shouted. But Body answered. Jiang Yuan's brows furrowed, and he shouted once more, "Jiang Hua!" No one answered still. Jiang Yuan's heart thumped, secretly thinking that it was not good. He still wanted to shout again, but was interrupted by Yi Yuan, who said, "No need to shout anymore. He definitely slipped away already." The expressions of the three Springwind Hall big shots changed at the same time. With this, they finally knew that the matter was not that simple. What's going on here? Jiang Yuan was somewhat thrown into a panic. He faintly felt that something was amiss. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Of course he doesn't dare to come out and confront face to face. This matter, as long as you and I meet, he'll have nowhere to hide. Elder Jiang, you an exalted Springwind Hall elder, was actually wrapped around a servant's little finger, and even caused such a big scene, truly laughable." That hall master's expression also changed slightly, knowing that they might really have been tricked by someone today. Frowning, he asked, "Little friendy, what in the world is going on?" Yi Yuan did not hide it either, roughly narrating the situation of going to the Jiang Manor that day, making the three people's faces change abruptly. It's also very simple to want to prove this matter, as long as Elder Jiang goes to the gatehouse to inquire about it. I believe that it will be clear at a glance. As for saying that I injured him and insulted the Springwind Hall, there was no such thing. Because since that day I never saw him again, Yi Yuan said. Jiang Yuan's knuckles cracked from clenching, his jaws tightly clenched. Clearly, he was already enraged to the extreme. He did not expect that he, a dignified hall elder, actually became a blade in a servant's hand. And this blade did not just slash himself, it even wounded the Springwind Hall. Today, even Hall Master came forward in person. Springwind Hall could be said to have lost face all the way to their granny's house. He wished to slice and dice Jiang Hua up right now. Yu Ying's expression was similarly livid. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, why did you admit it readily?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I said it back then, would you believe?" Yu Ying could not help choking when he heard that, only then recalling that Yi Yuan had indeed asked him before, but he shoved it back readily. Even if Yi Yuan explained, he would not believe it at all either. He would only think that Yi Yuan was denying it. About this, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of it, so he completely could not be bothered to explain to. When explaining without strength, everything was feeble. Strength was the king's path. He made Yu Ying submit, then came forward to explain. The persuasiveness was naturally much stronger. At this time the hall master suddenly cupped his fists at Yi Yuan and said, "Little friendy, this matter was all my Springwind Hall's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of Elder Yu and Elder Jiang." Chapter 1933. Entire City Shocked. Chapter 1933. Entire city shocked. Hall Master Mufeng actually apologized to Yi Yuan. Truly remarkable. Hall Master Mufeng is a peak true G. D realm peerless powerhouse, and yet he actually apologized to a celestial deity, Realm Junior. What the Hell do you know? Yi Yuan utterly defeated Yu Ying. His strength can likely enter alchemy celestial CLA. SS already. That's a figure on the same level as Hall Master Mufeng. Such a figure, it's not good for Hall Master Mufeng to offend either. Let alone that this matter was Springwind Hall's fault in the first place. The Hall Master's action caused a stir in the crowd. Mufeng's position was at that pinnacle-most level in True's gold great imperial capital. Other people could not even meet him. If it were others, even if it was the Springwind Hall's fault, it was also impossible for him to lower his head and admit fault. But who knew that he actually admitted fault to a celestial deity, Realm Junior? Hall Master! Yu Ying and Jiang Yuan, two people, turned pale with fright and were just about to speak, but they were stopped by Mu Feng with a gesture. The two people had ashamed faces, hanging their heads in shame. The mess was caused by them, but needed Hall Master to clean up their mess. Yi Yuan looked at the fatty and said with a smile, "Whether Elder Yu leaves or not isn't important to me. But Springwind Hall's overbearingness, this Yi has had a taste of it. Since Lord Hall Master personally spoke up today, this Yi naturally doesn't have the reason to pester endlessly. This matter ends here." Yi Yuan knew his limitations. He was merely a celestial deity, Realm Junior in the end. Mu Feng made an apology to him in front of so many people. He naturally could not possibly latch onto Yu Ying and not let go. It was just that he already had bad blood toward Springwind Hall in his heart. Regarding Mu Feng's show of goodwill, he did not buy it. This matter also merely stopped here. Toward Springwind Hall, Yi Yuan felt disinclined to have any favorable impression. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Hua or Yu Ying, the impression left on Yi Yuan was really too deep. The Hall Master was still all smiles, seemingly taking no notice of Yi Yuan's attitude as he said smilingly, "Little friend Yi is broad-minded. Springwind Hall is endlessly grateful. Elder Yu, Elder Jiang, why haven't you thanked little friend Yi?" When the two heard that, they hurriedly gave a bow. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, considered to have answered. No one could have expected that a huge conflict was resolved just like that. Let alone did they imagine that a colossal Springwind Hall actually apologized to a celestial deity realm. Yi Yuan and Yu Ying's battle spread throughout the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion at the fastest speed. It even spread throughout L.U.S., True's gold great imperial capital. After that, Yi Yuan's background was already dug out. The entire city was shocked. Previously, there were many conjectures about Yi Yuan. Some said that he came from some heavenly emperor Bottomanda. Some said that he came from a reclusive great family. Some even said that he was linked in many ways to medicine ancestor. It was just that no one thought that Yi Yuan merely came from a measly little imperial city. Digging further, he even only came out of a tiny little county. An alchemist without the slightest background, only used a short 1,000 over years to one-shot a black-scale alchemist. This talent simply startled heaven and earth and even made DS and Ghost sweep. For some time, Yi Yuan became the target that countless alchemists looked up to. In the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, several Alchemy Celestial CLA's powerhouses were similarly incomparably shocked. Especially Qin Chang. He already did not know what kind of words to use to describe the shock in his heart. Could it be that exquisite jade heart recovery pill was really refined by him? A 5-star alchemy de-refining a divine grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. How is this possible? Qin Chang felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Although there were faintly some guesses previously, he actually did not really believe it. Firstly, Yi Yuan's performance in the Dark Violet arena gradually leveled out. Secondly, this sort of thing was too fantastical. But Yi Yuan refined a level 8 medicinal pill now, and he even actually refined a vast spirit, divine grade. Then reaching divine grade for level 9 difficulty did not seem to be something hard to comprehend. A hint of surprise flashed across in Chen Yu's gaze as he said, "In that case, he already has the qualifications to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Most likely, in regards to the refinement of rank 5 divine pills, we're not a match for him." When the few people heard that, they all exchanged glances. Divine grade, exquisite, jade heart, recovery pill. Which of them could refine it in one stroke? Unless it was like a blind cat bee. Ping into a dead rat, otherwise there was no chance at all. but Yi Yuan refined one. A 5-star alchemy celestial pavilion entering the alchemy celestial pavilion. They felt that it was very strange no matter how they thought about it. Chun Chang was speechless. Recalling back then at the 100 Herb gathering, he even urged Yi Yuan with sincere words and earnest wishes. It was really laughable to the extreme. He discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the impulsiveness that he should have at this age, but appeared extremely modest instead. If it were a young man who had Yi Yuan's talent being wronged by someone who said that the medicinal pill was not refined by him, they would have long exploded. But Yi Yuan did not. Not only did he not, he even accepted his suggestion very humbly. If Yi Yuan confronted him back then and refined pills in front of everyone, then his old face would really have nowhere to put. Recalling it now, Chun Chang was actually full of gratitude and admiration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Young in age, but had such breadth of mind, this was not what ordinary people could do. Hoo-hoo! Alchemy Celestial Pavilion hasn't added new members in 100,000 years already, right? It's also time that a new member joins. Yi Yuan entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion is absolutely an excellent thing to us and to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Chun Chang said. Chun Yu also nodded and said, "This boy's future prospects are limitless. Him joining the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion will only make the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's reputation grow." Thud. Jiang Yuan slightly used strength. Jiang Hua knelt in front of Yi Yuan. "Younger brother Yi, I'm really sorry about it. It was this Jiang who failed in disciplining and almost caused a catastrophe. Today, I brought this scoundrel in front of you to await your sentencing." Jiang Yuan cupped his fists and said to Yi Yuan. That day, after Jiang Hua left the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, he wanted to slink off. It was just a pity that the Spring Wind Hall's power and influence were too great. If they really mobilized the whole hall's strength to capture a celestial deity realm, how could there be a chance for him to escape? Several days later, Jiang Hua was captured in a commoner's house. Today, Mu Feng and Jiang Yuan escorted Jiang Hua to Joyful Aroma residence, delivering him in front of Yi Yuan. Jiang Hua's eyes were full of despair. He crawled over towards Yi Yuan and kowtowed repeatedly as he said, "Lord Yi Yuan, spare me!" It was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see. It was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see. Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Hua and said coolly, "That day at the gatehouse, it was originally not a major issue that you blocked me outside the door. If you don't let me meet Elder Jiang, then I'll use my own means to meet Elder Jiang. But you never should have made people go and kill me. Since you had killing intent aroused, that's a situation where one of us has to die. How do you want me to spare you?" When Jiang Hua heard that, he said with a look of despair, "Lord Yi Yuan, this lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one really knows his mistake. I beg you to spare this lowly one." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to Jiang Yuan indifferently, "Elder Jiang, you brought the person over. Do with him as you will." Jiang Yuan also hated Jiang Hua to the bones and said in a cold voice, "Jiang Hua, I treated you well for so many years, but who knew that you actually repaid kindness with ingratitude? You were so malicious in your motives, nearly causing me to be doomed eternally. Today, if I don't kill you, it's hard to dispel this hatred." Jiang Hua still wanted to say something when Jiang Yuan smacked a palm toward his head, striking him dead. Chapter 1934 Spring Wind Hall's Methods. Chapter 1934 Spring Wind Hall's Methods. "Younger brother Yi, this matter was all my fault. This Jiang apologizes to you again here. I know that killing this D.A.M. thing isn't sufficient to appease younger brother Ye's wrath either, and so I specially brought some gifts as compensation." As he said, Jiang Yuan clapped his hands. Several servants carried a big pile of things up. "Younger brother Yi, this is the list of gifts. Please kindly accept them." As he said, Jiang Yuan handed over a long red list. Looking at the appearance, There were probably no less than 100 items on it. When Ning Tianping saw Yi Yuan nod his head, he went forward to receive the list. Sweeping his gaze through, he could not help being flabbergasted. Terrific fellow, this guy, was called he who had wealth speaks louder than others. The gifts on the list, not one was not a treasure, worth several cities. Ning Tianping marveled at Springwind Hall's extravagance in his heart. Of course, he marveled even more at his own lord's impressiveness. Such a major hall like the Springwind Hall actually rushed to come and apologize. Putting aside killing Jiang Hua, they even compensated with so many things. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Then this ye will thank Elder Jiang." Jiang Yuan hurriedly said, "Not at all. This Jiang still has to thank younger brother Yi for being magnanimous and letting bygones be bygones." Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, this matter ends here. You and I are squared. Hall Master Mu, Elder Jiang, please." Although Yi Yuan had not entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion yet, everyone knew that this was already a sure bet. The status of an Alchemy Celestial Elder was a very special influence above that of the various major hall masters. Hence, Yi Yuan had this confidence now. The current Yi Yuan already did not need to cooperate with Springwind Hall anymore. In reality, the hall masters of L.U.S., True's Gold Great Imperial Capital's other 3 major Myriad Treasure Tower halls already sent people to get into contact with Yi Yuan. Not just the 3 major halls, some other major forces also racked their brains, wanting to work together with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had long let out the news. With his current ident, 1. Tai, the forces that wanted to cooperate with him could be easily found. He naturally had no need to work together with the Springwind Hall that he had a grudge with anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan directly send them out, Jiang Yuan's expression could not help changing. They delivered such a big gift. It was naturally not just to make up with Yi Yuan so simple. Hearing that Yi Yuan let out the news concerning people's interest in collaborating with him, Jiang Yuan wished to kill Jiang Hua 1,000 times over. This D.A.M. thing really bungled matters. With Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength, this sort of cooperation would absolutely be greatly beneficial to the Springwind Hall. What did some spirit medicines count for? What was truly hard to seek were high-quality medicinal pills. A level 8 difficulty vast spirit divine pill. The value was thousands of times, even 10,000 times of the spirit medicines itself. More importantly, this quality of medicinal pills, barely anyone could refine it. As long as they cooperated with Yi Yuan, Springwind Hall would be equivalent to monopolizing the market of high-quality medicinal pills. Whoever wanted to request for pills would have to go through their Springwind Hall. This way, their Springwind Hall status would soar, flinging the other halls far behind. This significance was out of the ordinary. Sadly, it was all ruined by Jiang Hua that be. S.T.A.R.D. originally in a favorable position, but now it was far away in the horizon. Jiang Yuan looked at Mu Feng rather anxiously, but the fatty hall master smiled slightly and said, "Little friendy, I actually came today because I wanted to introduce you to someone." This fatty had a smiling face all day long, but Yi Yuan could sense that he was a formidable character. Not talking about other things, for this fatty to be able to apologize to him in front of so many people, this was not what ordinary people could do. After all, his ident. 1. Tai was not ordinary. If not for Mu Feng's attitude, Yi Yuan also would not possibly drop this matter easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hall Master Mu, your honorable hall and this ye's affairs are already squared. This ye doesn't wish to have any more ties with your honorable hall. Hall Master Mu's good intentions, this ye appreciates it, but as for getting to know this person, best forget about it." Springwind Hall's overbearing style, Yi Yuan had already experienced it many times. No matter what Mu Feng did, that unpleasantness in Yi Yuan's heart was not so easy to wipe away. But Mu Feng smiled and said, "Little friendy, don't refuse me so quickly. This person, you definitely want to become acquainted." Yi Yuan was just about to refuse once more, but two figures walked right over. Yi Yuan. The arrival was all smiles, his aged face even seemingly much younger. Brother Xiao? You, Yi Yuan was surprised. The arrival was none other than precisely Xiao Feng. There was also a white-haired old man who came over together with him. A few days ago, Xiao Feng suddenly said that he had business and immediately left. But today he brought back an old man. Yi Yuan, Xiao Feng was somewhat abashed, seemingly having a bone in his throat. Mu Feng smiled and said, Little friendy, let me reintroduce to you. Xiao Feng is our Spring Wind Hall's high-level protector now. Also, this Mr. Lu Jie is presently also my Spring Wind Hall's elder. Yi Yuan immediately understood. This fatty indeed had ulterior motives. But Yi Yuan was also filled with emotions at this fatty's impressive methods to actually think of making a move on the Xiao Feng by his side. Xiao Feng was merely a measly little low-level deacon. There was still a distance of 108,000 miles away from being a protector. High-level protector. That was a position that only celestial deity realms could take on. Xiao Feng could be said to have ascended to the heavens in one step. Yi Yuan finally knew why Xiao Feng was embarrassed. As said, turns out that he accepted Springwind Hall's arrangements and was afraid that Yi Yuan would be unhappy. That was why he would be like this. However, Mu Feng's method, he really did not have any temper. Yi Yuan understood Xiao Feng's feelings towards Springwind Hall. Although he was on very friendly terms with him, his sense of belonging to Springwind Hall was also extremely strong. One could say that Springwind Hall was his home. Moreover, there was even a Lu Jie who was conveniently brought along. Now, with this layer of relations, I plus P apart from choosing Springwind Hall, who else could Yi Yuan choose? Hoo-hoo, congratulations to Brother Xiao on your promotion. Yi Yuan pays respect to Elder Lu. The matter previously, thank you very much, Elder Lu, Yi Yuan said and clasped his hands. Within reason and favor, Yi Yuan owed Lu Jie favor. He had always remembered it in his heart. Lu Jie hurriedly said, Master Yi is too courteous. It was merely the effort of lifting a finger. Furthermore, this old man's face is meager and can't be of much help. I've incurred Master Ye's ridicule. Yi Yuan Ziden. 1. Tai. Lu Jie had long learned about it from Xiao Feng. In front of Yi Yuan, he naturally did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's not that Elder Lu didn't have the prestige, but it was just a despicable villain blocking the path. I have several medicinal pills here. Elder Lu, please kindly accept them. As he said, Yi Yuan took out several small bottles and said them over. Elder Lu's expression could not help changing drastically when he saw and hurriedly turned it down. I can't accept rewards without making any contributions. Master Yi, these medicinal pills are too precious. Yi Yuan could tell that this Elder Lu had death qi revolving around his face. Clearly, his longevity was almost depleted, so he gave him some longevity-extending medicinal pills. With Yi Yuan's means, what he took out was naturally not ordinary goods. How could Lu Jie dare accept it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Lu, disregarding that you've helped me before, Brother Xiao and I regard each other as brothers. You're his master, and naturally also this Ye's senior. If you don't accept it, that's looking down on this Yi. Only when Xiao Feng heard this did his heart ease up, knowing that Yi Yuan did not get angry. He also urged, Master, accept it. Lu Jie saw that Yi Yuan already put it like this, and could only accept it. Chapter 1935. Challenging the Alchemy, Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 1935. Challenging the Alchemy, Celestial Pavilion. Ha! Hall Master Mu truly played a good hand. There was only Mu Feng and Yi Yuan left inside the hall. Yi Yuan looked at the other party and spoke those words with a cold smile. Mu Feng smiled and said, Little friend, Yi, calm your anger. This matter was this Mu's fault. Hence, this Mu apologizes to you first. Yi Yuan drank a mouthful of tea and said coolly, "What mistake did Hall Master Mu do? I still have to thank Hall Master Mu." Mu Feng smiled and said, "I know that the other few Hall Masters have already come to find little friendy. Our Springwind Hall has also indeed offended you. But speaking of which, actually the incident that little friendy encountered, it would likely have happened regardless of which hall. But our Springwind Hall is the most closely connected with little friendy. The obstacles will also be fewer when cooperating together, isn't it so?" This point, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of it. It was just that if it happened, there was no if. If his strength was inadequate, wouldn't he have died at Jianghua's hands? Letting Xiao Feng assume the post of a protector is naturally looking on the account of little friend Ye's face. But it's also not entirely because so. I plan on having Xiao Feng reside in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City permanently, specifically be in charge of the matters of cooperation. Letting him be in charge of this matter is naturally the most suitable. I wonder what little friend Yi thinks about this. Hearing this, Yi Yuan could not help being moved. Heavenly Eagle cooperating with Myriad Treasure Tower, no matter who is sent, all sorts of friction could not be avoided. Each serving their own master, this was unavoidable. But if this person was Xiao Feng, it was naturally a different matter. Seeing that Yi Yuan was moved, Mu Feng smiled again and said, "Furthermore, little friend Yi and our Springwind Hall are deeply connected. That Xie Jingyi and Liang Wanru are also under my Springwind Hall's name at present too. I've understood the situation. Their talents are both pretty good. I plan on fetching them to the great imperial capital and heavily groom them." Yi Yuan looked at Mu Feng with a solemn look. Mu Feng still had a smile on his face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan beamed and said, "Hall Master Mu's terms make me unable to refuse." Yi Yuan had to admit that this Mu Feng was a formidable character. Not that his martial prowess was very high, but he also grasped human nature rather accurately. This fellow already had a clear insight of his personality. The other various major forces all thought of using various kinds of superior terms to move him, but Mu Feng was different. He discerned that Yi Yuan regarded the people around him very highly. His regard for his friends, even Serpa said his pursuit of benefits. Otherwise, Yi Yuan also would not have flicked his sleeves and left at the Jiang Manor. Yi Yuan was naturally displeased with Mu Feng acting first and reporting afterward, but he was happier for Xiao Feng, at least with this item. He could also straighten his back in the Springwind Hall. Mu Feng also smiled and said, "Little friendy, a pleasure to be working with you. You rest assured. I'll give Xiao Feng the highest authority. Whatever spirit medicines little friend you requires, as long as our Springwind Hall can get them, everything can be discussed." Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, "Okay, let's have a good cooperation." The Dark Violet Arena Storm said very quickly. What astonished everyone was that Yi Yuan actually chose to cooperate with the Springwind Hall in the end. The various major forces could only sigh and lament, but what everyone paid attention to more was just how far Yi Yuan could walk in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was not an easy thing. For black-scale alchemists to want to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they had to defeat 3 Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. This difficulty was simply too great. Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses, each one was a Dao realm powerhouse. The might of their alchemy Dao strength, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. People should not look at how Yu Ying was at the Dao realm. In front of alchemy celestial level powerhouses, he completely could not stand up to the compet. Tian. Everyone did not know the little interlude that happened at the 100 gathering, so everyone also did not have a direct understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. In reality, even Chen Chong himself also did not know Yi Yuan's limits. The various major forces, losing the cooperation, each and every one of them was deriving pleasure from other people's misfortune, waiting to see Springwind Hall make a fool of themselves. Time said very quickly. In a twinkle, 2 months said. Yi Yuan overcame all the difficulties along the way, rising from dark violet to black scale, and also obtained 30 straight wins in black scale, finally obtaining the opportunity to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion Elders. The black scale arena was different from the dark violet arena. The number of black scale level powerhouses was far fewer than dark violet. Furthermore, the strengths of black scale level powerhouses were all the more closer. Wanting to obtain consecutive wins was doubly difficult in the first place. But Yi Yuan still made a clean sweep along the way. Even Yuing was instantly defeated in front of him. So how many could be his match? Finally, the time to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion Elders arrived. On this day, there were streams of people. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had 15 elders. Apart from 2 that were currently in terminal seclusion, the other 13 all turned up. Quite a few came a long way from other places, for the sake of today's challenge. Qin Chang looked at Yi Yuan, a rueful look. He did not expect that this day arrived so quickly. Dealing with Yi Yuan, he had no confidence at all. Yi Yuan, you obtained the chance to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion Elders. Now, you can choose the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion Elders that you want to challenge. Qinyu looked at Yi Yuan and said, Yi Yuan said, Elder Qinyu, Yi Yuan has a presumptuous request. Wonder if the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion can permit it or not. Qinyu was puzzled, but still nodded and said, let's talk about it. Yi Yuan said, the 3 elders that I want to challenge are respectively you, Master Qin Chang, as well as Master Xiaozhen. I wonder if it's allowed? The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Is there a mistake? These 3 are the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's publicly recognized strongest 3 elders. Yi Yuan is actually going to challenge the 3 of them? This guy is really a madman. Isn't it said that persimmons have to pick soft ones to knead? He's picking a stone to knead. Arriving at the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for such a long time, Yi Yuan naturally had some understanding of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion Elders' strength too. The 3 people that he challenged were precisely the strongest 3 among the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders. Xiao Zhen came from another great imperial capital. His alchemy Dao strength was not the least bit inferior compared to Qin Chang too. However, Chen Yu felt bitter in his heart. The thing that he did not wish to see the most still happened. Other people challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. That was all finding the weakest elders. But Yi Yuan failed to show restraint and directly challenged the 3 of them. The most important thing was that he did not have any confidence in beating Yi Yuan. The matter that Chen Chang spoke of, Qin Yu had long already known about it. That level of divine grade, divine pill, he did not have confidence in refining it. The 3 of them were all old fellows who had become famous for 1,000,000 years. Ever since entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they had never been defeated before. But today they encountered a troublesome target. If they lost, it would also be Ambara. Sing. Either way, Yi Yuan entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was already set in stone. How great would it be to challenge those weak ones? Qin Yu nursed a bitter grudge in his heart. You naturally can. What about the thing you want to ask? Although Chen Yu was not willing to confront Yi Yuan, at this time he naturally could not say no. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yu and said with a solemn look, what I want to say is, I want to challenge the 3 of you at the same time. Murmur. With this, below burst into an even greater uproar. Challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's strongest 3 people at the same time. What kind of concept was this? Chapter 1936. Battling 3 Elders. Chapter 1936. Battling 3 Elders. Chan Yu's brows furrowed, revealing an unhappy look. Yi Yuan actually challenged the 3 of them at the same time. This was also looking down on the few of them too much. As Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's veteran powerhouses, the 3 of their statuses naturally went without saying. Yi Yuan was unbridled on account of his young age and also too overweeningly arrogant. There was a series of sighs below the stage, all mocking Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own ability. Yi Yuan, you're extremely talented, your strength being extremely formidable. Concerning this point, this old man admits it, but you want to challenge the three of us at the same time. It's looking down on others too much, right? Chunyu said in a solemn voice. Clearly he was unhappy. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders by his side also had unfriendly looks. Their expressions when looking at Yi Yuan was full of enmity. But Yi Yuan had a relaxed look as he said, smilingly, Elder Chunyu, don't get agitated. Let me finish saying. Chunyu had a black face as he said, say. Yi Yuan said, this Yi doesn't have the intention of looking down on the elders. The reason why I did so is actually because of another reason. If Yi Yuan can win by chance, I have a presumptuous request. Chun Chang said, we're not unreasonable people. If you can win, you'll be a member of our generation. Whatever you need us elder brothers to help with, just open your mouth. There's no need to use this kind of method to goad us. Toward Yi Yuan, Chun Chang still quite admired him. Furthermore, he understood that Yi Yuan was not that sort of impetuous and arrogant person. There must be a reason why he did this. But this way of doing things was too provocative. It would definitely push people away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, if I can win, I wish to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Hope that seniors can fulfill this request. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone's faces changed abruptly, being stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Arrogant. Too arrogant. He actually dares to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather? How dare he? Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, who is Empyrean Flutterfeather, how could he be what a puny little celestial deity realm can challenge? This brat must have lost his mind. There was an uproar at the scene. The crowd was thunderstruck by Yi Yuan's words until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. It had already been no idea how many years. No one had ever dared to say that they wanted to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Forget about a puny little 5-star Alchemy G. Oh, D, even 7-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS, those who dared to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather were not many either. Chunyu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, do you know what you're saying? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I naturally know. My objective of coming to L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital is seeking cooperation on one hand, while on the other hand, it's in order to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had never been Yi Yuan's goal. With his strength, entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion did not pose the least bit of difficulty at all. Humph! Brat, who overestimates his ability? You think that by entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, you have the qualifications to challenge Lord Flutterfeather? Chunyu said with a black face. Yi Yuan said, hence, I propose challenging the three of you at the same time. If I win, it can at least show my strength too. Isn't that so? Everyone was astonished. Only now did they know Yi Yuan's intention. Humph! Even if you really win, you're also not qualified enough to challenge Lord Flutterfeather. Give up on this, said an Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elder with a cold snort. Chun Chang also said, with your talent, you might not be unable to attain Lord Flutterfeather's height in the future. It's just that challenging him right now, you're not qualified enough yet. Yi Yuan fell silent. Empyrean Flutterfeather had long already had the status of not to be blasphemed, just like DS in these people's hearts. A puny little 5-star Alchemy G. D challenging him was seriously, too grossly overestimating his own ability in their eyes. Below the stage, there was also a series of taunting and mocking voices, all ridiculing Yi Yuan for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, since that's the case, forget it then. Finished talking, he actually turned around and walked outside. Chunyu frowned and said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, what do you mean by this? Yi Yuan said without even turning his head back. I entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion in order to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Since I can't get my wish, entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion lost its meaning too. Wildly arrogant, too wildly conceited. The people looked at Yi Yuan and already did not know what to say. In L.U.S., True's gold great imperial capital, the final goal that all of the alchemists strove toward was the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. But Yi Yuan actually turned his nose up at it. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not arrogant. It was just that his horizons were different from these people. Just like a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Would he care about a true G.O.D. realms organization? It was impossible to have any interest at all. Although Yi Yuan did not reach the heavenly emperor realm, the strength of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, these elders, was still far too lacking compared to him. This Empyrean accepts your challenge. Right at this time, a voice suddenly descended. Everyone's faces suddenly changed. Was that Empyrean Flutterfeather? Lord Flutterfeather. Chunyu and the rest said in surprise. They did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather would actually descend personally and agree to Yi Yuan's challenge. The three of you have a match with him then. Little friend, don't let this Empyrean down. Finish talking. That voice disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared before. When Yi Yuan heard this, a hint of joy flashed across on his face. Looks like his performance these few days in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion indeed attracted Empyrean Flutterfeather's attention. Chunyu sucked in a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, Stinking brat, don't you get dizzy with success. Our hurdle isn't easy to clear. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, Please give guidance. On the stage, three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses had fearsome auras cruise. H.I. plussing over towards the Yi Yuan currently in the center. However, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of panicky look. Three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses joining hands. The commotion was indeed extraordinary. It was far from what Yu Ying, that kind of black-scale level powerhouse, could compare to. It was just that, even with three people joining hands, it also could not stop Yi Yuan's momentum. His imposing momentum was akin to floodwaters about to breach the dam, advancing irresistibly. How can this be? These three are the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's strongest elders. Under their teamwork, even 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.s have to temporarily avoid the cutting edge too. But Yi Yuan is actually faintly suppressing them. Too terrifying. Could it be that this guy doesn't have a limit? It can't be that he really has the strength to challenge Lord Flutterfeather, right? Under Yi Yuan's assault, fine sweat beads seeped out on the foreheads of the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses, appearing very strained. The refinement of rank 5 divine pills competed in the understanding of rank 5 divine pills, the medicinal properties of rank 5 spirit medicines, as well as alchemy Tao realm. In these few aspects, Yi Yuan completely crushed the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses. This alchemy battle seemed like Yi Yuan was very weak, but actually it was not the case at all. It was at this time that everyone finally saw clearly Yi Yuan's strength. They also finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lay in challenging the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses. Condense. Yi Yuan gave a low cry. The medicinal pill formed. The three great elders were akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, only then slightly heaving a sigh of relief. Very soon, the three great elders also completed the pill refinement. The moment they opened up the furnace to take a look, the crowd was flabbergasted. Void Spirit Divine Pill. Under this kind of brute force confrontation, Yi Yuan actually still refined a Void Spirit Divine Pill. The three elders' medicinal pills were 1 high grade, 2 middle grades. Not that they could not refine high-quality medicinal pills, but it was that they were utterly suppressed by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. unable to unleash their strength at all. Yi Yuan won again. Chapter 1937. Empyrean Flutterfeather. Chapter 1937. Empyrean Flutterfeather. This Yuan is merely roughly 1,000 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to suppress 3 great alchemy celestial pavilion elders, right? Really blinded my dog eyes. My many years of living was really in vain. No wonder Lord Flutterfeather personally descended. His elderly self has probably long seen through Yi Yuan's strength. From the initial most mockery to the current astonishment, the audience's understanding of Yi Yuan reached a new height. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan was too young. Being an alchemist was an occupation that ACCU, mulet day in and day out. No matter how a person was talented, it was also impossible to reach this goal in one step. But Yi Yuan subverted their understanding. The 3 great elders looked at Yi Yuan, being shocked speechless. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually frighteningly formidable. This kind of strength, he had probably already walked a long way in Dao realm. As for how far, they were unable to estimate it at all. When facing Yi Yuan, it made the 3 of them have a feeling like trying to shake a big tree. This kind of feeling, they only had it before when facing Empyrean Flutterfeather. 3 seniors, thanks for giving way. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, these 3 people's strengths were indeed very strong. It could even be said that they were the strongest opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered to this date. In alchemy, Yi Yuan was close to invincible. He had always made a clean sweep of his opponents. But these 3 people joining hands indeed caused some impact on him. At least, he could not do what he did to Yu Ying, directly vanquish. Plussing them. Under his powerful pressure, the 3 of them still persisted until the end. Chen Chang looked at Yi Yuan and let out a sigh as he said, give what way? Yi Yuan, time makes it inevitable that in every profession, the new generation Serpa. SES the last one. Your strength is already beyond imagination. Work hard. This is the Alchemy Celestial Token. From today onward, your Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elder, on equal footing with us. This is somewhat wronging you, but this ident. 1. Tai can bring you tremendous convenience. As he said, Qin Chang handed over a token that looked like it was studded with stars, being incomparably profound. Thank you, Brother Qin. Yi Yuan received the token and cupped his fists as he said. The other 2 people both fell silent, clearly not quite able to accept this result. The news of Yi Yuan overpowering 3 great alchemy celestial pavilion elders spread far and wide in the U.S. True's Gold alchemy world. Everyone knew that the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion produced a very young elder. The entire LUS True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was practically talking about this matter. Roughly 1,000 years old alchemy Celestial Pavilion elder. This was absolutely an explosive topic of conversation. Enough for these people to comment for several years, even several decades. However, what made them discuss even more was Yi Yuan's battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather. The number of years that Empyrean Flutterfeather had been famous already could not be investigated, but his might was absolutely beyond all doubt. 7-star Alchemy G. This was an insurmountable peak in the first place. Let alone that Empyrean Flutterfeather was even an extremely formidable existence among 7-star Alchemy G. Otis. Even if Yi Yuan defeated 3 great alchemy celestial-level powerhouses, this action was still overestimating his own ability in their eyes. But sadly, this battle would not be publicized. Those able to watch the battle were only the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders. LUS True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was built by the mountains. On the Cloud Dream Mountain, a loud and mist coiled up all year round, being extremely elegant. It was just that no one dared to go up the Cloud Dream Mountain at all, because they knew that Cloud Dream Mountain was Empyrean Flutterfeather's Dao field. Since ancient times, only Empyrean-level powerhouses could go up Cloud Dream Mountain, and their objectives were mostly in order to request for pills. Thanks to Yi Yuan, the dozen over alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders scaled up Cloud Dream Mountain today. Inside the archaic and magnificent hall, it appeared extremely empty. A faint medicinal fragrance lingered in the air, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. 2 little medicine boys were currently fanning the medicinal cauldron's fire. Seeing Yi Yuan come in, their eyes revealed a hint of disdain. The little medicine boy in purple clothing looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unhappy look, "It's you who wanted to challenge Master? Not much older than us, either. Truly overestimating your own ability." The little medicine boy in green said with an unfriendly expression, "Humph, humph. Won against the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders, and you got carried away. They are nothing in front of Master." The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders by the side had awkward faces, not quite able to maintain their dignity anymore. But it could not be helped that they could not maintain their dignity. These 2 little medicine boys were Empyrean Flutterfeather's direct lineage disciples. Their statuses were even higher than theirs. They did not dare be insolent. But they also knew that the strength of these 2 little medicine boys in front of them was extraordinary. If one looked down on them because of their age, then they would definitely suffer a huge loss. Suddenly, they thought of this freak beside them again, and they were actually rendered speechless. Those 2 little medicine boys were strong because they had a 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D-Master, but what about Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan came from a little county and relied on his own efforts to walk step by step until this day. That was truly monstrous. "Ziyu, Qingyin, don't be rude." Just as everyone was awkward, a figure appeared. Yi Yuan looked at the arrival and actually could not quite see through clearly. Yi Yuan clearly knew that the person in front of him was Empyrean Flutterfeather, but he was unable to see clearly, as if a layer of fog covered his face. Empyrean Flutterfeather's entire person was like an incarnation of Tao, so fleeting and ephemeral. This was not Yi Yuan's first time seeing an Empyrean powerhouse. He had even killed before Empyrean powerhouses, but that was inside the Immortal Grove world. The Immortal Grove, heavenly Tao suppressed those people immensely strongly. But in the Heavenspan world, it was still Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with an Empyrean powerhouse. It was truly illusory and ephemeral to the extreme. When Ziyu and Qingyin, the 2 medicine boys, saw Flutterfeather, the haughty expression on their faces immediately reigned in. It was just that in their eyes, it was still full of disdain toward Yi Yuan. "We pay respects to Lord Flutterfeather." When the group of alchemy celestial elders saw the arrival, they immediately bowed in salute. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Lord Flutterfeather, for acquiescing to my Wisconsin H." Plus, Flutterfeather sized Yi Yuan up and said, "You're at grand completion Tao realm." Yi Yuan and the group of alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders were greatly astonished when they heard that. Yi Yuan did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather actually saw through him with one glance. Tao realm was different from martial Tao realm, unable to see through at a glance. Furthermore, Tao realm was extremely illusory and insubstantial. Ordinary people could not estimate it at all. But Flutterfeather actually saw through at a glance. The alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders all turned pale with terror. They knew that Yi Yuan was definitely a Tao realm powerhouse, but they did not think that Yi Yuan was actually a grand completion Tao realm powerhouse. Tao realm was different from martial Tao realm. Initial stage Tao realm and grand completion Tao realm. Even if ordinary alchemists worked hard for all their life, they could not attain it too. To the vast majority of alchemists, the grand completion Tao realm was the opposite SHORE. But Yi Yuan actually reached the grand completion Tao realm at a young age. It was truly unthinkable, and not up to them to not be shocked. Sizing Yi Yuan up once more, Yi Yuan's figure became extremely stalwart in their eyes. Could it be that Senior Flutterfeather has already reached Ancestor Realm? If that's really the case, this junior was impetuous. Very soon, Yi Yuan regained his nerves and answered with a question. Flutterfeather smiled and said, "How can Ancestor Realm be so easy to attain? However, this Empyrean shouldn't be far away. As for seeing through your realm, when you reach this Empyrean's boundary, it will naturally be clear at a glance.